At the start of our story, we see an old man coughing and saying, "I am an earthling from a civilized society. I came from a civilized society." Just then, a little girl enters his house with some food in her hand. Seeing the old man like that, she says, "Mr. So, are you okay? My mother sent this for you." Here, we learn that this old man's name is So. He thanks the little girl. Then, while placing the food on the ground, little girl replies, "Not a problem. Please get well soon and make some more soap." Saying that, she leaves the house and walks back toward her home in a snowstorm. This old CO is an earthling, an inhabitant of a civilized world. It's been 50 years since he fell into this cursed world. They were on their way to a workshop with Director Kim and other company employees when they were suddenly swept away in a landslide. When they came to their senses, they found themselves in a strange world. A fox as big as a house with 3 tails, a large red-scaled snake with 2 heads, and beings wielding swords flying through the sky. It was a world like the martial arts novels he occasionally read. Although it was a strange world, most of his colleagues probably did quite well, except for him. Among the 7 people who fell into the martial world that day, within just 3 days of their arrival, destinies began to unfold. The sage-like beings who descended from above were in awe of his co-workers' mythical talents and took each one of them into the sky. Only he and Director Kim remained in this world. To be honest, they had hopes that something special would happen to them too, but neither Director Kim nor he had any special abilities. Diamam found itself in his podum, and Diamam took to his people and led them to the spot of them. Without knowing much about this world, all they could do was manual labor. For 6 months, the two worked menial jobs in a busy marketplace, earning their meals. Until one day, Director Kim could take it no longer. He told CO that he couldn't live like this anymore and used all his money to buy a third-rate martial arts book sold on the streets. Everyone laughed at him, but within 3 months, he mastered it and became a full-fledged martial artist. He worked for the nation and learned more and more advanced martial arts. After he became a powerful warrior, Director Kim left for the Jianghu, leaving Seo behind. Seo just hoped that something special could happen to him as well, but until the end, nothing happened to him at all. After 50 years, he is now just an old man dying from a common cold. He coughs blood, repeating that he is from Earth. He has tried his hardest to live. He learned the language, learned to read and write, worked as a laborer to make a living, bought a small plot of land, and built his own house. He started making some decent money when he began making soap using lye. In this medieval time, soap was essentially a new concept. However, even that ended after some thieves stole the method of making his soap and started producing their own. These thugs booted So out of the market. Now he is waiting for his death. Having been rejected by this world, a frustrated So asks the world, "What do you want from me? Even though I tried my hardest, what must I do?" He starts crying, asking why he couldn't have been selected even if he was not special, and why he has to continue losing everything. Now CO no longer has the energy to keep his eyes open. As his eyes start to close, he hopes that if he just had a bit more power, maybe, just maybe, he might have had more opportunities. Lying on his bed, sick with a cold, CO's life ends. That was how he died, and how, with a bright light, he opened his eyes again. He slowly looked down at his body. It's not a hand full of wrinkles and lines. It is a young hand, full of vitality and life. He was wearing something clearly different from the clothes of this world, the blue shirt and sweatpants he had worn on Earth. He looked around, trying to grasp the situation. Then he saw Director Kim, Chief O, Section Chief Jun, Deputy Manager Kang, Deputy Manager O, and Manager Kim. So was shocked to see them. Now he finally realized he hadn't come to this world powerless. He had gained the power of regression. This was So's first regression. Director Kim, with half his hair shaved off, looked around and asked, "What's happening? We were just on our way to a workshop." He didn't know where they were, but CO knew. This was the first day they had just landed in this strange world. CO remembered how they ended up here. They were in an SUV going to the workshop when they got caught in a landslide, and then something flashed. It was a 50-year-old memory, so it was a bit hazy, and even CO couldn't remember clearly. While he was thinking this, suddenly someone called from behind, "Hey, Deputy Manager CO!" But CO was still lost in his thoughts, wondering, now that I have regressed, how should I live? Usually, in regression novels, people live well using their future knowledge. But all I know is making soap. Suddenly, the guy from behind grabbed CO's shoulder and shouted, "Manager, Seonyun!" CO snapped out of his daydream at the shout. He looked back and saw it was Section Chief Zeon. CO said, "Sorry," trying to explain that he was a bit startled. But suddenly, with a swish, Section Chief Zeon slapped CO across the face. Everyone present was shocked to see that. Section Chief John shouted, "Deputy Manager CO, you bastard, you dozed off while driving on the mountainside. You almost got us all killed." Seo stood there dazed from the slap. He had forgotten this deputy manager title. It was a title he hadn't heard in so long that he didn't realize Section Chief Jun was referring to him. Section Chief Jun looked at Seo angrily and asked, "Manager Seo, do you want to lose your job the moment we get back?" Hearing that, Seo remembered the face he hadn't seen in a long time. Section Chief John Myung-hoon was a son of a bitch. He was the nephew of John Myung-chol, the executive director of the company Seo worked for. At 32, he had already snagged the section chief position through nepotism. When John Myung-hoon was about to charge at Seo in anger, Chief Oh stood up and stopped him. He told John it was enough, because that landslide wasn't something Deputy Manager Seo could have done anything about. But John shouted again, asking, "Aren't you angry, Chief Oh? This insane jerk was dozing off. That's why we're in this situation." Hearing that, Seo remembered that he definitely had dozed off while driving. But the reason he was dozing off was because John had dumped all his work on Seo the day before the workshop, the work John had been putting off, forcing Seo to stay up all night. Thinking about it again, Seo also remembered that originally the one in charge of driving was John. Originally, he was supposed to drive. Pointing at Seo, John shouted, "This stupid bastard. We're stranded because of him." But Seo was slowly starting to recall his memories from 50 years ago. Back then, Seo was so shocked, he didn't understand what was happening. So, unwittingly, he apologized to John. He even thought it was his own fault. Then he went on to spend the next 50 years just like that, apologizing to people even when a group of bandits trampled over him and took his belongings, when a damned martial artist mocked him, or when a regional official took everything he had in the name of taxes. He kept apologizing, but there was one thing Seo realized after years of holding it in. Sure, he had to keep his temper in front of those he couldn't handle, but not in front of everyone. Seo stood up and, with a straight face, said, "Section Chief John, I know you're mad, but now's not the time to be pointing fingers." Hearing that, John got furious and lunged at him, shouting, "You damn son of a bitch." He punched Seo again, shouting, "Are you asking for a fight?" This punch made Seo realize that he didn't need to kneel before someone he could handle. He turned around and punched John in the face, sending him flying. Seeing that, everyone present was too shocked. They could not believe their eyes. So continued punching John. In his past life, Seo had been beaten up by martial artists countless times. He was beaten up by bandits while gathering herbs in the mountains, by more bandits during years of bad harvest, and even by officials because he couldn't pay his taxes. Now, Seo sat on John, not giving him even a chance to fight back. Seeing this, everyone froze in their place, not knowing what to do. In that world of violence, Seo was able to gain something that these people lacked. He gained violence. If one hits someone in the eyes, their fear is amplified, and after being beaten up like this, only 2 words instinctively leave opponents' mouths: "I'm sorry." Those were the exact words John said when Sue hit him in the eyes. Sue may not have the mythical talents mentioned by those transcendent individuals, or the amazing martial arts that would make him famous in the martial arts world, but now he did have the ability to change fate. Director Kim, Chief Oh, Deputy Manager Kang, Deputy Manager Oh, and Manager Kim all were looking at Sue with fearful eyes. Among them, Director Kim spoke up with a trembling voice, "Deputy Manager Seo, no matter what, how could you beat a fellow colleague to that extent?" Seo didn't argue and immediately accepted it, saying, "Yes, you're right, Director Kim. I just got so angry at the moment. I apologize for startling everyone." Since Seo would never see any of the others again anyway, he bowed neatly to Director Kim and the other employees and apologized, saying that since he was the one driving, he was sorry for not doing more at that time. Director Kim told Seo that sure, Section Chief Jun had been a bit harsh, and Seo couldn't really have done anything about the landslide. Even then, Jun overreacted. He asked Seo to apologize to Jun directly. Knowing he would continue seeing Director Kim, Seo followed his words because Director Kim would become one of the strongest martial artists there once he started learning. If Seo supported him as much as he could in this life, he was sure he would get something out of it too. That meant he needed to get on Director Kim's good side now. Seo turned to Jun and, while offering a helping hand, apologized, saying his reaction was not warranted. Han, whose face was swollen from Seo's beating, looked angry and was about to crush him, but he stopped after seeing Seo look at him with dead eyes and no fear. After everyone calmed down, Director Kim looked toward the forest and suggested, "Why don't we try to get out of these woods and look for a village?" Seo agreed because that was the logical thing to do, but he knew that here, immortals flew wild, trying to secure their immortality, and the only rule that reigned in this land was, "The strong devours the weak." The people of this place, the Miram, fought with swords for wealth and honor. This forest's name was Ascension Path. There was no village, city, or nation anywhere around here. CO suggested to Director Kim, since the sun is going to set soon, why don't we set up a shelter somewhere safe? Director Kim thought CO's suggestion was right, but asked, what about the car? There's quite a lot of things in there that we packed for the workshop. In that car, there were many things they could use, but only CO knew they wouldn't be able to find the car. He also knew they wouldn't believe him, so he decided to just let them look for the car instead of wasting his energy trying to convince them. He suggested that they should split up. Then, one team could look for shelter and the other could look for the car. They would meet back here before it got completely dark. After a few hours, CO started a fire in a cave near the place they first arrived. While eating, a black-haired girl told the others that she didn't get it. We were caught in a landslide while we were in a car, so how did we end up here while the car is gone? Director Kim agreed with the girl, saying he didn't get it either. Everyone was sitting around the fire eating. Pointing at the food, a girl commented, "This tastes like chestnuts." Hearing that, Seo asked her if it was crunchy. He told them he had a lot of it, so they could have as much as they wanted. Hearing that, Director Kim laughed and said, "It's a pretty serious situation, but thanks to Manager Seo, we're having fun." He praised Seo, saying, "I knew you were this dependable even back in the company." While everyone was eating, Seo noticed John sleeping in a corner, refusing to eat anything. Director Kim spoke a little louder so John could hear. "Manager Seo, if I remember correctly, you were tired while driving because you had to work late yesterday." Others agreed with Director Kim. A brown-haired girl told Director Kim, "He's right, their manager is really diligent." A red-haired girl also praised Seo, saying, "It feels like we're camping thanks to this cave manager Seo found." Seo knew they were right, because in his past life, they only found this place after being lost in the woods for hours, but he acted modest and told them he was just lucky. Hearing that, everyone laughed and told Seo he could just take the compliment. Seo also thought that he should enjoy this moment because tonight would be the last time they could laugh like this. The next morning, trembling in fear, Seo offered his greetings to the Lord of the Forest. The Lord of the Forest he was greeting was a huge seven-tailed fox with red glowing eyes. The fox looked at Seo and, with a smile, said, "Human, you have quite a unique scent for a human. Despite having lived thousands of years, I have never smelled humans like you." Hearing the commotion outside, the black-haired girl woke up. She came outside and asked Seo what had happened. But when she saw the huge fox, she got scared and screamed. Hearing her scream, others also woke up and came out of the cave. When they saw the huge fox, they too got scared and screamed. Hearing them, Seo looked back and shouted, telling them to show their manners to the Lord of the Forest and get on their knees. Hearing Seo, the seven-tailed fox said, "Every time I come across you humans, I am reminded how foolish and rude you all are." It told them that it would usually rip off all their limbs, but since one of them seemed to know how to treat him, he would forgive them. With that being said, they must pay the price for being in his territory. If one of them offers him an arm, he will let them stay here. Hearing the fox talk, everyone was already too scared, and after listening to its demands, they became even more terrified. Seo was also very scared because in his past life, everyone who saw this monster screamed in panic, and they all ended up dead, having angered the fox. But Seo was a little relieved to see that the fox appreciated his manners this time, and wasn't ripping off all their limbs like last time. Then, while licking its mouth, the seven-tailed fox asked who would give him their arm. Seo calculated that it was just one person's arm. That's all they needed to sacrifice. Even a lost arm would be healed by the cultivators, who would appear 2 days later. Plus, Seo had already prepared an herb that would reduce the pain. Thinking all that, Seo removed his sleeves and extended his hand toward the seven-tailed fox. While trembling, he told it that he would offer his arm. Everyone was shocked that Seo was sacrificing his hand for them. The seven-tailed fox opened its mouth and immediately lunged at Seo, saying, "You know your manners, so I will try to make it as painless as possible in return." Then, in the next second, with a loud scream of pain, Seo lost one arm. The seven-tailed fox completely bit off Seo's hand and ate it. Everyone looked away. They couldn't bear to see the horrifying scene right in front of them. Seo was in too much pain. Tears streamed down his face as he extended his other arm to grab the herb. The pain was so intense that Seo didn't have time to think about anything else at the moment. He immediately ate the herb he had prepared for pain relief. After eating Seo's hand, the seven-tailed fox told Seo that it thought he might taste different, since he smelled different. But he tasted the same as the other humans. Actually, he tasted worse because of all the impurities in his veins. Hearing the fox, Seo began to come back to his senses. He was surprised to see that the herb actually helped a lot with the pain. After calming down, Seo apologized to the seven-tailed fox, saying his offering was not good enough. But the fox was not interested in talking. It turned around to leave, telling them that it would allow them to stay for 7 days in its territory and that they wouldn't die thanks to its divinity. Saying that, it leapt into the sky with super speed and disappeared. After the seven-tailed fox left, a worried group ran toward Seo to check on him. Seo slowly stood up and asked everyone to go inside, saying he would explain everything. Once inside the cave, Seo slowly told them that he had met the fox when he left the cave early that morning. The fox told him that they were in Muram. Everyone was shocked to hear they were in Muram. Director Kim asked Seo if he meant they were really in Muram because it was unbelievable. Seo said it didn't matter and told them they would be safe for a week since he had given up his arm. Hearing that it was just a week, Director Kim asked Seo what would happen after that. Breathing heavily, Seo told Director Kim that they would need to give up something else the following week. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. As the herb's effects kicked in, Seo started to get sleepy. He told the others that he was getting sleepy and would rest a bit, hoping they would understand. Saying that, he fell asleep right there. Then, 15 hours later at night, Seo woke up alone in the cave. He heard his colleagues talking outside. They were all angry at John, asking him how he could say that Manager Zoe sacrificed his own arm. John argued back, asking, then who wants to give up their arm and leg every week? But Chief O told John that Manager So was very useful since he was the one who provided them food and shelter. Then John suggested they should learn as much as they could from So in a week, adding that since So had already lost an arm, he wouldn't last long anyway. That's why they should have him be the sacrifice again. Joan said all that, not knowing Seo had woken up and was listening from behind. Seo was surprised to hear that now that he had become debilitated, Joan wanted to chop off one of his limbs every week to give to the fox. That was definitely not pleasing. Looking at Joan, Seo grabbed a rock from the ground. He looked at the rock and thought that with the violence he had learned from being beaten up for 50 years, he could easily kill a modern-day man like Jeon Myung-hoon with one arm. He looked at John again, who was still convincing others to force Seo to give up his other arm too. Angrily, Seo thought to himself whether he should kill Jun, but he didn't act recklessly. Instead, he threw the rock back and returned to the cave. He understood that fear had surely paralyzed their minds, and if he acted too cruelly now, it would cause issues with his relationship with Director Kim. Suddenly, Chief O shouted at Jun to shut up if he didn't want his ankles broken again. Hearing that, Seo laughed. He was right to think that they were good people. It was just a confusing situation for everyone. The next day, as the sun rose, everyone gathered in front of the cave. This time, a two-headed snake appeared before them. But, unlike the fox who had eaten Seo's arm, the two-headed snake only requested a small amount of blood. It was the very same snake that had sucked out Chief O's blood, who had lost his limbs in his last life. Hearing that it was just a small amount, nervous Chief O put his own arm forward this time, but after drinking Chief O's blood, the snake vomited, saying, "This is disgusting. This is the worst human blood I have ever had." Hearing that, Chief O got furious, but Seo knew it was the blood of a 21st century worker drenched in nicotine and cholesterol. No wonder it tasted gross. So then turned around and asked John Myung-hoon to come with him to pick some herbs. Hearing that, John was shocked and asked So if he had just called him by his full name. But So didn't reply. Instead, he asked if John was hungry. John said he was. Seo walked toward Jun and said, "I will tell you about the fruits and edible herbs, so follow me." Seo got closer and whispered to Jun that he planned to give his arm to the fox next week as well, and if he died, someone needed to know how to survive in this forest. Hearing that, Jun got very scared. Realizing that So had heard everything last night, he had no choice but to thank So and agree to go with him. Hearing his thanks, So laughed inside, because only he knew the fox wouldn't be coming back, and Jun would never make use of this knowledge. As both of them arrived at a place full of fruit trees, Seo shouted, "Jeon Myung-hoon, how many times do I need to tell you that that's the wrong fruit?" "Concentrate," Seo said sorry while picking a red fruit. Seeing that, Seo told him that fruit would get him killed. This continued for hours as Seo gave orders to Jung, and Jung had to follow them. Jun started to get exhausted and asked Seo to hold on, saying he needed a break. He had been digging non-stop to get these herbs. Seeing his condition, Seo laughed inside because this was how Jun used to punish him when he first entered the company. Seo told Jun that they needed to finish before dusk, so they should hurry up. Slowly, time passed, and both continued doing their part. Then, suddenly, Jun dug out a very large ginseng. Jun was shocked to see it. He held it in his hand and said, "This thing is massive." He asked Seo if this was natural ginseng. Seo told him it was something like that. Seo knew that while it did resemble ginseng, to be precise, it was a yellow bamboo root. It might be because the ascension path was so full of energy, but yellow bamboo roots, which are typically as small as a pinky finger, grew to this size here. Seo knew it wouldn't be of much use to cultivators, but it was an extremely precious medicine for martial artists used to increase ki, and it should help Director Kim. While talking, they found two more right there. Amazed, John asked Seo if it was okay to dig up this much wild ginseng. Seo, of course, said yes and told him to take off his shirt and place them in it. Seo looked at the setting sun and a crack in space. Seeing that, Seo realized it was almost time for those cultivators to come. He asked Jian, "Let's head back." As they returned to the cave, suddenly the crack Seo had seen before exploded with a huge blast, releasing massive amounts of spiritual energy into the sky. At the moment of the explosion, Chun fell to the ground, screaming while grabbing his head. Not only him, Chief O was in the same condition along with Manager Kang. All three of them were clutching their heads, screaming in pain. Seeing this, Director Kim began to panic, asking what had happened to them. Just then, three cultivators appeared, flying into the sky. Looking at John, Chief O, and Manager Kang, a cultivator named Buko wearing golden clothes, said, "What a surprise! To think we'd find such uncut talent here." A black-clothed cultivator named Hyogwok told Buko to go away, saying they were his. Hearing that, the third cultivator wearing blue clothes called Hyogwok shameless. Seeing these cultivators, Director Kim got scared and asked who they were. The cultivators noticed there were 7 people, but only the 3 had spiritual roots. The rest were just normal mortals. Then Buko raised his hands and created a ball of lightning. He struck Jun with it, and Jun screamed in pain as thousands of bolts of lightning entered his body. When Buko stopped, he was amazed to see how incredible Jun's body was. It was the body of heavenly golden thunder. Then Hyogwok came forward, telling Buko to move because it was his turn. Hyogwok was holding a musical instrument, and as he started playing, Manager Kang, who was covering her ears, suddenly began screaming in pain. But it wasn't a normal scream. It was so loud that the whole forest echoed. Seeing that, Hyowok got too excited, realizing that Manager Kang had the ghostly yin transforming immortal root. He hadn't thought such a thing really existed. Then it was the third cultivator's turn. He landed on the ground and, grabbing Chief O's shoulder, injected his spiritual energy into him. He checked Chief O's body and found that it was a unique holy body. Chief O was too shocked, asking the cultivator what was going on. The cultivator smiled and declared that he would take all 3 of them as disciples of the Azure Heaven creation sect, because all 3 had the talent to change the entire world. With a deep voice, he asked Chief O, "How does that sound, Chief?" O was terrified in the cultivator's presence. He couldn't even breathe. He was confused, wondering what this force was and felt like he would die if he refused. Suddenly, Hyogwok came down and asked Chief O to join the Black Ghost Valley instead, saying they had every cultivation method, immortality, the power to overturn the heavens, fame, and wealth. He promised to ensure they would get all of those things within 100 years. Suddenly, Buko also came down and asked Hyogwek what he was saying, claiming that the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect was the most suited for them. While they were talking, Director Kim intervened and asked the cultivators if they could get them out of this forest because at this rate they would all die there. But the cultivators completely ignored him. Buko took out a bottle and opened its cap, saying, "Mortals worry too much. How did you get to the ascension path with such a worthless body?" Saying that, he pointed the bottle's mouth toward Jean, and the bottle sucked Jean inside. Jean could only scream for help. Then the blue cloth cultivator took Chifo and looked at Siuv. He smiled and said, "Seems like one of them lost an arm to that fox," and seeing the wound, he offered it up himself. He used his spiritual power to heal Sio's hand, telling him that he may be a mere mortal, but he had guts. Sio's whole hand grew back, and he thanked the cultivator. Hyogwok also took Manager Kang with him. Then all 3 cultivators flew back into the sky and, while leaving, told Seo that they had captured all the beasts and monsters of the Ascension Path on their way here, so it would be safe here for the next 10 years. Seeing them leave, Director Kim chased after them, asking them to hold on and to tell them where to go because they didn't even know which way to take to leave. He called out to Section Chief Jeong, Chief O, and Deputy Manager Kang, but it was no use. The cultivators flew into the sky and disappeared. Seeing them go, Seo was very disappointed, but it was no use because the same thing had happened 50 years ago. No matter how hard they shouted, those cultivators ignored them like insects and continued on their way. Seo was a little relieved that at least they had healed his arm. While chasing after them, Director Kim ran out of breath and fell to the ground, asking, "What do you want us to do in a forest like this?" But before he lost all hope, suddenly Director Kim saw many beams of light flying in the direction those cultivators had gone. Seeing that, he got confused and asked, "What are all those lights in the sky? Is there something in that direction?" But Director Kim could not leave his team behind, so he returned. The next day, it was a rainy day with lightning striking all around. All four Manager Kim, Manager, and Director Kim were hiding in the same cave. But Deputy Manager O's condition was not good. She was coughing up blood while lying on the ground. Manager Kim asked Se if there was some kind of herb they could use because Deputy Manager O was in terrible condition. She was panicking, not knowing what to do. Knowing the future, Se told Manager Kim, "Let's wait a little longer. Someone might appear and heal her." Hearing that, Manager Kim got confused. Suddenly, they heard someone's footsteps. Someone entered the cave and said, "Mortals in the Ascension Path are like ants suffering among the competition between dragons." Seeing that man, Director Kim jumped right in front and asked, "Who are you?" The person smiled and said, "I am the Sea Dragon King, Soehuol." Soehuol. The Sea Dragon King, Hueol, told them that Deputy Manager O was controlling the storm outside. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. The Sea Dragon King explained that the storm suddenly appeared out of nowhere, so he came to look for its cause. Pointing at Deputy Manager O, he said that the lady lying over there must have used the sorcery of the storm. The Sea Dragon King was amazed, because she was an ordinary woman without even a trace of cultivation, so how could she wield such overwhelming power? Additionally, she was not even doing it consciously, which was very strange. Hearing that, Seo told the Sea Dragon King that actually, they were the confused ones. They had only been in this place for a short time, yet, one after another, powerful people like him appeared and took away their companions. Hearing that, the Sea Dragon King couldn't control his laughter. He asked So if he was saying that among his colleagues there were a few with extraordinary potential. And then, as if prearranged, powerful cultivators showed up and took them away. And now, here he was, conveniently appearing in front of this woman. Seo told the Sea Dragon King, that's exactly what happened." Looking at Seo, the Sea Dragon King smiled and asked, "Dear mortal, do you know where we are?" He told Seo that this place was known as the Ascension Path, or the Path to Ascension. It was a key gateway that leads to the upper realm. In just a few months, a dimensional rift called the Ascension Gate would open right around here. It happens once every 1,000 years. Countless high-level cultivators and spiritual beings would have already begun gathering around the path to ascension to ascend to the upper realm. So, isn't it quite likely that cultivators like him would appear near them? Hearing that, Seo finally understood everything. Then Director Kim told the Sea Dragon King that those cultivators said they were taking his colleagues to join their sects, and if they were ascending to the upper realm, how could his colleagues join them? Hearing that, the Sea Dragon King told them it might be hard for mortals like them to understand. He took out a bottle similar to those the cultivators had and explained that there was a technique among cultivators used to shrink large objects and store them inside magical tools like this. Those cultivators would have likely stored their sects inside items like these. Their goal was to ascend to the upper realm, along with their entire sect, when the Ascension Gate opened. The Sea Dragon King told them that in fact he too had packed one of the undersea castles of his Sea Dragon clan inside this very item. Inside it, 1,800 sea dragons lie dormant. Hearing that, Seo and Director Kim's jaws dropped in shock. The Sea Dragon King patted Deputy Manager O's head, saying she was how peculiar and intriguing. If she were to join the Sea Dragon clan, she could become something extraordinary. Seeing him patting the unconscious Deputy Manager O's head, Director Kim jumped to stop the Sea Dragon King, but the next second he fell to his knees as a very powerful force pinned him to the ground. When Director Kim tried to fight that force, it increased every time, putting more pressure on him. The one putting that pressure was the Sea Dragon King. He lifted Deputy Manager O in his hand and told Director Kim that he would give Deputy Manager O his blood and accept her as his kin, and that would be best for all of them. He also gave one more piece of advice. Looking at Director Kim with his green glowing eyes, he warned him not to casually ask high-level cultivators questions. Just as he said that, the pressure on Director Kim and O increased, and both of their eyeballs popped out. While holding Deputy Manager O in his hands, the Sea Dragon King walked away from there, telling them that he answered because he was generous, but most cultivators would have killed them for the mere act of asking a question. Saying that, he walked out of the cave into the thunderstorm, transformed into his real dragon form, and flew back into the sky. Then, the next morning, the thunderstorm suddenly stopped and the weather cleared. Manager Kim was too shocked by the fact that all her colleagues had been kidnapped. She could not understand what was happening. An avalanche out of nowhere, then immortals and dragons abducting their companions? She could not digest all of this and began to lose her mind. Seeing her like that, Seo approached, trying to calm her down. But while shaking, Manager Kim said, "Manager Seo, please, you must not be taken as well. If you're taken too, I won't be able to survive in this forest alone." Saying that, she started crying. Seeing her like that, Seo wanted to reassure her that he would not leave her, but he knew that unfortunately, their time was up. Just then, Manager Kim felt something in her head and screamed. She fell to the ground, grabbing her head, and told Seo that something was coming. Seeing her screaming, Director Kim came running and asked what's wrong with her now. Suddenly, the whole jungle went wild. All the birds in the sky and all the animals in the forest started running for their lives. Manager Kim started shaking and told them that it was Head. Hearing that, Director Kim got confused, and before he could understand anything, suddenly an old man riding a mechanical lion appeared. That old man was shocked to see mortals there and asked how mere mortals had gotten into the path to ascension. But looking at them, it didn't take that old man long to understand that when the ascension gate was about to open, the surrounding space became unstable and they must have been caught in a spatial storm. He laughed, praising himself as a genius for understanding it immediately. He then came down from his mechanical lion and asked them who was the one who had just emitted that massive consciousness. He laughed, saying that it was such a powerful presence he had thought a sage from the upper realm had descended. Looking at Deputy Manager Oh's condition, he asked if it was her. Director Kim came forward and stopped the old man, saying, "Who are you?" "Manager Kim is our colleague." But with just one swing of his finger, the old man sent Director Kim flying to one side. Seeing that, Seo immediately jumped to catch Director Kim to protect him. He caught Director Kim but was also sent flying, crashing to the ground. Director Kim was uninjured and thanked Deputy Manager Seo, but Seo didn't respond. Seeing that, Director Kim panicked and helped Seo up. To their surprise, Seo's whole back was exposed and injured because of crashing on the ground. Director Kim was shocked seeing that and asked Seo if he was all right. Seo, in a slow voice, told Director Kim he was okay. On the other hand, the old man went to Deputy Manager Oh and grabbed her by the chin, asking, "Child, let me take you in. You don't have any spiritual root, but I can awaken it for you with my power." The old man wondered what would happen if such a strange consciousness evolved into a cultivator's divine consciousness. Hearing that, Deputy Manager Oh started crying and looked at Seo and Director Kim for help. Seeing her looking at them, the old man looked at Seo and Director Kim and asked if she was still clinging to her worldly attachments even after he offered to take her in. This made the old man angry. Using his powers, he grabbed both Seo and Director Kim by the neck and lifted them into the air. Both of them started struggling to breathe. The old man told Deputy Manager Oh that he would sever all her worldly ties for her himself. Seeing both of them struggling like that, Deputy Manager Oh got very scared. She started crying, begging the old man to please stop. She told him she would do anything he asked if he just spared them. Hearing that, the old man told Deputy Manager Oh that she must forget all her worldly attachments. While crying, Deputy Manager Oh told him she understood. After hearing that, the old man spared Seo and Director Kim, and both of them fell to the ground. But the old man knew that if he left them there, she would remain attached, so he decided to return them to a mortal nation nearby. Saying that, he used his spiritual powers and opened a portal. The old man told Deputy Manager Oh that both of her colleagues would be randomly scattered through a dimensional rift, and not even he knew where they would land. Just as he said that, the huge portal opened and started sucking both Seo and Director Kim inside. Director Kim was immediately sucked into the portal before he could even understand what was happening, while Seo, before getting sucked in, used all his power to grab the herbs he had collected the previous day. Then both of them got sucked inside. Deputy Manager Oh at the opening of the portal was crying for them. As the portal closed, everything turned black. Suddenly, a whole crowd's voices filled their ears. A street vendor's voice came saying, "We have the finest silks in Yangguo. We have newly arrived scriptures from Shenzi." Both Seo and Director Kim were lying unconscious on the ground. Seo was the first to regain consciousness. As he stood up, he looked ahead and saw that he was in an alleyway, with many people walking down the street ahead. Seo didn't recognize this place and wondered where he was. The reason he didn't recognize it was that in his previous life, he hadn't fallen into a place like this. He slowly stood up, realizing that the immortal had been telling the truth, that where they landed was random. As Seo walked out of the alleyway, he found that this path felt familiar for some reason. Looking around, he finally understood that this was the place he had once lived in for those 50 years. There was a huge 10-story building right in front of Seo. Seeing that building, he finally recognized that this was the capital of Yangguo, Seokyung City. After witnessing the scene outside, Seo returned to Director Kim and woke him up. Director Kim was very exhausted and told Manager Seo that he couldn't keep up with what was going on anymore. Sitting beside Seo, he told Director Kim he felt the same way. It would be nice if this was all just a dream. Director Kim couldn't believe that it was just the two of them left behind, but he thought he should be relieved that they weren't taken by those monsters. Seo just looked at the confused Director Kim and didn't say anything because even he didn't know about this. He may have regressed, but in his past life, he was nothing but a powerless herb gatherer. Seo then told Director Kim that they couldn't stay in this alleyway forever, so why didn't they get out of here? Director Kim said, "All right," and both of them left the alleyway. But as they came out, all the people of that place started staring at them while talking in some unknown language. Hearing those people, Director Kim got very confused. He asked Seo, "What are they saying? It sounds like Chinese. Why are the people whispering while looking at us?" Seo told Director Kim those people were saying the clothes both of them were wearing looked funny. Hearing that, Director Kim was shocked. Seo smiled and told him not to worry because he knew a bit of Chinese. Director Kim wanted to ask him something, but seeing Seo's injured back, he didn't ask and said, "That's great," Seo said that, but in reality he lied to Director Kim. The language those people were speaking was not Chinese. Other than the fact that they used the same characters, it sounded completely different. In his past life, Seo had to endure the mockery of beggars for 2 months just to learn the basics of the language, but now there was no need for that. So took out the herbs he had collected earlier and asked Director Kim if they should get some new clothes. Hearing that, Director Kim was confused and asked how, because he felt like the people of this place wouldn't accept their money. Seo didn't explain to Director Kim and just took him to the city's medicine hall. The owner of the medicine hall was shocked to see the ginseng and asked Seo if he was really letting them buy such precious herbs. Seo acted tough and told the owner that those yellow bamboo roots were at least 800 years old. The owner said, "Of course," and told him that the roots should be worth about 15 silver ingots. Hearing 15 silver ingots, even Seo got nervous because he had never had that much money in his past life. But he didn't lose his composure and asked the shop owner to hurry up and take the money. The shop owner said yes and immediately gave Seo the money. After leaving, Seo and Director Kim first bought some clothes and then bought a house in the city. Director Kim was shocked to see the house they were going to live in. Seo said yes and told Director Kim that from today onward, he would teach him the language of this place. Hearing that, Director Kim got very happy and thanked Manager Seo. Seo made it seem like there was no problem, but after bribing some guys for identity plaques and buying the land and house, they only had 1 silver ingot left. He guessed it was because they were in the capital, and that's why everything was so expensive there. While Seo was looking at the money, Director Kim noticed Seo's back. Even after wearing new clothes, because of the injuries on his back, his new clothes had turned red. Seeing how much Seo had helped him, Director Kim suggested to Seo that since they were in a whole new place now, why didn't he just call him by his name? Surprised to hear that, Seo told Director Kim that he was fine with that. Director Kim smiled and thanked him while calling him by his full name, So Eun-hyun. Then at night, after settling down in the house, Seo explained to Director Kim that the reason he was able to get all that money was because he sold those herbs. Pointing at the 2 remaining ginseng roots right in front of him, Seo told Director Kim that they wouldn't have a source of income if they ran out of herbs, so they needed to figure out a way to bring in money. Hearing that, Director Kim looked at the ginseng and wondered how. Suddenly, he got an idea and suggested to Seo that they use the silver they would get from selling the rest of the herbs to start a business. It was a good plan. Seo knew that with all the money they could get from this, as well as Director Kim's skill set from having been a director in a mid-sized company, they should be able to make a living. But that wasn't enough. Seo thought that since he had regressed, why not dream bigger? He knew that Director Kim was a martial genius who, after reading some third-rate martial arts books sold on the streets, became a martial master in just a few months. Once he learned more advanced techniques, he became one of the most powerful martial artists in the Jianghu. But what if he were to learn advanced martial arts from the start? Seo might be able to bring forward the birth of the greatest swordsman in the Jianghu by at least 30 years. Thinking all that, Seo smiled and decided he was going to benefit as much as he could while working for him. He told Director Kim that this was Mudim, a world of martial arts. This attracted Director Kim's attention. Seo told Director Kim that who knows when the gangs of the Jianghu might come for them if they set up a business, so shouldn't they at least learn a bit of self-defense? Director Kim's face lit up hearing the words martial arts, but he knew they didn't teach people outside the sects their martial arts. So he asked Seo how they would learn. Seeing his excitement, Seo smiled because, as a well-known Muram novel nerd, he knew Director Kim would be interested. He explained to Director Kim that in this city there are 7 famous sects. Among them the demon-slaying sect, self-binding temple, suppressing birdhouse, and the 7 mysteries sect are on the orthodox side of the Jianghu, whereas the Wolfang Gang, the Dark Knight Association, and the dragon-fighting stronghold are considered unorthodox. The people call them the 4 stars and the 3 demons. The demon-slaying sect mainly learns sword and blade techniques. The self-binding temple is a Buddhist sect, while the suppressing birdhouse is like the House sect. They focus on intelligence. The 7 mysteries sect has a very long history and teaches all kinds of martial arts. On the other hand, there isn't much information known about the 3 demons. It is said they are proficient in stealth techniques and sorcery and do a lot of illegal things. After explaining everything, So asked Director Kim which sect he liked best. Without a second thought, Director Kim chose the demon-slaying sect, adding that a martial artist should wield a sword and a man should learn blade techniques. Hearing his choice, Seo thought this was fitting for the man who was called the best swordsman in his past life, but Director Kim was confused and asked Seo how he knew all this. Seo laughed and told Director Kim that he had been eavesdropping on some martial artists talking earlier. Then, 3 months later, Seo and Director Kim went to the demon-slaying sect, but the guards stopped them, asking what brought them there. Seo introduced Director Kim as his older brother and told the guards that they had heard about how famous the demon-slaying sect was and came wishing to learn martial arts. The guard of the demon-slaying sect was a very strict, muscular guy. He looked at Seo and Director Kim's clothes and thought they looked like they had a decent amount of money, but he told Director Kim that learning martial arts at his age would be difficult. Seo laughed and offered a silver coin to the guard, asking if he wouldn't at least let them talk to someone of higher status, adding that even just simple self-defense training would do. Like that, while bribing the guard, Seo and Director Kim entered the demon-slaying sect. There, they met an elder of the sect. The elder asked if they wanted to learn martial arts for self-defense. Seo said they wanted to learn the best there was, offering a box full of silver nuggets. Seeing all those silver nuggets, the elder agreed, saying he supposed Seo could join as an external disciple. But after getting the silver nuggets, he added that they didn't give special treatment to those who joined with donations and, in addition, they would only accept one of them. Hearing that, Seo was shocked because all that money was worth only 1 yellow bamboo root and that was all they were willing to do for them. They're shocked, Director Kim tried to ask the elder if they were ripping them off, but before he could say anything more, Seo accepted the elder's conditions and thanked him, adding that his brother would be the one learning. Hearing that, Director Kim was very shocked. Then, while leaving, the elder asked Director Kim to come outside later, to where all the external disciples gathered. As he left, Director Kim asked Seo what was the use if only he would learn martial arts. He said he would have chosen a different group had he known they'd be so expensive. Seo turned around with a smile and told Director Kim not to sweat it, saying it's not like he had ever been good at sports anyway. He told Director Kim that he would just set up a business with the remaining money and support him, so he should just focus on learning martial arts. Director Kim was shocked to hear that. He couldn't believe how much Seo was sacrificing for him. He told So he would try his best, but Director Kim was still hesitant because he was old and didn't know if he would really be able to do much. So told him to believe in himself, that he could do it. Director Kim thanked So and left to train with the outer disciples. Then, 7 months later, at a competition held within the sect, all the elders of the demon-slaying sect were shocked and angry seeing the scene in front of them. The elders of the sect believed that the sect would end when knowledge had evolved in a way that made them impervious to it. Thereby, the sect ascended in stature, in their seemingly infinite wisdom. In just 7 months, Director Kim had defeated all their disciples. The elders were very angry, asking how some outsider from nowhere defeated all their beloved disciples in just 7 months. The demon-slaying sect was in an uproar.
To master a martial art means to understand the true meaning that the martial art holds and to physically attune to it. A third-rate warrior who understands the meaning of a martial art can become second-rate if they merge it into their own understanding. To advance from there, one needs more than double the amount of understanding compared to before, along with equally more time and effort. But sometimes, people with enough talent seem to laugh at typical levels of understanding and speed through many stages at once. The demon-slaying sect is full of such talented martial artists, the great sect of Seokyeong City. However, an outsider has come to defeat the direct disciples of that great sect. Within 7 months, Director Kim became a first-rate warrior who had completely mastered the absolute dragon saber technique of the demon-slaying sect. The Grand Elder of the demon-slaying sect was furious seeing Director Kim because he knew it was impossible to reach first-rate with just half a year of learning martial arts. The level of first-rate is a stage only attainable with the collaborative efforts of many skilled martial artists. On top of that, Director Kim was an outsider learning in their sect. To others it would seem that their tradition had knelt to that one man. The Grand Elder immediately ordered the sect guards to capture Director Kim. Like that, Director Kim was captured and put in a house guarded by hundreds of guards. But now, even CO was captured. He knew that because an outsider had gained skills befitting an elder of a sect within 7 months, the sect was in chaos. In such a ridiculous situation, Director Kim was imprisoned in his quarters, suspected of being a spy of another sect. However, CO didn't know why he was also considered a suspect when he didn't know martial arts. CO asked Director Kim, who was practicing his sword techniques, if he wasn't worried. Director Kim laughed and asked CO what he should worry about. CO told him it was about them suspecting him as a spy. In martial arts novels, they typically destroy one's chi core or even cut off their chi flow. Director Kim admitted that it was true, but told CO that for some reason he thought he was approaching the next wall, and if he crossed it, he believed he could advance to the next stage. CO was shocked hearing that and asked what kind of monster Director Kim was. It hadn't even been long since he had become a first-rate martial artist, and now he was already nearing the next stage. CO knew that martial peak awaited after first-rate. That level was where most sect leaders of great sects or elders were at. In Yangguo, they were known as absolute masters, and there were only about 1,000 of them in the whole nation. The martial arts world never mentions the stage after that, so martial peak is essentially the last stage one can attain by learning martial arts. CO realized that his assumptions were wrong. At this rate, the birth of the greatest swordsman in the world would be sped up by 40 years, not 30. Then, 7 days later, CO and Director Kim were still in captivity. But during this time, Director Kim was not resting. He was practicing and meditating. After 7 days, all the energy he gathered turned into tree energy lotus flowers. Director Kim inhaled that lotus energy through his mouth. CO was shocked to see those lotuses because he knew that those were the flowers of chi that only appeared to peak martial artists, and 3 flowers gathered at the summit. After completely absorbing those chi flowers, Director Kim stood up and told So he had crossed the barrier, and now he was not so scared of the demon-slaying sect leader anymore. Hearing that, CO laughed and told Director Kim that his talent far exceeded his imagination. Director Kim smiled and told CO that he was also impressed by himself. He never knew he would have such talent. He mused that maybe this was why he always loved martial arts novels as a kid. Just then, an elder of the demon-slaying sect, accompanied by many guards, entered the house and announced, "Here comes Jim Young-hoon and his comrade." The elder took out a paper and told them they had orders from the sect leader to destroy the chi core of the spy who dared to steal the martial arts of the demon-slaying sect. Hearing that, Director Kim looked at the elder angrily, but Seo got scared and tried to explain. "We weren't spies, we were just—" Before he could finish, the elder punched Seo in the face, telling him to be silent because they had even heard the two of them speaking in a code-like language. He ordered the guards to restrain them. But before they could act, Director Kim pulled out his sword and before anyone could react, cut down the elder's hand with lightning speed. The elder was shocked to see that and also lost his sword. Director Kim pointed his sword at the elder and told him that this was his first sect and he wasn't a spy. However, a guard standing behind didn't listen and jumped to attack Director Kim. Before his sword could even touch Director Kim moved with lightning speed and cut down the hands of all the guards in the room. Seeing that, all the guards started running away, realizing that he was a peak-level martial artist. They immediately went to inform the sect leader. Seeing them running away, Director Kim told Seo that he intended to visit other sects to train and asked him what he would do. Seo immediately replied that he would accompany Director Kim and suggested they go to the acclaimed unorthodox sect, the Dragon Fighting Stronghold. Hearing that, Director Kim laughed and told him to go ahead and that they would meet there, adding that he would end the pursuit of the demon-slaying sect's elders and leader. Then, a few hours later, at the Dragon Fighting Stronghold's mountain range, Director Kim was standing on top of a cliff with his sword and asked Seo what took him so long. Seo, breathing heavily after climbing for so long, laughed and told Director Kim he was just too fast. While talking with Director Kim, Seo's attention was on the sword Director Kim was holding, which was soaked in blood. Seeing the sword, Seo thought that Director Kim used to call him Violence Out until recently. But even if it was to survive, this world changed them into something else. Seo thought it'd be great if they could return, not to this martial arts world, but to everyday life on Earth. And if he were to regress, he wished he could just return to Earth. Thinking all that, Seo climbed the mountain and followed Director Kim, knowing that it couldn't be helped. Now that they were here, they needed to do what they could. After being betrayed by the demon-slaying sect, Director Kim took over the dragon-fighting stronghold. 2 years later, he toured each region of Yangguo to defeat various sects, and in the 3rd year, he finally managed to destroy the emblems of every sect. Director Kim was known as the greatest martial artist under the heavens, and he used that fame to unite the sects, forming the Martial Alliance. Then, 7 years later, Director Kim and Seo were as close as brothers, ignoring the age gap. Director Kim created a martial art specifically suited for Seo and gave him the martial arts manual, saying, "This is the Severing Mountain Sword." Seo took the manual and started reading it. Director Kim explained to Seo that he named the martial art hoping Seo would inherit its will that could even cut down mountains. If he mastered the Severing Mountain Sword, he knew Seo would be able to reach martial peak. Reading the book, Seo was shocked because, aside from the things Director Kim had told him, the Dragon Vein Chi method created alongside it was true first-rate martial arts, very different from any second- or third-rate martial arts. It was a very powerful technique, and Seo started practicing it. But if there was a problem, it was that even then Seo could not learn it, and would fall to the ground immediately when facing Director Kim. Seeing that, Director Kim told Seo that he really had no talent. Yes, Seo's talent was absolutely terrible. Even though the best martial artist under the heavens created a martial art suited for him and taught him one-on-one, Seo barely made it to 3rd rate after an entire year. A year later, Seo admitted that it couldn't be helped. He told Director Kim that he did have some talent in medicine at least, as people are talented in different areas. Then, one day after the decade had passed, Seo witnessed something amazing. He saw Director Kim meditating with 5 chi flower balls forming above his head. Seo was amazed to see that because this was a level he had only heard of in legends. It was 5 energies converging to the origin. Suddenly, Director Kim's whole body started releasing huge amounts of internal chi. All his bones and joints began cracking, and the energy around him completely changed as Director Kim's white hair of old age turned black again. It was a divine scene as Director Kim's whole body went into transformation, releasing so much energy that even standing nearby was impossible. After everything calmed down, Seo looked ahead and was shocked to see Director Kim. Director Kim, who had turned into a young man, laughed and asked Seo what had him so surprised. His voice, his face, and his body had completely turned into that of a young man. This is called skeletal restructuring. Shocked, Seo called Director Kim brother, telling him he looked even younger than him. Director Kim laughed, asking if he really looked that way. He told Seo he felt so full of life, like he could do anything. Seo told Director Kim that the world would be shocked when they saw him completely transformed. While wearing his clothes, Director Kim said certainly. He walked toward Seo and told him that it was about time he handed over the Murim Alliance to the next leader. But Seo knew that there was no one who caught Director Kim's eye. Director Kim told Seo that he was right. The Murim Alliance leader, by definition, needed a certain level of martial arts, but there wasn't a single one who truly understood martial arts. Seo laughed and told Director Kim that was because he was abnormal. Where else in the world would there be a genius like him? Director Kim looked out the window to see the disciples practicing martial arts and told Seo that even so, they needed to find someone. But Seo insisted there were no talented people. Then, 25 years later, in a building in the middle of the Murim Alliance, Seo was writing with a brush. 35 years had passed since he had started his life again in Deongseonhyang. His hair had turned gray as he was already in his mid-60s. Now he wondered where young Director Kim was and what he was doing. A year after his transformation, Director Kim handed over the position of Murim Alliance leader to the next generation and retired. Seo too wanted to retire with him then, but to set the chaotic Murim Alliance straight, he had to remain in the position of the Murim Alliance's strategist for a long time. Director Kim told Seo that he wanted to wander the martial world and travel all over Yon Kingdom. Perhaps because of that, he didn't even come to Seo's retirement ceremony in the end. Old Seo came out of his room to get some fresh air. Looking around the house, he felt lonely. He had bought this house with a big heart using his retirement money, but it was too big to live in alone. That was the problem. While he was thinking about all that, suddenly he heard someone coming out of the bushes. He got alert and asked, "Who's there?" But when he got closer to check, He was surprised to see Director Kim there in torn clothes. He asked Director Kim what was with the beggar's appearance and why he hadn't even come to his retirement ceremony. "Where did you go?" Director Kim laughed and fell to the ground. Seeing him like that, Seo asked if something had happened. Looking at the sky, Director Kim told Seo that he truly thought he had blessed martial talent. Sitting beside Seo, Director Kim asked, "Isn't that right? If I'm not a genius, then what am I?" Director Kim said, "That's right. I am clearly a martial arts genius. Perhaps in this Yan Kingdom or among ordinary people like me, no one can match my martial talent." Hearing Director Kim call himself an ordinary person, Seo got confused and asked how he could be ordinary. "Who under this sky doesn't know that you are the world's #1? Before Seo could finish his words, Director Kim said in a deep voice that he fought against those cultivators and asked Seo if he remembered them. 35 years ago, those monsters who kidnapped their comrades and flew in the sky. Seo, who had experienced that time twice, immediately remembered and was shocked to find out they were cultivators. Seo knew that they didn't easily reveal themselves but secretly worked throughout the Yan imperial family and manipulated Yan Kingdom itself. After establishing the Murim alliance, as its influence grew somewhat in Yan Kingdom, those cultivator forces began to seriously interfere with them. Director Kim was displeased with this, but to defy them was to fight against the nation itself. So, to protect the Murim alliance, they had no choice but to obey them. Because of that, Director Kim stepped down from his position as Murim alliance leader and, as a human, sought them out alone throughout Yan Kingdom to contend with them. Director Kim told Seo that those cultivators were truly hard to find, and even if he found one and tried to fight, they completely ignored him, saying he wasn't worth fighting for. Then they would leave using illusions or flight techniques, making it hard to seize an opportunity. But 5 years ago, he finally got to fight a cultivator. Hearing that, Seo got very excited and asked Director Kim if he won. Director Kim told him that he did. Hearing that, Seo laughed and told Director Kim that if he had done that during his time as Murim Alliance leader, he would have grabbed him by the back of his neck. But while shaking hands, Director Kim told Seo that fighting for his life against that cultivator who had reached the Qi condensation realm, he could barely scratch his fingertip. Hearing that, Seo was shocked. Director Kim said that the cultivator he fought said even if Director Kim just grazed his body, he would count it as Director Kim's win, so he did win. Still, Director Kim was very disappointed. Seo then asked him if the cultivator at the Qi condensation realm was one of the 10 great masters of the cultivation world or something like that. Director Kim said no and told Seo that the cultivator said his realm was second from the bottom in the cultivation world. In martial arts terms, he was a second-rate warrior. Hearing that, Seo was stunned. He could not understand anything and asked Director Kim what nonsense he was talking about. In his past life and in this life, Seo knew that cultivators were formidable beings, but Young Hoon's martial arts clearly touched the heavens. He was a person who literally used skywalking to perform martial arts in the air, and could cut through millennium-old steel and buildings like tofu. But such a martial arts genius, all he could do was scratch the fingertip of a bottom-tier cultivator. With disappointment on his face, Director Kim said, "I was a frog in a well. We can never stand against cultivators. They are like natural disasters." Hearing all that, Seo started sweating. He got scared hearing Director Kim's stories. But then Director Kim took out a hand from his pocket, telling Seo that today he cut that cultivator's wrist. Hearing that, Seo got happy and asked Director Kim if that didn't mean his martial arts surpassed that cultivator. But Director Kim immediately declined and told Seo that the cultivator just put on a talisman and his hand grew back. Saying that, Director Kim stood up and told Seo that it seemed his martial path ended here. Surprised, Seo asked him what he meant by that. Director Kim told Seo that he came to say goodbye today. He laughed and said, "That person said he highly regarded my will and would take me into his cultivation sect, and I'll probably start as the youngest." Hearing that, Seo asked Director Kim if becoming a cultivator meant becoming an immortal, and didn't they say it was impossible for a body without spiritual roots? Director Kim told him that for a regular mortal, the stage of 5 energies converging to the origin is equivalent to the 5-element spiritual root that cultivators are naturally born with. He told Seo that to gain the trait that cultivators are born with, mortals like them must use their entire lives to even manifest that basic quality. Saying that, Director Kim swung his sword and cut open the space itself, creating a door in mid-air. While entering that door, Director Kim told Seo that he would now go and must aim for a higher stage. But before leaving, he handed Seo a book, saying, "This book is my last gift to you." He told Seo to stay safe and left before Seo could say anything. Seo checked the book, which was named Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. It was a record of attempting to use martial arts to surpass cultivation. He was very worried and looked into the air, asking Director Kim where he was going without him, but there was no reply. And so time passed. Now it had been 50 years since Seo came to this world, and here he lay dying of a common cold, just like in his previous life. This was fate. No matter how hard a human tries, they cannot escape fate. In the end, all that changed was his house and bed. He ultimately died on the same day. He lived his life to its limits because he didn't want to experience the same regret from his past life. He was so busy he hadn't even thought of marriage. And thanks to that, he was able to unite the Yangguo martial sects and experience plenty of the fame and wealth the mortal world could offer. But he could not understand the sense of emptiness in his heart. He wondered if they had struggled harder. Could Director Kim and he have reached the sky? Seo's body quaked in this sense of powerlessness. It was too regrettable, and that marked the end of Seo's second regression. After dying for the second time, Seo's eyes, which had gone blurry just a few seconds ago, opened again. He looked around and saw that he was in the same forest on the ascension path. Looking down, he noticed that his body was brimming with energy. Seeing that, he realized that regression wasn't just a one-time thing. As he was lost in his thoughts, suddenly Section Chief John charged at Seo in anger, shouting, "Deputy Manager Seo, you bastard!" But as John swung his hand to slap Seo, Seo reacted instantly and dodged the attack. John continued trying to punch him, but Seo effortlessly dodged every strike. He wasn't even paying attention to John. He was lost in thought, wondering, why did I regress? He knew that a new body full of energy and a fresh opportunity was undoubtedly a good thing. But what about everything he had built over the past 50 years? On the other hand, John began to get exhausted. Still swinging his fists to attack, he screamed at Seo, saying that he had almost gotten them all killed, and now he had the nerve to dodge. But Seo didn't respond to his words. He kept thinking, is this really a good thing? He knew the truth. It wasn't. This was a curse that denied him the meaning of life. Sure, a couple of regressions might feel like a blessed opportunity, but if this were to go on forever, Seo would be trapped in fate's wheel, forced to wallow in the suffering of life until the end of time. Moreover, he couldn't meet the people he knew in his previous life again. The people in front of him now were simply beings who shared the appearance of those he once cared for. Director Kim, whom he had thought of as an older brother, no longer existed in this world. Watching John trying to fight and becoming completely exhausted, Director Kim finally intervened, telling Section Chief John, "That's enough." Seo then told John to calm down, asking, "What help will being angry bring here?" Hearing that, John became even angrier, calling Seo shameless. But before he could say more, Seo spoke again. "In the first place, John, you were on driving duty today. I warned you before you forced me to drive that I hadn't slept last night, because of the work you offloaded on me." Seo turned to leave and asked John, how would I have even dodged an incoming avalanche on a narrow road? He advised John to stop pointing fingers and think instead about what they needed to do next. John was speechless. He was used to Seo always accepting blame and apologizing. Seo then turned to Director Kim and mistakenly called him by his name, just like he had in his previous life. But he immediately corrected himself. He told Director Kim that he would search for a place where they could stay before the sun set, and asked everyone else to look for the car or any possible way out of the forest. He added, "When the sun sets, I'll light a fire, so come over to it." Seo wasn't trying to please anyone anymore. He wasn't building relationships, because deep down he knew, what's the point of making bonds with people who would disappear again? In the end, he would always be alone. As the sun set, Seo lit the fire. After searching for the car, they all returned and saw the fire, Seo sitting beside it, the others asleep. But only Seo was awake, his eyes wide with fear. He feared the unending regression, the infinite loop of time. He knew this ability had to be removed and wondered if it would vanish if he somehow returned to Earth. But seeing how he always regressed back to this moment on the ascension path, he didn't know how to go home. He remembered what the old cultivator had said. When the ascension gate opens, nearby spaces destabilize. Ordinary humans could have been caught in spatial storms. Realizing that the ascension gate exists, Seo thought that it must be related to why they fell into this world. And maybe, just maybe, they could return to their original world using it. He decided that first, he must grow stronger. As an ordinary mortal, he couldn't accomplish anything. He needed to become a cultivator like Director Kim and start cultivating. Once he gained a longer lifespan through cultivation, he would be able to research the Ascension Gate properly. Seo came out of the cave at night, and while looking at the sky, he decided that he would become a cultivator and go to the Ascension Gate. The next day, as the sun rose, Seo left the cave and ventured into the forest. He went to the same place where he had previously found those 1,000-year-old ginsengs. He dug out as many as he could and began eating them immediately without stopping. By eating them, Seo could feel strong chi quakes within his core. In his previous life, he hadn't known any heart methods, so eating these yellow bamboo roots would have done nothing. But now, using the dragon vein chi method that Director Kim had made for him, he could break through the blocked chi passageways. Seo's heart, which had been extremely polluted, slowly began to cleanse itself. It started beating like it had when he was born. Seo began sweating heavily as he cultivated, but he understood. It wasn't easy to heal a body soaked in preservatives, fast food, and stress. Still, he didn't give up and continued. After eating those ginsengs, he went to train his body. He took a tree branch and, using rocks, carefully carved it into the shape of a sword. Looking at the somewhat sword-like stick, Seo thought, that should do the work. He started swinging his sword, remembering the training he had done in his previous life with Director Kim. He recalled his footwork and the way he used to swing his blade. In his past life, he had only been an average second-rate martial artist, and since he hadn't practiced near the end of his life, his skills had dulled. Of course, he wasn't completely helpless. He swung his wooden sword at a nearby tree using the Severing Mountain Sword first form. With just a wooden sword, Seo cut into the tree and created a deep mark. He could do this because the martial arts from his previous life were still all in his head. So, improving his skills was just a matter of time. But unknown to Seo, his sword practice had been seen by Director Kim, who had wandered into the forest. Director Kim was utterly shocked and called out from behind, asking, "What was that just now?" He ran up to Seo, asking, "How did you slash a tree with a wooden stick? Just what is that strength?" Seeing how excited Director Kim was, Seo smiled inside, thinking, "This is the man who will instruct me to become a cultivator." Seo turned to Director Kim and asked if he wanted to try learning this technique. Hearing that, Director Kim's face lit up with excitement. He asked Seo, "Can I really do it?" But before Seo could reply, something suddenly appeared and destroyed the tree where Seo had been practicing. It was none other than the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox glared at them angrily and shouted, "Filthy humans! How dare you play around in front of the master of this forest?" Seeing the nine-tailed fox, Director Kim was completely stunned. And not just him, even Seo grew very nervous. He had completely forgotten about the nine-tailed fox. In his second life, the nine-tailed fox had mercilessly bitten off Seo's arm. At that moment, Seo knew the only thing he could do now was endure, as the fox tore apart his arm and slightly eased its pain by applying pressure to his own acupoint, because he knew he was weak. In his first life, and even in his second, he was weak. But now, in this third life, as the nine-tailed fox appeared before him, Seo took a deep breath and walked toward it. Scared, everyone called out to Seo from behind, telling him not to go there. But Seo didn't listen to them and continued toward the nine-tailed fox. Even now, in his third regression, he still didn't know how his second life had ended up that way. In his previous life, Seo had decided to become a cultivator after reaching the five-path core. But even after learning martial arts under the best master for over 100 years, he was barely considered a second-rank mastery warrior. Seo grabbed one arm with the other and used his strength to cut off his own arm, because he knew that compared to the people gathered here, his talent was trash. Seeing Seo cut off his own arm, everyone was shocked and terrified. Seo offered the severed arm to the nine-tailed fox to eat, because whether it took 1,000 years or 10,000, he was determined not to give up. Seeing Seo willingly offer his own arm, the nine-tailed fox laughed and said, "Human, you know your place. You know how to offer yourself as a sacrifice." The nine-tailed fox then decided to have a taste of Seo's arm. Hearing that, Seo silently resolved to offer his arm to the fox until the day he surpassed its strength. After the fox ate Seo's arm, it allowed them to stay and then disappeared. Seo didn't care about the others. He simply went to a quiet place in the forest and kept swinging his sword. After a few days, the cultivators healed his arm and escorted his colleagues away. But Seo didn't eat, sleep, or rest. He kept swinging his sword. The only reason he stopped swinging on the fourth day was because the Sea Dragon King arrived. Seo greeted the Sea Dragon King with respect and said, "This lowly mortal dares to ask the Sea Dragon King a question." Seeing how respectful Seo was, the Sea Dragon King allowed him to speak. Seo asked, "It seems the Sea Dragon King wishes to take Miss O." But Miss O is just an ordinary person without spiritual roots, and ordinary humans cannot live longer than 100 years. So, what are your intentions toward her? Hearing that, the Sea Dragon King laughed and said Co was quite an observant mortal, someone who understood the state of cultivators well. But he told them not to worry, because once Miss O accepted his blood, she would awaken spiritual roots suitable for her. Co was surprised to hear that and asked the Sea Dragon King if perhaps he could give them a chance as well, since Miss O was from the same hometown, and maybe they too might possess some hidden ability. Hearing that, the Sea Dragon King smiled and told Co to listen carefully. Just as he said that, Co felt an overwhelming pressure on his chest and collapsed to the ground. The Sea Dragon King said, "I will say one thing out of concern. Do not carelessly express your opinions to a high-ranking cultivator like me. We have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. We see what mortals cannot see. We know what mortals do not know." He looked at Co with glowing green eyes and continued, "You have a good temperament, so I'll let it slide. But there are cruel ones who, just because your eyes met theirs, would tear you apart like insects and kill you." Saying that, the Sea Dragon King walked out of the cave with Miss O, then transformed into his dragon form and flew back into the sky. Seeing the Sea Dragon King's true form, Director Kim was completely shocked. The next day, as the weather cleared and everyone came out of the cave, they encountered the old cultivator riding the mechanical lion. As the old cultivator appeared, Co stepped forward, greeted him, and asked, "Our colleague Miss Kim is just an ordinary person without spiritual roots. So how could she possibly become your disciple?" Hearing that, the old cultivator laughed and took out an elixir, telling Co that it was a very precious elixir capable of opening spiritual channels. If one took it, even an ordinary person might gain the chance to become immortal. Co was shocked to hear that there was another way to become a cultivator. The old cultivator explained that it was possible for mortals to reach the realm of the five-path core by pushing their martial arts to the extreme, but that path took too long and the results were unsatisfactory, so this method was the best. After telling them everything, the old cultivator opened a portal to the mortal world and sent them into it, saying both of them were useless to him now, so they should get lost. Both Co and Director Kim fell into the teleportation portal, and Miss Kim could only watch them disappear, screaming. Co lost consciousness there, and the next time he opened his eyes, he found himself hanging from a tree branch above the ground. He looked ahead and saw a vast forest with some buildings in the middle. Seeing that, Co realized that this was the southwestern route army of the Yon Kingdom, his past life. Just like in the second regression, he had wandered all over the Yon Kingdom with Director Kim. Having traveled the Yon Kingdom for over 100 years, there were almost no places he didn't know now. Co climbed down from the tree and woke up Director Kim. After waking him up, both of them headed toward a nearby castle. Co explained the situation to Director Kim, who seemed flustered, but likely because so much had happened already, he accepted most of it. A few days later, they arrived at the nearest Tiger Wall Castle. There, they sold herbal medicine from the Immortal Ascending Village and bought a house. Co began teaching Director Kim how to write and speak the language, as well as how to use the Severing Mountain Blade, which Director Kim had originally created in his second regression. Co then modified the Severing Mountain Sword to better suit the weapon Kim used. Co felt a bit disappointed with himself as he watched Director Kim, because Director Kim had reached the Three Blossoms Crown Peak only 3 months after starting martial arts training, while someone like Co had spent 2 entire lifetimes just training and barely reached the first rate. After Director Kim reached peak level, he got excited and said, "If it's now, I think I could even beat you." Hearing that, Co smiled, realizing that the man in front of him was not the same big brother he once served in a past life. This Director Kim was mentally much younger than Co. In terms of how long Co had lived, he was now old enough to be Director Kim's grandfather. So Co decided that he shouldn't stay with him in this life. He gave Director Kim martial arts cultivation scrolls and the exhausting record of transcending, a book Kim had created in his previous life. He told Director Kim that from today onwards, he would be going his own way. Hearing that, Director Kim was shocked and asked Co, "What do you mean by that? Did I make a mistake? Is that why you're leaving? What's the reason?" When Director Kim asked about the reason, Co remembered what had happened in his first regression. Director Kim had become the Martial Alliance leader but fell into despair after losing to the cultivators. The second regression wasn't much different. Director Kim developed the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, then created the record of martial arts surpassing through cultivation. He fought against the cultivators, but in the end, he was overwhelmed by a stronger one and fell to the ground. After that, Director Kim disappeared, saying he would become a cultivator, abandoning the path of martial arts. And Seo thought, maybe this life would end up the same. This time, he no longer wanted to see his brother Kim fall into that same despair again. So Seo made an excuse, telling Director Kim that he wanted to travel alone and improve his skills. Hearing that, Director Kim asked Seo if he couldn't do that with him, questioning how he was supposed to live without Seo. Seo told Director Kim that with his martial arts skills at the current level, he should be able to live well. Seo reminded him that he had already taught him how to speak, write, and even martial arts. Now that Director Kim was a top expert, there was nothing more to worry about. But Director Kim still wasn't convinced. He asked Seo if he really had to be separated from his hometown friends again. Seo was surprised to hear that. So he told Director Kim that starting from today, once every 2 years, they should meet at this house. Hearing that, Director Kim finally agreed. After persuading Director Kim, who was feeling lonely, Seo then left the house. Sometime later, a disciple of the 8 Stronghold Pavilion came out, asking, "What's this commotion in front of the 8 Stronghold Pavilion?" The person he asked was Seo. Seo greeted him and told the disciple that he had come to request a duel at the 8 Stronghold Pavilion. Hearing this, that disciple started laughing and told Seo, "This pavilion is not a place where just anyone can show up." But before that disciple could finish his words, Seo drew his sword and swung it, cutting down the disciple's blade in a single strike, shocking everyone nearby. After cutting the blade, Seo asked the disciple, "Do I still look like a nobody to you?" Seo had made up his mind. He was determined that he would definitely become stronger. After challenging the 8 Stronghold Pavilion and cutting there, Disciple's Blade Seo was welcomed inside the 8 Stronghold Pavilion. Once inside, a girl comes TK escort him. She asked him to please come to the inner quarters, saying the sect leader is waiting there. Seo followed that girl to the inner quarters, and that girl leads him to a arena where the sect leader was waiting for him. Their audience were the disciples of 8 Stronghold Pavilion. When the sect leader saw Seo, he smiles and said he was curious who this first-rate master would be. But Seo is such a young junior. Seo greets the sect leader saying this humble one. Seo Yoon-hyun greets the sect leader of Palgyeongguk. Here that sect leader laughs and praised Seo saying his energy is extraordinary. Seo also praised the sect leader saying his energy is also extraordinary, and asked him to please grant him his guidance. AECT leader immediately took out his weapon. His weapon was a spear whip. Sect leader swings his spear whip and told so that he will begin first. Seo also took out his sword. Sect leader moved very fast and attacked at Seo's legs, but Seo quickly dodged his attack, but it was sect leader's main attack. As Seo dodged and was in mid-air, sect leader infused energy into the spear whip and attacks. His attack was aimed at Seo's head that surprised him, but Seo moved his sword with lightning speed and defected his attack easily. Disciples of the 8 Stronghold Pavilion get shocked to see that their sect leader's 9-section whip was blocked with a sword, looking at Seo reaction speed. Sect leader was impressed, saying, "Young warrior, you have reached the state of sword-body unity, and is at the late stage of first rate." Seo also praised the sect leader for completely integrating with martial arts, and thanks to that, Seo have seen a new technique. Sect leader laughs and told Seo that to be at the same level as him, the sect leader, at such a young age, Seo truly is a genius. Hearing the sect leader calling him genius, Seo laughs because being called a genius is not a compliment to him. It might be surprising that he, who appears to be in his late 20s, have reached a level that takes decades of training. Seo smiles and thanked sect leader for complimenting his insufficient talent, because he knows that in reality, he is merely one of the countless mediocre dullards in this world. Heaven did not grant him talent, but even as such a dullard, through regression, he was able to train his martial arts to a level comparable to a genius. But Seo thinks that regression perhaps is both his ability and his opportunity. Therefore, he decided to be a genius. He points his sword at sect leader and said, "Now he will use sword energy." Sect leader also told him that he will go all out too. Seo used Duan Yu sword, art's first move, and strikes at the sect leader. Sect leader quickly moved to his right and dodged his attack. Nutseo didn't give him any change and used second move, entering the mountain and attacks from below. Second leader blocks his strike with spear whip and moved back. Seo charges again and used third move, ascending the vein to attack. Sect leader again blocked his attack. He then takes a step back and unleashed his energy, infusing it into his spear whip to attack. He swings his spear whip with lightning speed and continuously attacks from many directions, trying to put pressure on Seo. But Seo didn't fall short and block all his attacks. Sect leader was shocked, seeing that, wondering, what is this monstrous sword art that he can't break through? Sect leader again aimed at SEO's legs, tried to shake his balance, but it was no use as SEO jumped and dodged again. While SEO was in midair, he used his Duan Yu sword's 7th move. Deed Mountain and charged straight at sect leader with his speed. It looked like SEO was attacking with thousands of sword, and the sect leader could not dodge. The sect leader could not predict SEO's sword, and barely dodged slight, getting his cheeks cut, seeing that disciples of 8 Stronghold Pavilion get shocked. Saying this can't be. SEO's sword speed was getting faster with each move. SEO used his 11th move, destroying the ground. Sect leader jumped and dodged his attack. Disciples were stunned, seeing that it's not just the speed, the sword is gaining destructive power and speed. SEO again charges and attacks with infused sword. Sect leader blocks his swords with his infused spear whip. Their collision released huge amounts of energy. After take CO's attack, head on sect leader's hand starts shaking, seeing that SEO decide to finish it. Here, he jumped high into the sky and used his 12th move, 7 lights emerging peak. Seeing him, sect leader also attacks. But SEO swings his energy-infused sword with so much force and speed that it cut down the sect leader's spear whip into thousands pieces, completely shocking the sect leader. Not just him. All the disciples of the 8 Stronghold Pavilion were shocked, seeing that CO's attack not only cut down sect leader's spear whip, it also cut his hand. Sect leader grabbed his hand in pain and declared that he conceded his defeat. Hearing that, SEO immediately put away his sword and greets the sect leader, saying it was a good opportunity. Saying that he left the arena, their Mac has completely destroyed the arena. After defeating the sect leader of the 8 Stronghold Pavilion, CO left the sect. As he was walking out of the sect, everyone was looking at him in shock. This was a very clean fight. SEO remembers that Palgyeongak was famous even in his previous life as a righteous sect that didn't engage in cowardly acts, so he decided to try visiting a demonic sect next. Thinking through these martial arts duels, in this life, he must reach the peak realm. As slowly time passed, CO visited about 4 more small sects in Seogyeongseong. Among them, he lost in duels at Eoliubo and Hwayongmun, and won against sects like Gaijubong and Yukjeolbo. And then he went to Hoadangpa. There he fought a warrior. He first cut down that warrior's blade. CO sends him flying. That warrior goes flying towards his sect master. Because of SEO's powerful attack, that warrior get unconscious, seeing that the sect leader. If Hoadongpa laughs, saying, "So the young first-rate master who's been challenging people to duels all over Seogyeongseong recently was you." After all, he told CO that he have seen his skill well. CO greets the sect leader, saying he too have learned a lot. Just then many warriors comes out of the door behind the sect leader. Sect leader, ask SEO if he is ready, because now it's the turn of the 10 elders. Seeing that, SEO gets surprise. Wondering what is this? Is this the demonic sect's way? He asked the sect leader that didn't the duel just end with his victory, and he have never heard of continuous battles or a 10-on-1 duel. With a smirk, sect leader said, "Really, didn't you just hear?" Hearing that, SEO realized that this guy is playing word games. He tried to scare the sect leader, saying if he widely announced today's cowardice to other sects, Hoadangpa's reputation will plummet. Sect leader laughs and told SEO that he don't care because SEO will get injured during the duel here, and that injury will flare up, and he will die of tetanus. He told SEO that the people will believe that their sect have taken great care for SEO, and despite their best efforts, SEO unfortunately passed away. As those then elders surrender, SEO sect leader laughs, telling him that how can a dead man spread a different rumor? This situation was even more than SEO had expected. They were crazy bastards. All the elders points there. Swords at CO, and the sect leader told him if they kill him here, it won't affect their reputation. It sounds very dangerous. But SEO smiled because this is also why he came here. He pulled out his sword and asked sect leader to come at him, saying he will accept this absurd duel. All the elders charged at CO, and from then on, they start a real fight as the sun sets in Hoadongpa region. The streets light up in joy. People were enjoying their night, drinking at inns. A drunk man told his friend that he heard that the young master who was challenging every sect to fight went to duel the Hoadangpa this time, saying what a pity for such a young talent. His friend agrees, saying to challenge an illegal organization like the evil sect to a duel is just asking for death. Their third friend told them that's how it usually is, isn't it? When one is young, they believe this world will go their way. Something like that kind of innocence. A guy from another table stands up, saying that young man just relied on his skill and acted rashly, bringing about his own death. The Hoadangpa may seem like a sect on the outside, but inside, it's no different from a bandit's den. He's probably buried by now. while they were talking. Just then someone entered the inn wearing shoes soaked in blood. The waiter turned to welcome that new guest but get shocked seeing him. It was SEO completely soaked in blood. With small injuries around his body, he ordered one bowl of noodles. Everyone in the inn gets shocked seeing SEO. Waiter nervously ask him please come in and sit down. SEO goes to sit down, and as he passed by everyone lowered their head not looking him into eyes. But it was normal reaction because SEO had a very angry expression. He was angry at those crazy bastards of Hoadangpa. He really almost died, not just 10-1, but they even cowardly poisoned their weapons and injured his back with it. It's a good thing SEO learned top-tier medicine when he was a strategist for the Martial Alliance. If he hadn't taken the antidote pills and stimulants his prepared beforehand, he would have died. He killed all 10 of the elders. But then, with that crazy old man's final desperate act, he shouted for his disciples, kill SEO somehow. All the miscellaneous soldiers of the sect, carrying spears and arrows, formed a battle formation and charged. SEO just fought like a beast, not caring for technique or anything to survive. Even so, SEO survived. He cut the meridians of the ones who were still breathing, crippling them so they won't come looking for revenge, and he killed their sect leader while eating the noodles. He saw his hand shaking, maybe because he took too many stimulants. The tension just won't subside. He sighs, knowing that he won't be able to sleep for the next few days. He grabbed his sword again, knowing that he need to have another duel with another orthodox sect. After eating, he walked out of that inn, showing everyone a large cut on his back. Everyone was so scared that they could not say anything, seeing that the young master, after his fierce battle with the Hoadangpa, ate noodles and immediately left for another duel. That crazy young man was widely talked about among many people, making Seogyeong City buzz with excitement, and people gave that mad master a fitting nickname, Infinite Fighting Monster Seo Yoon-hyun. SEO was continuously fighting, knowing that he have no talent and the path to the pinnacle he seek is infinitely distant. Therefore he must constantly fight and approach that realm by crossing the boundaries of life and death. Seo thinks that a person without talent must go mad to overcome the wall. If there is no talent, there must be madness. That is the only way for a dullard to catch up to a genius. And so, Seo scoured Seogyeong City and various parts of Yongguk, engaging in duels several times a day, regardless of orthodox or evil sects. And like that, 5 years passed. 5 years later, suddenly there was a blast in front of a house. It was SEO who jumped into the air and used his mountain-breaking sword, Art's 14th form, Q Mountain Heartstream. He collects energy from the nature. Its energy is like a mountain. Its heart is like the heavens. But just doing so, Seo started to struggle. The form of sword thread that can only be used upon reaching the pinnacle. Just briefly manifesting it puts an enormous strain on the mind. But he knows that if he don't do it this way, he can't catch up. Just then a black figure appeared behind Seo and comes to attack. SEO turns and used his sword to block that figure's attack. But that attack was so powerful that cracks appeared in SEO's sword. He went flying, crashing on the ground and hit a wall. The collision was so strong that it created a hole on the wall. In a single strike, all his sword energy was shattered. While laughing, that figure walks towards Seo and said, "Your reputation precedes you. I had quite high hopes, but you're still very clumsy, young Master Seo, the infinite fighting monster." That figure comes out of the smoke and told SEO that he thinks he won. His was this cautious because his opponent was the greatest under heaven, Kim Young-hoon. SEO was amazed by Director Kim's crazy talent. He stands up and congratulates Director Kim, saying he have become even stronger than last year. Well, he was right because Director Kim complete transformation in just 5 years. Looking at cut marks on his hands, SEO wonders what on earth did he himself do in those 5 years? His realm is still at the top tier, with a sad expression. SEO accepts that talent is truly something that makes a person miserable, them after they calm down. SEO asked Director Kim what brings him here. Because didn't they agree to meet every 2 years? Director Kim told SEO after attaining the 5 energies converging to the origin and visiting great sects of Yangguo, he have realized one thing. SEO asked him what is it. Director Kim told SEO it's the fact that there's no one above him in this Yongguk. Now, no one is even a match for a single one of his moves, and so he was planning on creating a sect or organization of some kind, and he wanted to offer SEO a seat, but SEO immediately declined, saying he is comfortable with his current state. Looking at Director Kim Seo though, it seems he's already developed the martial lord's disease. He knows that if he accept that offer, in this life too, I'll surely become something like a strategist or vice sect leader and work like a dog. But to reach the pinnacle with his talent, every minute and second is precious. Director Kim told Seo that it might be difficult to meet SEO once he establishes his organization. And then he started persuading SEO, saying he could always stick around and give him guidance duels. But SEO declined, telling Director Kim, no matter what offer he make, he is not taking it. Hearing that, Director Kim get very sad. It was a good offer from Director Kim, but SEO declined because he have gotten plenty of his teachings from his past life, and what he need now is real-life experience. In SEO's past life, Director Kim told him that once he enter the late stages of first rate, he should endeavor to experience as much real combat as possible. So this life, SEO decided to merely watch Director Kim's saga from afar, and continued on his own endless journey for battle. And so another 20 years passed. At a rainy day, Director Kim arrived at the old house where SEO and he meets. He opened the old house door and told SEO he looked pale who was waiting there. SEO had turned little old, and there were many cut marks on his face. But most of all, he had a very depressing expression because he finally realized that his talent is a talent abandoned by the heavens. SEO sat cross-legged on the mat, his hand firmly gripping the hilt of a glowing blue sword. Despite his countless hours of relentless training, frustration clouded his expression. From across the room, Director Kim, with his long hair tied neatly at the back, looked at him and asked, "Have you still not broken through to the next realm?" SEO tightened his grip on the glowing sword, his eyes filled with determination. He acknowledged to himself that his understanding of sword chi had already far surpassed that of others in the league. Yet, despite his progress, he couldn't help but feel the sting of inadequacy. He still couldn't last beyond 3 moves against the high-rank masters. Director Kim placed a hand thoughtfully against his chin, his brows furrowing slightly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, finding the situation unusual. How strange, he thought. Director Kim observed SEO closely, noting the way he now moved as one with his sword, far more in tune than ever before. Yet, despite this progress, SEO still hadn't reached the peak realm. For someone with as much real combat experience as him, Director Kim thought, it should have been more than enough to break through. A faint, self-mocking smile curved SEO's lips as sweat trickled down his face. Inwardly, he acknowledged the bitter truth. Yeah, this is my talent, he thought to himself. Blood trickled from SEO's nose as he forced a faint, bitter smile. In his heart, he acknowledged the cruel truth. He possessed a talent that the heavens themselves had cast aside. SEO's grip on his sword tightened, his expression strained as blood trickled from his nose. Half a day, that was his limit. If only he could sustain his sword chi effortlessly from dawn till dusk, without faltering, perhaps then he might finally catch a glimpse of the path forward. Director Kim handed SEO a thick, red-bound book, his tone filled with sincerity. He expressed his genuine hope for SEO's success, then added as he passed it over, "And here." SEO sat reading the red-bound book, his expression thoughtful. Director Kim explained that it contained insights he had gained from his recent battle against cultivators. By enduring their spells and dragging the fight out for as long as possible, he had managed to hold on and ultimately escape. SEO weighed the thick red-bound book in his hands. It was nearly as substantial as the main volume of the Record of Martial Arts, surpassing through Cultivation and Leaps, an evolved version of the Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. With a doubtful look, he questioned Director Kim, wondering if he had truly gained so much insight merely from successfully escaping. Standing in the doorway with lightning flashing behind him, Director Kim spoke with a grave tone. To him, cultivators were like natural disasters in human form. Escaping from such a force was no small feat. Naturally, the insight gained from surviving such an ordeal would be immense. SEO assured Director Kim that he would keep the book safe and pass it on to future generations. With sincerity in his voice, Director Kim responded, thanking him, "Thank you, Eun-hyun." Standing at the entrance of the building with his sword in hand, Director Kim looked out into the storm. He declared his intention to seek out the cultivators once more, his voice steady despite the danger ahead. With a faint, almost grim smile, he added that he hoped they would both be alive the next time they met. Before leaving, Director Kim turned to SEO, his gaze steady despite the falling rain. He offered a final piece of advice for reaching the peak realm. Every scene, every space he passed through and experienced, SEO needed to engrave them deeply into his mind, never letting those impressions fade. SEO's eyes widened in surprise as he processed Director Kim's words. Almost in disbelief, he echoed the thought aloud. Was he truly meant to imprint all the scenery around him into his mind? Director Kim explained further, likening the practice to how one instinctively takes note of the surrounding terrain during battle or sparring. Normally, a fighter would store the layout of their surroundings in their mind for tactical use. What he was suggesting, however, was to turn that skill into second nature, something Seo could do constantly, not just in the heat of combat. Seo's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to grasp the enormity of the advice. Maintaining sword chi alone already felt like it was about to make his head explode, and now, on top of that, he was being told to keep his spatial awareness sharp and steady at all times. The thought left him wondering how anyone could possibly manage such a feat. A wave of pressure and strain built inside Seo's mind, the thought gnawing at him relentlessly. If this keeps up, will my head really explode? He wondered, feeling the weight of the task pressing against his very limits. Seo shook his head firmly. No. There had to be a reason why the strongest martial artist under heaven had entrusted him with such a task. It wasn't meaningless. There was purpose behind the challenge. From that day forward, Seo committed himself to a new discipline. He made a conscious effort to remember every space that came into view, training his mind to retain every detail. Over time, he began to recall exactly where everything was. Seo moved through the bustling streets, the vibrant scene unfolding around him. Every detail, the flow of the crowd, the arrangement of buildings, the colors and sounds, he committed to memory, sharpening his awareness with each passing moment. As Seo walked through the crowded streets, he paid attention even to the smallest details, the sound of footsteps against the tiled ground, the shuffle of shoes brushing past one another. Every movement and sound became a part of the mental map he was building. Passing through the dense forest, Seo noted the rustle of leaves and the way sunlight filtered through the canopy. Every sound, every flicker of movement in the greenery was etched into his memory as part of his growing awareness of the world around him. Seo walked steadily through the forest, his breaths deep and measured, sword in hand. It had been 5 years since he began the relentless practice of maintaining both his sword chi and his spatial awareness. 5 years of unbroken discipline and focus. Seo swayed slightly, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Perceiving every fragment of spatial information that entered his field of vision was exhausting, far from an ordinary task, and certainly not an easy one. It demanded constant focus, pushing his mind to its limits. Seo realized his perception had grown sharper than ever before. It was no longer limited to visual information. Now, even the faintest sounds reached him with clarity. The rustling of leaves, the distant chirping of insects, the subtle crunch of footsteps, all of it became part of the world he was learning to perceive. A shadow of doubt crossed Seo's mind. Will I even be able to perform martial arts properly in this condition? He wondered. Yet, he reminded himself that there were no more sects left to confront, at least for now. For nearly 3 decades, Seo journeyed across the entire Yan Kingdom, challenging minor sects in sparring matches and, on occasion, testing his skills against the major ones. By now, there was hardly a sect in the kingdom that he hadn't visited. And now, Seo made his living by collecting bounties. His skills had brought him to the point where he was not only confronting outlaws, but also capturing dangerous bandits with ease. In his dizzy state, he found himself forced to battle enemies who attacked without restraint, using any means or methods to kill. The thought gnawed at him. Could he truly survive under such relentless conditions? One of the bandits spotted him and shouted, "Brother, it's him!" Another roared, "Found you, you bastard!" But Seo remained calm, gripping his sword tightly. Either way, he thought, this is the path I've chosen. The towering bandit leader stepped forward, his broad frame draped in a leopard-patterned robe, eyes locked on Seo with murderous intent. Resting a massive blade on his shoulder, he sneered and pointed his second sword toward his target. "You're dead now!" he roared, his voice rumbling through the forest as the other bandits closed in behind him. Seo steadied his breathing, sword chi swirling around him despite the pounding in his head. Even if I die, he thought, this is the path I've chosen. Facing the armed men before him, his grip tightened. Isn't this the path I must walk? Blood sprayed through the air as screams of agony pierced the forest. The clash had begun, and the carnage was instant. 15 years had passed. Seo, now aged and bearing a weathered face marked by deep lines, gazed forward with a solemn expression. His gruff voice carried the weight of years as he quietly asked, "Did you survive, Director Kim?" His long hair tied neatly back and a deep scar etched across his face met Seo's gaze with a warm smile. In a confident yet light-hearted tone, he replied, "Yeah, this time too. It had been 45 years since SEO had returned to this life. As he calmly poured tea, his thoughts reflected on the changes within him. By now, his vision and hearing were sharper than ever, leaving no room for doubt. Even his sense of touch, taste, and smell had reached a state of refined perception, honed to near perfection over the decades. SEO's gaze fell upon the steaming cup of tea before him. Despite all the refinements his senses had achieved over the decades, he knew in his heart, but that's it. SEO's expression grew heavy, his eyes shadowed with the weight of regret. Even after all these years, he thought to himself, I still haven't become a master at the peak. SEO's eyes burned with fierce frustration, the weight of decades pressing down on him. The thought echoed relentlessly in his mind, rising into a silent roar. I still haven't. I still haven't. Director Kim sat across from SEO, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he sipped his drink. He explained that it seemed he had become wanted. Perhaps he had gotten a bit too famous among the cultivators. Two of them, he continued, had even gone so far as to set a trap and lie in wait for him. SEO recounted his experience with a measured tone. He explained that he had barely managed to escape the ambush, though he did succeed in leaving a small cut on one of his attacker's cheeks. Looking toward Director Kim, he remarked that surely Kim must have gained valuable insight from this encounter as well. Director Kim scoffed at the idea of insight, dismissing it as nonsense. Placing his hand on the cup, he admitted that, even now, he still couldn't defeat a judgment stage Taoist. If he failed to escape in such a fight, he knew the outcome. He would end up as nothing more than a corpse lying on the ground. Director Kim tilted his head back slightly, his expression thoughtful as he confessed what had been weighing on his mind lately. He admitted that the extreme state of the five-path core he had reached might, in fact, be the very end of the martial path itself. Director Kim reflected aloud, wondering if even the martial arts record SEO had first given him, one that claimed martial arts could surpass cultivation, was perhaps flawed. He questioned if SEO had ever shared his thoughts, that no matter how strong or skilled one became, martial arts alone could never truly defeat cultivators. For some reason, SEO found himself seeing a reflection of his own past and struggles in Kim Young-hoon. SEO observed that Kim Young-hoon clearly possessed a talent blessed by the heavens. In contrast, he reflected bitterly, he himself had been born with a talent abandoned by the heavens. SEO reflected that he and Kim Young-hoon possessed talents that were complete opposites, one blessed by the heavens, the other abandoned by them. Yet despite this stark contrast, he couldn't help but wonder, why does he look so much like me? SEO admitted his frustration at not knowing why he couldn't reach the peak realm. Director Kim considered this and noted that even after mimicking Sword Chi and adopting the perspective of the peak realm, SEO still couldn't attain it, and he still had no idea why. Under the quiet night sky, Director Kim suggested having a sparring match for old time's sake. SEO responded with a faint smile, saying it was the best thing he had heard in a long while. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a gentle silver glow over the quiet forest below, as if silently bearing witness to the coming clash. The stillness of the night was shattered by a deafening clash, the air erupting with explosive force as their battle began, sending shockwaves rippling through the trees under the moonlit sky. SEO staggered back, clutching his side as pain surged through him. Gritting his teeth, he shouted in frustration, "Damn it! What the hell do you think the problem is?" Director Kim, standing with his sword in hand, admitted honestly that he didn't know the reason. By all rights, SEO should have become a peak master long ago. Blood dripped from SEO's mouth as he staggered, his voice sharp with confusion and urgency. What? What do you mean? How strange, how bizarre. Why is this happening? Director Kim wondered himself, struggling to comprehend. He said that even if SEO truly had no talent at all, this outcome still didn't make sense to him. Hearing that, SEO's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Director Kim placed a thoughtful hand on his chin, his gaze steady. Perhaps what you're missing, he suggested, is the right trigger. SEO repeated the word softly. Trigger, Director Kim explained. Something like desperation, or a driving force, something that could push you past the limits of your talent by drawing out extreme focus. SEO's rage exploded as he shouted, his voice echoing with decades of frustration. What kind of damn trigger are you even talking about? I've wielded a sword for over 50 years, my whole life. SEO's eyes burned with fury and desperation as he roared. And now you're telling me, what kind of trigger do I still need to yearn for, and how much more desperately? His voice trembled with raw emotion. I've risked my life and struggled all my life just to escape mediocrity, SEO roared with fervent intensity, raising his sword high. I've activated every meridian in my entire body. Now even when I sleep, I hold my sword and release sword energy. Even in my dreams, I've reached the point where I process every bit of scenery and information I see. SEO collapsed to his knees, his voice breaking with anguish. Then why? Why? Just why the hell? You're telling me the next realm won't reveal itself to me? Why? Why the hell not? SEO lay sprawled on the ground, his sword cast aside, his breath ragged. Even he know how pitiful it is for an old man nearly 70 to resent the heavens. His voice cracked with anguish. Why? Just why? Even after a lifetime of chasing the sword, yearning for that elusive next realm, SEO's grasp remained empty. His fingers clawed into the dirt as he growled through clenched teeth. Ugh! No matter how desperately he pursued it, he couldn't even begin to comprehend what that next realm truly was. Director Kim stood silently, sword in hand, gazing at Seo, who lay collapsed on the ground. His expression betrayed no words, only quiet contemplation, as the weight of Seo's struggle hung heavy in the night air. Director Kim turned away, his long hair swaying with the motion. With a swift, precise movement, his sword sliced through the air, sending sharp bursts of force into the trees ahead. The trunks split under the sheer power of his strikes, embers scattering in the night as the sound of tearing wood echoed through the forest. While sparring with him, Director Kim had devised a martial technique tailored to compensate for the SEO weaknesses. The markings of this new technique burned into the tree's surface, glowing faintly with heat and energy. It may not be much comfort, Director Kim said calmly, but I hope that learning this will bring you some peace of mind. Seo's eyes widened slightly as he read the glowing characters carved into the tree. Mountain King's martial art and moon crossing step, he muttered, recognition dawning in his voice. His grip tightened on his sword, a mixture of awe and reluctance filling his gaze. He looked toward the place where Director Kim had been standing moments ago and sighed bitterly. And now, you'll disappear again, just like that. And now, you'll disappear again, just like that, 5 years later. The serene courtyard basked in the gentle warmth of autumn, the once vivid greens of the surrounding forest now transformed into a tapestry of gold, crimson, and amber. SEO tightened his grip on his sword, his weathered eyes filled with the weight of countless years. It had been 50 years since he had returned to this life, and now he could feel the end drawing near. He knew there was not much time left before death would finally claim him. SEO stood in the open courtyard, gazing upward as if speaking to someone beyond the mortal realm. Brother Young-hoon, you died, didn't you? He murmured, his voice heavy with sorrow. A deep sigh escaped him. So this is the fate the heavens have chosen for both you and me. SEO's gaze softened as he reflected on the harsh truth of his journey. With my talent, he thought, no matter how hard I struggled, this was as far as I could go. His expression grew somber as he considered his fallen comrade. And your talent too, perhaps that was its limit. Walking away with a sword in hand, SEO spoke with a voice heavy with resignation. No matter how much ordinary men like us struggle, we can't escape the fate the heavens have set for us. From behind, a voice cut through the air in sharp defiance. What kind of nonsense are you spouting, Seo Yun-hyun? It was Director Kim. Blood streamed down Director Kim's face as he staggered forward, desperation blazing in his eyes. Wait! He cried out, his voice hoarse and trembling. A violent cough shook his body, forcing blood from his lips. SEO's eyes widened in alarm as he caught sight of Director Kim's grave injuries. Your condition is serious, he exclaimed urgently. Without hesitation, he added, I need to get my medical tools from home. But suddenly something grabbed Seo from behind. His expression tightened in alarm. His eyes widened, sensing something unexpected. In an instant, SEO was hurled into the air by Director Kim, and just as they fly into the sky, the ground erupted in a violent explosion of dirt and debris, the shockwave echoing across the courtyard. As they were hurled through the air, SEO's eyes widened in shock. What? He thought in disbelief. His gaze locked on Director Kim, and a chilling realization struck him. Weren't both of his arms cut off? Director Kim shouted over the rushing wind, his voice filled with urgency. Look, Un-hyun, that crazy cultivator bastard is chasing after us. A bitter laugh escaped him despite the danger. This is the price I paid for blasting off one of the judgment stage cultivator's arms. Blood streamed down Director Kim's face as he let out a wild, almost manic laugh. He roared. His eyes burned with a fierce sense of accomplishment. I dealt meaningful damage to a judgment stage cultivator. Director Kim's bloodshot eyes burned with a wild, unrestrained fervor. I saw with my own eyes the realm beyond the five-path core, he declared, his voice trembling with exhilaration. The one no martial artist can reach, his expression twisted into manic laughter. I saw it with my own eyes. SEO's eyes widened in shock, his face frozen in disbelief as he looked on, utterly stunned by what he had just heard. Director Kim, his face bloodied and his robes torn, shouted for attention with a mix of triumph and desperation. Above him, a brilliant blue sphere crackled with immense energy, radiating an overwhelming power. With a wild, almost manic expression, he declared that he had risked his life and burned away his very life force to reach this moment. Seo's eyes widened in shock, his face etched with disbelief and awe. Staring intently at the sight before him, he muttered in a breathless tone that it was enhanced chi. Director Kim declared with pride that he had once used this very power to shatter the arm of a core formation cultivator. Below them, the brilliant blue sphere surged with energy, radiating an overwhelming force as it hovered in the air. The attack crashed down with devastating force, obliterating the buildings in its path. Wood splintered, debris flew in all directions, and the structures crumbled into rubble under the sheer impact. The air was filled with the sound of destruction as chaos engulfed the area. Director Kim turned to Yoon-hyun, urging him to watch closely. As smoke and debris billowed in the distance, he declared with pride that what they had just witnessed was the culmination of his life's work, devoting himself entirely to the training of martial arts. Seo's expression softened with shock and sorrow as he gazed into the distance. His voice trembled, barely above a whisper, as he uttered in disbelief and grief that his house was gone. Seo looked upon the smoldering ruins, his heart heavy with loss. He reflected that he had invested every bit of money he had gathered over 50 years into this home, pouring his boundless fighting spirit into its creation. Director Kim, blood streaming down his face and his expression twisted with manic excitement, let out a triumphant laugh and shouted for them to look. He declared that he had traveled far and wide just to show this moment, because he had decided to entrust his will to them. In that moment, Seo felt his mind go blank as a surge of rage welled up inside him. Yet, he forced himself to remain composed, steadying his emotions as he focused on watching Director Kim's martial arts performance. The spot where a grand 3-story building once stood had been completely obliterated, vanishing in an instant without leaving even a trace behind. Amid the burning wreckage, Seo reflected grimly that it was fortunate there had been no servants in the house at the time. Otherwise, hundreds of lives would have been lost in that single devastating attack. Seo examined the wreckage, noting the faint blade traces left among the few remnants. Realization struck him. The ball of enhanced chi from earlier had been a concentrated fusion of thousands of blade energies. Seo was awestruck by the sheer power he had just witnessed. It was stronger than any martial arts technique Director Kim had ever shown him before, an unbelievable force that left him in disbelief. Director Kim, bloodied but resolute, explained that this was how he had managed to shatter the arm of a core formation cultivator. In the past, he had been forced to rely on ambushes or assassinations just to take down cultivators in the chi-building stage, but now he declared he could face them head-on. As the ground rushed up to meet them, Seo shouted in alarm that they were falling. Both he and Director Kim plummeted through the sky, their robes and hair whipping violently in the wind. The two crashed into the ground with tremendous force, sending debris and shockwaves exploding outward. The impact tore through the earth, scattering dirt, stone, and shattered branches into the air as the surrounding trees shook violently. Dust and debris slowly settled over the impact site. Splintered wood and scattered rocks lay strewn across the ground, while faint trails of smoke curled upward into the air, marking the aftermath of their violent fall. A crater marked the spot of their impact, dust still rising into the air as the red autumn leaves swayed gently in the breeze. From within the settling haze came a faint, earnest plea, asking not to forget these techniques. Bloodied and lying on the ground, Director Kim spoke with labored breaths. He said that these techniques were the culmination of his life's realizations and pleaded for his martial arts to be passed down to future generations. Seo knelt beside the fallen and bloodied Director Kim, his voice firm yet filled with concern. He told him that he had heard his words and urged him to stop talking, reminding him that his life was at stake. Perched high in the branches of a towering tree, a figure looked down with a cold, confident gaze and declared that they had found the ultimate martial spirit. They remarked with a hint of mockery that it was quite a terrible place to try and run to. Below, Seo stared upward, tension evident in his expression. The cultivator in blue looked down sharply and called out to Seo, addressing him as a civilian. His tone was cold and commanding as he declared that Director Kim was a criminal who had committed unspeakable crimes against the cultivators, ordering Seo to leave him there. Seo, his expression tense and wary, looked toward the cultivator and asked if he was there to punish Director Kim, or if perhaps he was an acquaintance of his. Without hesitation, Seo scooped up the wounded Director Kim and sprinted away at full speed. The ground blurred beneath his feet as he dashed forward, determined to escape before the cultivator could make a move. From his perch on the tree, the cultivator in blue clicked his tongue in irritation, calling the attempt pointless. Watching Seo carry Director Kim away, he wondered aloud if Seo had never heard about them from the ultimate martial spirit. The cultivator in blue let out a dark chuckle, deciding to treat the situation as entertainment. As ominous purple energy swirled around him, he taunted Seo, telling him to run as fast as he could. As Seo carried Director Kim away at full speed, looking back, Seo's eyes widened in shock. Gasping for breath, he began to utter in disbelief. Seo's eyes widened in horror as he spotted a horde emerging from the purple haze beneath the cultivator in blue. Their lifeless faces and glowing eyes left no doubt. These were corpses. His shock deepened as he recognized them for what they truly were, Jiangxi. Seo sprinted forward with Director Kim in his arms, gritting his teeth in frustration and muttering that he was too old for this. Behind them, the Jiangxi let out chilling screams and charged in relentless pursuit. As Seo ran with Director Kim in his arms, he panted heavily but still managed to speak. He asked if the title Ultimate Martial Spirit was something the cultivators had given him, remarking that it was quite a unique name. Seo, still catching his breath as he was carried away, exclaimed that it was bizarre. The ultimate martial spirit and the infinite fighting spirit, two legendary spirits now running for their lives from the Jiangxi. He couldn't help but point out just how strange the situation was. Seo, breathing heavily as he carried his companion on his back, urged desperately, "Never mind that. You need to stay awake. Please, say something." Behind them, the relentless Jiangxi closed in, their eerie movements and expressions making the chase even more harrowing. One of the Jiangxi lunged forward with a terrifying scream, its pale face twisted in rage and hunger, eyes glowing with an unnatural light as it reached out with clawed hands toward its prey. The Jiangxi lunged at Seo with a feral roar, its claws slashing through the air. Seo, gritting his teeth, twisted his body mid-stride, narrowly avoiding the attack while keeping hold of Director Kim he was carrying, and slicked off the Jiangxi's head with his sword. Then Seo kicked that Jiangxi's side with brutal force. The impact reverberating through his body sends the Jiangxi flying. That Jiangxi flung backward into the others. The force of the impact sent multiple Jiangxi tumbling to the ground in a heap. Seo ran through the forest, his breath ragged as he carried another on his back. "Damn it, you should be the one running with me on your back," he growled at Director Kim in frustration. "I'm gonna die from suffocation. Why did you have to get your arms cut off?" The Jiangxi refused to give up, their relentless pursuit echoing through the forest with shrill cries. Seo clenched his jaw, forcing himself to keep moving forward, his breathing heavy and ragged as he carried his companion on his back. Morning came and night faded away. Countless times the sun had risen and fallen, yet he kept running, boots pounding against the dirt as the relentless Jiangxi trailed close behind. Sweat dripped down Seo's face as his breath came in ragged gasps. Each inhale burned his lungs, but still, he pressed on. He skidded to a halt at the cliff's edge, staring down at the dizzying drop. "Damn it, it's so high up," he muttered, his voice tight with frustration, while the relentless pursuers clawed their way up behind him. From above, that cultivator floated effortlessly, his calm voice carrying a tone of mild surprise. "Shocking," he remarked. Below him, the grotesque Jiangxi snarled and hissed, their pallid faces twisted with hunger. The man continued, his gaze fixed on the exhausted Seo before him. "You, a mere civilian, managed to withstand the Jiangxi for 3 days and nights." The man's voice grew colder as he continued. "However, you cannot run anymore." His piercing gaze locked onto his target. "It's also futile to do so." The cultivator's voice was laced with finality as he declared, "The ultimate martial spirit is already dead." Seo, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, clenched his teeth. His body trembled from exhaustion, yet he still held on to the hilt of his weapon, refusing to collapse. Seo's voice was weak yet steady as he stood at the cliff's edge, the weight of another person slung across his back. "No," he admitted, his breathing ragged. Then, with a faint, wry smile, he added, I'm a physician after all. The cultivator in blue fixed his gaze on Seo and asked coldly, "Then why were you running?" His tone carried no sympathy as he continued. "I am only interested in the ultimate martial spirit. I don't care about you. You could have just abandoned the corpse and run off." Seo lowered his head, a shadow falling over his eyes. A faint, trembling chuckle escaped his lips. His smile widened, the sound deepening into a steady, unsettling laugh. The cultivator in blue narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with suspicion as he stared at Seo. "You're laughing?" he asked, clearly unsettled by the sudden change in demeanor. Gripping the sword tightly, Seo reflected on his journey. The Severing Mountain Sword, the Dragon Vein Chi method, the Mountain Lord martial arts, and the Transcending Peak steps. He was able to reach this point despite being void of talent. Thanks to Director Kim's teachings, he was someone from Seo's hometown, as well as his martial mentor. Seo glared fiercely, his voice filled with defiance as he pointed his blade forward and said, "If you want to take my master's head, you'll have to take mine first." The cultivator in blue stood silently, his expression shadowed yet piercing, exuding an intense and oppressive aura without uttering a single word. The cultivator scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. "No one knows to fear the cultivators. Is it because you simply don't know any better, or is it that you've grown so old that fear no longer reaches you?" Behind him, Jiangxi with glowing eyes and twisted grins raised their arms, dark purple energy swirling ominously around them. The cultivator in blue stepped forward, his expression dark and unwavering. "All right, I'll show you," he declared, his voice carrying an ominous weight. Massive spectral hands formed behind him, wreathed in a menacing purple aura, as the undead horde snarled and lunged in anticipation. That cultivators possess the power to inflict a pain far worse than death. The cultivator in blue extended his will, and the colossal spectral hands lunged forward with terrifying speed. Their immense fingers curled as if to seize and crush everything in their path, the air around them distorting under the sheer force of his power. Seo's eyes widened in shock as a blur of motion tore through the air toward him. His grip on the sword tightened instinctively, but the sheer speed of the incoming strike left him with barely a moment to react. Seo's sharp eyes widened as realization struck him. His focus shifted instantly, a grim thought echoing in his mind. "He wasn't going after me." Director Kim's body trembling violently as if an unseen force was crushing him from above. That cultivator's hands turned into Director Kim's hands and it clawed at the air, and a sharp, panicked gasp escaped his lips. Director Kim staggered to his feet, his body trembling uncontrollably as a cold sweat dripped down his face. His eyes widened in disbelief at the overwhelming force pressing down on him, while Seo stood before him with a calm yet imposing presence, sword in hand. Behind them, the man in blue watched silently, his aura radiating an oppressive might. The cultivator in blue glared coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. "You parasite," he said, his tone sharp enough to cut through the air. "I'll make you pay the price for daring to look down on a cultivator." His eyes burned with unwavering resolve, promising a retribution far worse than his words could convey. Seo's face twisted with rage, his teeth clenched so tightly it was as if he wanted to crush them. His eyes burned with fury as he spat out his words. "You evil bastard!" Each syllable dripped with hatred, the weight of his anger threatening to erupt at any moment. With a twisted grin and a voice dripping with malice, the Director Kim gripped his sword tightly, his aura radiating bloodlust. Cultivator called Director Kim ultimate martial spirit and ordered him to kill your disciple. His words echoed like a cruel command, sealing his intent to pit master against student in a deadly betrayal. The possessed Director Kim threw his head back and let out a monstrous roar, jagged teeth bared as an inhuman sound tore from his throat. Wreathed in a sinister purple aura, he swung his weapon with devastating force toward Seo, who braced himself with his sword, his expression tense and unyielding. Seo glared up at the man in blue hovering above, his voice filled with fury as he demanded, "How dare you defile a dead man's legacy like this?" The cultivator looked down at Seo with a calm yet condescending smile, clearly enjoying Seo's expression. Meanwhile, Director Kim, his body radiating that same sinister purple aura, charged at Seo and clashed violently with him, their blades ringing in the cold air. Seo's thoughts remained steady despite the onslaught. Thankfully, his opponent couldn't use martial arts. Instead, he attacked with nothing but the raw, overwhelming strength that the cultivator's power had granted him, each strike driven purely by brute force rather than technique. The blade crashed against Seo's with overwhelming force, the impact reverberating through the air. Purple energy surged around Director Kim, amplifying every strike. But just that sheer force and speed, Co thought grimly, his arms straining under the pressure. It's hard for my old body to withstand. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination as he struggled against the crushing force of the descending blade. Gripping his sword tightly, Seo felt the weight of dishonor pressing upon him. It's already an incredible disgrace to point my blade at Kim Young-hoon, he thought bitterly, his knuckles whitening against the hilt, especially when he's already dead. Seo's lips tightened as he spoke, apologizing in a solemn voice. But deep inside, his resolve hardened. He knew that if there was nothing else he could do, he had to end it as quickly as possible. Shifting his stance, Seo's grip firmed on the hilt as a surge of violet energy spiraled around him. His expression was calm yet resolute as he invoked his technique. Severing Mountain Sword. 21st Form. Heavenly Lake. He remembered that the 21st form of the Severing Mountain Sword was known as Heavenly Lake, a technique as majestic and vast as its name implied. When Director Kim had taught him this technique, Seo had once asked, all of the other forms are named after some mountain, peak, or valley. So why is the 21st form named after a lake? Back then, lying on the grass, Director Kim had gazed up at the sky and replied, Heavenly Lake. It reminds me of the heavenly lake atop Mount Baekdu. Seo had been curious at the time. Mount Baekdu, Director Kim had laughed and nodded. This world has a lake similar to Mount Baekdu's. Or maybe the name was also created by people from Korea, like us. A heavenly lake, its crystal clear surface mirroring the boundless blue sky above. Surrounded by towering, rugged cliffs, its tranquil waters stretched endlessly, embodying serene beauty. It was a lake so pure and still that it seemed to reflect the very heavens themselves. Seo gazed at his glowing blade, his voice calm yet resolute. The heavenly lake holds the view of the skies within its surface, but its nature remains unchanged. In his mind, he reflected on the teachings of the Severing Mountain Sword. The sky, symbolized in its doctrine, referred to the martial artist he was dueling, and the lake, which encompassed the sky's reflection, referred to his single strike. Before him, Director Kim lunged with ferocity, their blades moments from clashing. With a thunderous burst of energy, the strike connected, sending a violent shockwave rippling outward. Director Kim's eyes went wide in shock and agony as his body was engulfed by the overwhelming force, his scream tearing through the air while debris scattered in all directions. Seo's gaze was sharp, his grip steady on the hilt of his glowing sword as he recalled the essence of his technique. The heavenly lake of the Severing Mountain absorbs all the energy flowing in the opponent's veins into my sword energy for a single moment. His eyes narrowed with focus. And in that instant, it launches the enemy away while their energy becomes trapped within my blade. Seo's hands tightened around the hilt, purple energy swirling and crackling along the blade. It's a move I can use because I am a first-rate physician and a master at understanding the 8 chi veins, he thought, feeling the flow of power align perfectly with his strike. This was no ordinary technique. It was a move only he could perform, created specifically for him. Seo knew that if Young-hoon Hyung's corpse remained intact, it might continue to be used as a Jiangshi. That was why he couldn't allow a single piece of it to be left for that evil cultivator to exploit. His fingers tightened on the hilt as blue energy churned violently within the sheath. He drew upon that churning power, feeling the immense force build within him. His gaze hardened. To combine all of the Severing Mountain Sword's forms into a single attack, Seo surged forward, his movements sharp and precise as his blade carved through the air. Severing Mountain Sword, first form. Transcending peaks, with a burst of power, he channeled the form's essence, his strike carrying the force and grandeur of mountains rising beyond the clouds. His blade cleaved through the air in a brilliant arc of light, the force of the strike tearing into his opponent. The slash cut cleanly through Director Kim's body, the momentum carrying the attack past him as the sky split with its radiance. Seo unleashed a relentless sequence of strikes, each flowing seamlessly into the next. Second form, Entering Mountain. Third form, Ascending Vein. Fourth form, Flowing Ridge. Fifth form, Bouldered Cliff. Sixth form, Strange Stone. His blade carved through the battlefield, each form merging into the next with flawless precision. The ground split and shattered under the force, fragments of rock erupting into the air as arcs of sword light tore across the terrain. Director Kim let out a blood-curdling scream as countless deep gashes tore across his body in a crisscross pattern. Blood sprayed in every direction, his form trembling violently under the unrelenting assault of Seo's devastating strikes. Sio's eyes burned with fierce determination, his expression twisted with resolve. I'll cut him to pieces, so the cultivators can never defile his legacy further by turning his corpse into their puppet. Seeing this, the cultivator's face twisted with fury, his eyes blazing as he thrust his hand forward, purple-blue energy surging from his palm. "You insect!" he roared, his voice echoing like a thunderclap, the raw force of his rage and power aimed directly at his target. As he poured the pure purple-blue energy into Director Kim's body, it transformed into a monstrous figure that let out a guttural, ear-splitting roar. Its deformed, muscle-bound body trembled with rage, black tattered wings flaring menacingly from its back as dark energy rippled outward. From below, Sio stood unfazed, his white hair whipping in the turbulent air, staring up at the beast without a hint of fear. His expression hardened, beads of sweat running down his weathered face as he quickly assessed the situation. He's boosted him with even more power and speed, Sio thought grimly, his sharp eyes tracking the enemy's movements. There was no time to hesitate. He needed to dodge, and fast, but his initial instinct wavered, his thoughts shifting in an instant. No, what use is there in dodging? He realized grimly, his eyes locked onto the monstrous foe barreling toward him. My life will end soon. I'm already as good as dead. A flicker of resolve lit in his gaze. I will use this moment. With a firm step, Sio's foot slammed into the ground, cracks splintering outward as dust and debris swirled around him. His resolve burned unwaveringly in his heart. To ensure that his master would no longer be defiled, he vowed, each movement fueled by unyielding determination. With a fierce battle cry, Sio hurled himself downward like a spear, spiraling through the air with unstoppable momentum. The wind howled around him, the sheer force of his descent tearing through the sky. "Burn it all!" he roared in his heart and aloud, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength into the final, all-consuming strike. The monstrous figure threw back its head and let out a thunderous roar, veins bulging as raw power surged through its massive frame. Muscles tightened like steel cables, and with a savage lunge, it thrust its arm upward toward the descending Sio. Sio's thoughts raced as he plunged toward his target. "I will die," he acknowledged grimly, the truth pressing heavily against his mind. But almost instantly, defiance flared in his eyes. "No, I can't die yet." His jaw clenched, teeth grinding as he forced his body to endure. "Just a little more," he urged himself, every muscle straining to push beyond its limits. He gritted his teeth, the metallic tang of blood seeping into his mouth as his senses sharpened to a razor's edge. He could feel everything, the area around him, the noises echoing in the air, the faint scents carried by the wind. He noted the subtle shifts in humidity and temperature, every detail registering in his mind. Even the warm blood wrapping around the tip of his tongue was unmistakable, grounding him in the brutal reality of the moment. His head throbbed violently, every heartbeat sending a pulse of agony through his skull. "My brain feels like it'll explode." The pressure mounted to an unbearable peak, but instead of resisting, his eyes burned with feral resolve. "Then I'll let it explode," he vowed, ready to sacrifice everything for this final moment. Sio's eyes blazed with a wild, unrelenting fire as he pushed his body beyond its limits. More, he demanded of himself, the raw energy surging through him, threatening to consume his very mind. With a primal roar, he swung his blade downward, his voice echoing like thunder. "Until my brain burns to a crisp." He unleashed every last shred of strength in a single devastating strike. A deafening crack split the air as a surge of crimson energy erupted outward, fracturing the space around it like shattered glass. The red light pulsed violently, radiating raw, destructive power that tore through everything in its path. Sio's eyes widened, his pupils constricting as shock and realization struck him all at once. His breath caught in his throat, and the tension in his face froze into an expression of raw disbelief, as if he had just witnessed the impossible unfold before him. It felt as though his skull might burst from the unbearable pressure, his mind teetering on the edge of collapse. Yet, instead of yielding to the crushing strain of staking his life on the line, something within him broke past that limit, surpassing an unseen threshold he hadn't even known existed. His body felt strangely light as he drifted forward, sword in hand, through an unfamiliar void. Confusion gripped his thoughts. What's going on? Have I become delusional? He wondered, unsure if what he was experiencing was reality, or something beyond it. Sio's eyes flew wide open, his pupils trembling as a jolt of realization surged through him. "This is," he thought, the words caught between awe and disbelief, as if he had just stepped into a truth far beyond his understanding. Co charged forward, his expression fierce and unyielding, sword poised to strike. He could finally see the moment of his enemy's attack. He could feel it. With a thunderous impact, Co's strike met the towering Director Kim head-on. The creature's massive clawed foot slammed into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it, while its grotesque, sinewed form twisted in an effort to overpower him. Co drove forward with all his might, the clash shaking the battlefield as their combined force tore through the air. He stood firm beneath the dark, swirling sky, his tattered robes fluttering in the wind. Gripping his sword with unwavering resolve, he let the blade gleam with a brilliant arc of blue light that cut through the gloom. His weathered gaze was steady, carrying both the weight of countless battles and the unyielding will to see this one through to the end. Seo's blade pierced the dark clouds above, its edge trailing a sharp arc of blue light that split the sky. With a single, decisive slash, his blade tore through the monstrous foe's massive frame. Blood erupted in a violent spray as the creature's agonized roar echoed through the air, its body convulsing from the devastating blow. Co's strike carried both precision and overwhelming force, leaving the beast staggered and reeling. His eyes widened, a sharp glint of realization flashing within them. Could this be? He wondered, his gaze unwavering. The thought struck him like a thunderclap. Blood still gushed from the deep wound carved across Director Kim's chest, yet Kim's lips curved upward in a faint, almost serene smile. Co's eyes widened in disbelief. Kim Young-hoon is smiling, a talent blessed by the heavens and a talent forsaken by the heavens, two extremes standing on opposite ends. Though they were polar opposites, there was a single thread that made them alike, a reason why their paths felt strangely parallel despite the vast gulf between them. It was because, despite their differences, they were both ultimately struggling to break free from the fate the heavens had bestowed upon them. Each, in their own way, was defying the path written for them, refusing to surrender to destiny's grip. Co gripped his sword tightly, and a blinding red light swallowed the battlefield, casting everything into stark silhouettes. In that instant, the sound of flesh being torn apart rang out sharply, each strike punctuated by the spray of blood bursting through the crimson haze. The figures clashed in a violent crescendo, their forms locked in a deadly dance against the backdrop of searing scarlet. Co realized there was no such thing as a genius or a dunce. There were only two men who had spent their entire lives struggling against the fates imposed upon them, one now lying dead and the other standing on the brink of death. With a defiant grin, Director Kim's eyes gleamed with challenge as he asked Co if he was going to stop there. But Co knew this was not the end. He was not going to stop. He leapt high into the air, his cloak billowing as the tip of his sword gleamed under the moonlit sky. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed the 15th form, Layered Mountain, an overwhelming slash that descended like a tempest. The ground below erupted violently upon impact, shockwaves tearing through the earth as dust and debris exploded outward in a roaring cascade. Dust swirled in the aftermath, the fractured ground groaning beneath the strike's force. Amid the chaos, a voice echoed with cold finality. "Yeah, this is the end." Seeing this, the cultivator's face contorted with rage, veins bulging across his temple as he threw his head back and roared. The cry tore from his throat with raw fury, his wide eyes blazing and his teeth bared in unrestrained defiance. Seo's voice was cold and certain as he hurled his foe through the air. "Now," he said, "even a cultivator won't be able to identify Director Kim's corpse any longer." The body tumbled weightlessly, fragments of stone falling alongside it into the dark abyss below. With his eyes gently closed and a faint, serene smile on his face, Co spoke softly, his voice carrying both reverence and sorrow. In his final moment, he prayed that his martial arts master could rest in peace. The words lingered in the air like a final blessing, as if he were sending off an old friend on their last journey. And so, he had finally reached the level of martial arts he had long yearned for, a peak he had chased through years of relentless effort. With that, he brought an end to a life defined by unending struggles and ceaseless battles. This marked the end of his fourth regression, a chapter closed in the long cycle of lives he had endured. Co lay on the grass, staring at his hand in disbelief. He realized that he had regressed once more. Memories of his past life began to surface. He remembered how, in that life, he had fought relentlessly until the very end. Clenching his fist tightly, he recalled the moment with pride. He had finally achieved what he had been striving for. With overwhelming emotion, he clenched his fist and shouted to the sky. After countless struggles, he had finally done it. He had reached the peak of martial arts. At last, He had attained the strength and mastery he had longed for his entire life. Just as he was recalling the moment, John came running angrily, shouting at Seo. "What the hell are you talking about?" His face twisted with rage as he accused, "It's your fault, you crazy bastard." Meanwhile, Seo remained calm, barely reacting to the outburst. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as a confident smile formed on his face. With certainty, he murmured to himself, "I see it." The furious John swung his hand down in an attempt to strike, but Seo calmly tilted his body and dodged with ease. Shocked and angry, the man shouted, "You're dodging!" With his eyes closed and a calm expression, Seo thought to himself that he could still clearly sense everything. He knew exactly where John Myung-hoon's next strike would land. Seo moved smoothly, avoiding each attack with ease. He reflected that before, he could dodge strikes even with his eyes closed, but that was only because he predicted the trajectory of his opponent's moves. That ability came from decades of martial arts experience. Seo realized that this time was different. It wasn't just prediction based on experience. It felt more like true foresight, as if he could clearly see his opponent's next move before it even happened. He realized the truth. No matter how many first-rate martial artists there were, none could ever defeat someone who had reached the peak level. Such masters could clearly see the trajectory and direction of attacks from those weaker than them. Against that kind of power, how could an ordinary martial artist ever hope to stand a chance? His eyes glowed with a sharp blue light as he focused intensely. With determination burning inside him, he thought to himself, "This time, I realize something new. I can instinctively sense it." The glowing blue lines revealed his opponent's openings and showed him the best possible trajectories to strike with. He noticed the difference in his vision. Red lines revealed the paths of his opponent's attacks, while blue lines guided him toward the most optimal counterattacks. He thought to himself that the gap between John Myung-hoon and him was simply too vast. That overwhelming difference was the reason he could see so many openings in his opponent's moves. Seo's eyes widened in surprise as blood trickled from his nose. Shocked, he couldn't understand what had just happened. Clutching his head in pain, Seo gritted his teeth as blood ran down his face. "Damn, it hurts. It feels like my brain is on fire." The realization struck him. Could this vision be overloading his brain? Breathing heavily with rage, John Myung-hoon swung his fist at Seo while shouting, "You bastard! You nearly got us all killed, and now you dare to dodge my attacks." In an instant, Seo struck back with precision. John's eyes rolled back as his head snapped to the side, sweat flying off his face from the sharp impact. He collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. Seo stood over him calmly, while a group of colleagues rushed over in shock, shouting, "Section Chief John!" Seo clutched his head, still feeling the strain from the overwhelming vision. One of his colleagues approached with concern and asked, "Deputy Manager Seo, is he all right?" Seo wiped the blood from his nose and let out a deep breath. To think it had hurt this much after using it for such a short time, he thought, frowning. What could be the problem? After the fight, Seo took a moment to steady himself and then reassured his co-workers. Once he had calmed them down, the tense atmosphere began to ease. He led them to a cave and started a fire to keep them safe. After cooking some fruits for them to eat, he watched as they slowly drifted off to sleep, finally able to rest. Inside the cave, his co-workers lay scattered around the warm fire, fast asleep. The crackling flames filled the silence as they found a moment of peace after the chaos. While they slept, Seo stood outside under the night sky, practicing with a wooden stick. His movements were sharp and precise, slicing through the air as leaves fluttered around him. With a swift strike of his stick, Seo cleanly split a falling leaf in two, showcasing the sharp precision of his movements. He looked at the branch in his hand with a faint smile. "Without using a single bit of chi, I managed to slice a leaf clean in half. With just this dull branch," he thought, realizing the precision of his control. Seo reflected on his ability. The vision of martial peak seemed to predict his opponent's moves, and his brain interpreted them, displaying red and blue lines before his eyes. Seo analyzed calmly. If he used this vision, he could read all of his opponent's movements and strike at their weaknesses with the most optimal counter. At last, Seo understood. So this is why Director Kim called it the memory of all five senses. It's actually a replication of a peak martial artist's vision. His eyes glowed with sharp blue light as he realized the truth. Director Kim had been forcing him to enhance all five senses and manually calculate his opponent's trajectories. As Seo held the branch, countless blue lines spread out before his eyes, mapping every possible path. The vision of martial peak is truly incredible, he thought in awe. Seo stood firm in the forest clearing, leaves swirling wildly around him. With the branch in his hand and a calm yet sharp gaze, he radiated quiet confidence, fully immersed in the power of his newly realized vision. Slowly, he closed his eyes, shutting out the world around him. In the darkness behind his eyelids, memories of battles and warriors resurfaced vividly, as if guiding him toward deeper understanding. In his mind's eye, Seo saw countless warriors in green robes charging forward with swords, axes, and spears, each strike fierce and deadly. Their movements overlapped like echoes of battle, as though he were reliving the experiences of countless martial artists at once. Seo moved with fluid precision, weaving through the storm of phantom warriors. Each swing of his branch struck perfectly, guided by visions of countless martial techniques, as if he were fighting alongside generations of masters within a single moment. In his vision, the warriors shouted fiercely, their blades flashing as they attacked from every direction. The scene was chaotic and relentless, a storm of martial fury pressing down on him all at once. As dawn broke, the forest bathed in the warm glow of sunrise. Amid the quiet rustle of leaves, Seo exhaled heavily, his breath ragged from the intense training and visions he had endured throughout the night. Drenched in sweat, he let out a relieved smile. "Now," he muttered, exhaustion mixing with determination after a night of relentless training. Standing tall with the branch still in hand, Seo looked out at the morning light with unwavering confidence. "I've finally reached the proper martial peak," he declared to himself, his heart pounding with triumph. Suddenly, Seo clutched his head in agony, gritting his teeth. His brain felt like it was about to fry to a crisp, the strain of his newfound power overwhelming him. But after he found 8 yellow bamboo roots nearby and performed the dragon vein chi method, he managed to stabilize himself. Now, he could maintain the vision for 3 whole hours. Seo looked down at the bamboo roots and thought to himself, "Now that I've reached this level of prowess, I no longer need to sell these yellow bamboo roots. I can resolve financial issues with my own abilities." As for the leftovers, carrying the remaining roots back to the cave, he glanced at Director Kim, who was snoring loudly in his orange jacket. Seo set the roots beside him. Director Kim slept soundly, unaware of the intense training Seo had just undergone outside. Seo sat quietly in the cave, deep in thought. In my memory are 6 volumes of Director Kim's research, as well as his final teachings before he died, he reflected, feeling the weight of the knowledge entrusted to him. Looking at the man sleeping peacefully, Seo thought, if I pass this knowledge to him, this life's Director Kim will surely surpass the previous one. Now that I've reached the martial peak, the teachings I can receive from him will far exceed what I gained in my past life. Leaving the leftover roots beside Director Kim, Seo stepped out of the cave once more. He still had no clue how to reach the next stage, but unlike his co-workers, he knew there was only one option for an idiot like him: train endlessly. To continuously maintain a peak master's vision and allow his brain to adapt to it, that was his path. Seo's eyes narrowed with determination. My first goal in this life is to resolve the burning pain I suffer when using this vision. And then, Seo envisioned his ultimate goal, to finally attain the level of the 3 flowers gathering at the summit. Glowing blue lotuses shimmered in his mind's eye, symbolizing the pinnacle of mastery he longed to reach. Seo walked out of the cave with firm steps, his fists clenched in resolve. I will reach what is known as the pinnacle of Martial Peak, the 3 flowers gathering at the summit. Morning arrived, sunlight spilling over the mountains and forest, marking the beginning of a new day filled with determination and resolve. The enormous fox, known as the Master of the Forest, appeared once more in this life. As Seo knelt and stretched out his arm toward the beast, curiosity filled his heart. His sharp blue eyes gleamed with anticipation as he wondered, will I see red lines with this fox as well? However, to his surprise, the fox's body glowed with a fierce red aura as waves of pressure rippled through the air. There was no blue. Seo's eyes widened in shock as his vision was overwhelmed. It's red everywhere. The fox's bloody jaws snapped open, its fangs dripping with menace. Seo froze in terror, his thoughts trembling. He realized he couldn't win. Staggering back, blood splattering around him, he clenched his teeth in confusion. Just what is this? He thought desperately. How could the entire area in my vision be filled with red? A few days later, under the night sky, cultivators descended from the heavens. When they arrived, Seo was once again left in shock. The cultivators floated high above, their overwhelming presence distorting everything around them. Seo's vision flared, his heart racing in disbelief. Again, it was all red. Sweat dripped down his face as he stared in horror. He realized the difference between a martial artist and a cultivator. There was no opening, no chance of victory. Even a martial peak master would struggle against the weakest of cultivators, those only at the first star of the chi refining stage. The day after the cultivators took his co-workers, Seo turned to Seo Huel, the Sea Dragon King, and asked a question. With a respectful gesture, Seo bowed slightly and said, "A humble mortal asks the great Sea Dragon King a question." The Sea Dragon King tilted his head with a faint smile and replied, "What is it?" Seo explained everything he had witnessed and then asked about the mysterious red sphere the cultivators carried. The Sea Dragon King chuckled softly. "Cultivators possess a special kind of consciousness," he said. "It is sometimes called divine consciousness. While a mortal's consciousness does not extend past the brain, a cultivator's consciousness spreads outward, engulfing the surrounding area. I too, as a spiritual creature, possess this ability." After explaining, the Sea Dragon King turned to leave. Seo bowed respectfully and thanked him. Meanwhile, Director Kim watched in confusion. Since the conversation was spoken in the language of Yangguo, Director Kim couldn't understand a single word. Shortly after Seo Hueol departed, the hunchbacked old man appeared once more, controlling a puppet at his side. This time, he came to take Manager Kim away. Without warning, the old man hurled Seo and Director Kim into a swirling spatial rift, dragging them into the unknown. The two were suddenly plunged into deep waters, their bodies sinking helplessly after being cast through the rift. Seo struggled underwater, bubbles escaping his mouth as his eyes widened in shock. "What the?" Panic surged through him. He pulled himself toward the surface, his hand gripping wet sand as he dragged himself ashore, frustration clear in his voice. "It was on top of the trees last time, now it's in water." Seo stood on the shore, wringing the water from his clothes, while Director Kim lay exhausted on the sand. Gasping for breath, Director Kim finally woke, panic in his eyes, and asked Seo where they were. Seo, still calm despite the situation, answered firmly, "Somewhere completely different." He buttoned up his damp shirt while scanning the surroundings. Judging by the landscape, this is the Chickenhead Lake of Yangguo. Changho City should be nearby, he thought. Director Kim let out a frustrated sigh and asked, "Seo, what should we do now?" Seo glanced around the empty shore and replied, "If there were people nearby, we could ask for directions." He pointed across the shimmering water. There appear to be some buildings across the lake. Director Kim squinted, then nodded quickly. Seo dove into the lake without hesitation, telling him, "I know how to swim. I'll go there and get us some clothes and food." Kim Young-hoon panicked, calling out, "Seo, be careful." As Seo swam across the lake, he muttered in frustration, "For fuck's sake, what did we squeeze the water out of our clothes for then?" Still, his thoughts sharpened. If my memories serve me correctly, that building is a bandit's den. I wiped them out in my previous life. He recalled his past encounter. Their leader had been in the late stages of first rate, the vice leader in the middle stage of first rate, and the rest were just second and third rate small fry. Of course, they had numbers, so he had used poison on his blade to take them out. Suddenly, one of the bandits turned his head, narrowing his eyes. A moment later, his expression shifted to shock as he noticed someone approaching. Seo emerged from the water, droplets streaming down his clothes as he walked toward the shore. The bandits burst into laughter. "Who's this fool? Doesn't even know where he just swam to?" One sneered. "Get lost if you don't want to die," another spat. Seo ignored their jeers, fists clenched tightly, his steps steady and determined. One of the bandits charged, raising his club with a furious roar. "Didn't you hear me? Get lost!" But Seo stood firm, unfazed. In a flash, he struck with overwhelming force, sending the bandit crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. The man's weapon flew from his hands as he was slammed down, defeated in an instant. The other bandits froze in shock, their eyes wide. He took him down with one hit. Seo casually picked up the fallen bandit's weapon, giving it a quick test in his grip. With a faint smirk, he muttered, "Not bad." As Seo walked calmly onto the shore with the fallen bandit at his back, he asked the bandits, "How many people have they killed?" The muscular bandit raised his massive spiked mace, veins bulging with rage, ready to attack Seo. He told him that he's killed 50, and that he will be happy to send him to them. But before the bandit could even finish his retort, Seo's strike ripped through him in a blur. Blood sprayed into the air as the giant stumbled, his mace slipping from his grip. Seo stood calm and unshaken. The surrounding bandits gasped in horror, fear flickering across their faces. Seo's cold voice cut through the silence. From here on out, anyone who's killed before can come at me. From the tall wooden building overlooking the camp, watchful eyes peered down. The leaders had heard the commotion. Inside, they lounged around drinking and laughing, women pouring wine as they reveled without care. One of them roared in amusement, while another yanked harshly at a bound woman. "Come here, bitch!" he barked cruelly, making her cry out in fear. Just then, a bandit holding a cup of wine paused mid-pour, eyes narrowing toward the noise outside. "Who the hell is that?" he muttered. The doors burst open, flooding the room with blinding light. Seo stood at the entrance, his silhouette dark and menacing. In one hand, he gripped a bloodied club. In the other, he held the severed head of a bandit, letting it dangle for all to see. The room fell silent. Terror crept into every corner. Seated on a grand chair draped in tiger skin, the bandit leader glared with a cold sneer, his hand resting on the head of a growling tiger at his side. "You son of a bitch," he muttered darkly. Then, raising his voice, he roared, "Kill that rat!" Chaos erupted. Armed men drew their swords surrounding Seo. The women were shoved aside, cowering in fear, while the leader sat back on his throne, confident. Seo tightened his grip on the club, his eyes burning with cold resolve. "No need to ask. You're all going to die." The aftermath was painted in blood. Bodies of bandits lay scattered across the ground, lifeless and broken. The once noisy stronghold stood silent, looming wooden buildings now drenched in crimson. The bandit leader, who had once sat proudly on his throne, now trembled on the floor, his face pale with terror. You're a peak master," he stammered, pleading desperately. "Please, spare me." Seo stepped forward, his shoe pressing into a pool of blood. He asked coldly, "How long did this take?" The terrified leader, surrounded by corpses, stammered, About 15 minutes." Blood streaked across Seo's face as he compared the moment to his past. "Last time it took me a whole day to wipe them out. I had to set this place on fire, retreat, and take them one by one with poison. But this time, in just 15 minutes, I killed them all with a stick." The weight of his growth compared to his past life was undeniable. Seo loomed over the trembling bandit leader, his club dripping blood. "All right, now die. Wait, I'll tell you where I hid the money. Just spare me." Seo didn't care. With a brutal swing, his club silenced the plea. Blood splattered across the floor. "As for the money, I already know where it is, from the last time I was here." After wiping out the bandits, Seo calmly unlocked the heavy brass padlock, freeing dozens of captives. As he stepped outside, the freed people dropped to their knees, voices trembling with gratitude. "Thank you, brave one. You've taken revenge on these damned bandits." Seo's expression remained calm and unreadable. He only let out a quiet pause, their gratitude weighing little compared to his own thoughts. One of the captives looked up, his voice shaking. "Please, at least tell us your title, so we can repay our debt." Seo scratched the back of his head, glancing at the kneeling crowd. "A title," he muttered. The crowd bowed even lower, voices rising with respect. "Do inform us." A confident smile curved Seo's lips as sunlight glinted across his face. "My title is Infinite Fighting Spirit." He went with Director Kim to Changho City. There they used the bandits' money to buy identification plaques and a manor for themselves. After that, he was taught both martial arts and writing by Director Kim. Just like that, 2 months passed, and Director Kim sat in deep meditation, surrounded by glowing blue lotus lights, with rare herbs placed in front of him. Seo looked at Director Kim and realized that he was growing faster than before. Watching this progress made Seo feel almost discouraged. Seo thought to himself that it had always been this way. For some, reaching the peak of martial arts could take a lifetime, while others could skip past the early stages altogether. With the guidance of a great master and powerful martial arts, they could even reach the realm of the 3 flowers gather at the summit. Seo walked toward Director Kim and offered his congratulations. He found it unbelievable that Director Kim had reached the realm of 3 flowers gather at the summit before even fully learning how to read. Director Kim admitted that he was quite surprised himself. He never expected that he would possess such great martial talent. Seo thought back and realized he had never truly had an evenly matched duel with Director Kim after Kim reached the realm of the 3 flowers. Instead, Director Kim had only been offering him guidance through sparring. Seo wondered how things would be now. He had already reached the martial peak, while Kim Young-hoon had just stepped into the realm of the 3 flowers. Seo asked Director Kim if he would be interested in a duel. Director Kim laughed and agreed, saying he might finally have a chance at winning this time. After agreeing, both of them headed toward the mountains. There, Seo and Director Kim clashed fiercely. Seo unleashed the Severing Mountain Sword, while Director Kim countered with Entering Mountain. The force of their blows shook the ground as the two exchanged powerful strikes. Director Kim swung his sword with fierce strength, unleashing the technique Severing Leyline Blade, Dragon Hill. Energy surged around him as the strike cut through the air with overwhelming power. Seeing this, Seo realized in shock that his blue energy lines were being pushed back. Feeling the pressure of Director Kim's attack, he quickly decided that he needed to dodge. However, Seo stopped and thought for a moment. He realized that if he dodged, he would just keep getting pushed back. Seo felt an intense urge to win rising inside his heart. He couldn't understand why the desire to triumph was burning so fiercely within him. He realized that this duel might be his very last chance, the only opportunity he would ever have to defeat Director Kim in this lifetime. Seo knew that Kim Young-hoon would continue to grow at an incredible pace. The next time they fought, Young-hoon's strength would reach a level that Seo could never hope to match. Seo and Director Kim clashed fiercely, their swords colliding in midair. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the forest, shaking the ground and trees around them. Seo gritted his teeth, realizing the weight of the duel. This moment, while Director Kim had just attained the realm of 3 flowers, this was his final chance to defeat him in this lifetime. Seo tightened his grip on his hidden weapons and steeled his resolve. Yeah, let's win. He charged forward with full determination, hurling his hidden blades as he shouted in his heart, using everything he had. Director Kim's eyes widened in surprise as Seo's hidden blades shot toward him. He quickly raised his sword, deflecting the incoming strikes with a sharp clang of steel. Seo steadied himself with his sword, a sharp look in his eyes. He had disrupted the flow of Kim's moves, feeling a brief opening in the clash. He pressed forward with determination, thinking to himself that he was ahead of him in terms of real combat experience. So he could win. Seo unleashed a powerful strike, shouting, "Severing Mountain Sword, Flowing Ridge." The ground split apart violently, sending rocks and shockwaves surging toward Director Kim. Director Kim's eyes gleamed with confidence as he charged forward through the debris. With a fierce smile, it was clear he would show Seo the stage that was the 3 flowers. Suddenly, Seo's eyes widened as his instincts screamed in alarm. Every sense in his body was sending him danger signals. Something big was coming, and he was right. Director Kim raised his sword high as blue energy swirled violently around him. He unleashed his strength, channeling enhanced blade ki into the strike. A devastating wave of blade chi tore through the ground as Director Kim unleashed his attack, splitting the earth apart and surging straight toward Seo with unstoppable force. Seo's gaze sharpened, sweat rolling down his face. He knew that if he tried to clash head-on with that attack, he would be completely severed. However, he refused to back down. He tightened his grip on his sword, energy swirling violently around him. The Severing Mountain Sword he had trained so hard to master was now his only answer. The Severing Mountain Sword was no ordinary technique. It was a martial art created by the genius Kim Young-hoon, who had mastered the 5 energies converging into the origin. Drawing upon that power, Seo unleashed his might. Severing Mountain Sword, Echoing Valley. A blinding surge of sword energy split the skies, tearing through the forest below. The ground quaked, trees swayed violently, and birds scattered into the air as the devastating strike crashed down with unstoppable force. Dust and debris exploded into the air, filling the battlefield with a thick haze. Through the thick dust and swirling debris, a shadowy figure emerged with his sword still in hand. Director Kim's voice carried through the haze, filled with a mix of respect and thrill. He found it incredible. Seo panted heavily, his eyes wide with disbelief. Director Kim had withstood his counterattack. That strike was supposed to shatter the old man's blade and send him flying back, yet he still stood firm. However, Director Kim lowered his blade. His voice was calm yet heavy with finality as he admitted the truth. This battle was his defeat. Director Kim looked down at his broken weapon, a faint smile crossing his face. To him, having his blade shatter was a disgrace as a martial artist. Still, he acknowledged Seo with sincerity, admitting that he was truly experienced. Seo calmly sheathed his sword, his voice steady. There was no need for Director Kim to worry, because from this moment on, he knew that he would never again be able to defeat him. With the conclusion of today's battle, Seo accepted the truth. He would never again be able to defeat Kim Young-hoon. Not in this lifetime, only perhaps in the next. Sometime later, both of them went back to the grand chamber. Seo told Director Kim that for reaching the stage where the three flowers gathered at the summit realm, a special reward had been prepared as a gift for him. Inside the quiet chamber, Director Kim let out a small laugh, asking if the fierce duel they just had wasn't already his gift. Curious, he wondered if something more had been prepared. Seo stepped forward, holding out a box with both hands, and replied calmly that indeed, here was the true present. Seo revealed the gift, a stack of ancient blue-bound scriptures. They were known as the scriptures of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts. He explained that he had acquired them from an old man who claimed that only those who had reached the realm of the three flowers could truly comprehend and master their contents. Seo admitted that he had tried reading the scriptures himself, but couldn't make sense of them, so he decided to entrust them to Director Kim. With a pleased smile, Director Kim considered it a stroke of luck and accepted the gift gratefully. After Seo had taught him how to read, Kim Young-hoon immersed himself fully in the 6 volumes. He became deeply entranced by the scriptures of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, losing himself in their profound teachings. 4 months passed, and the grand halls of the palace stood beneath the clear sky, marking the passage of time since Kim Young-hoon had begun his deep study of the scriptures. Seo returned with a bright smile, holding a heavy pouch in his hand. He called out to Young-hoon, telling him he had brought back money. With excitement, he explained that he had caught a big one this time, earning quite the bounty. But when he stepped into the room with the pouch of bounty in his hand, he noticed it was empty. Only the scriptures lay open on the floor. Looking around in confusion, he wondered aloud if Young-hoon had left. Seo's eyes swept across the empty room, settling on the scriptures left behind. A deep unease filled him as he realized he couldn't sense Young-hoon's presence at all. It was as if the man had completely vanished. Suddenly, a chilling pressure filled the room. From within the lingering aura, Kim Young-hoon emerged, wreathed in a dark, ominous energy. His eyes gleamed with newfound power, and a sinister smile spread across his face. Seo froze in shock, gasping as fear coursed through him. Kim Young-hoon laughed triumphantly, holding one of the scriptures in his hand. He explained that he had used a technique from the scriptures of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, one that concealed his presence so completely that Seo couldn't detect him at all. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he declared that these books truly contained astonishing martial arts. Seo's voice trembled as he called out to him, realizing the gravity of what he had just witnessed. In his mind, he thought to himself, this strange technique was something Kim Young-hoon was only supposed to use after reaching the realm of the 5 energies gathering at the origin. Yet now, he was using it already, long before even a full year had passed since Seo's regression. Kim Young-hoon laughed as he held the scripture in his hands, explaining that this was just one of the many techniques recorded within it. He pointed out that if even a martial artist like Seo, who had already reached martial peak, couldn't sense his presence, then he could easily assassinate anyone he wished without being detected. Seo looked at Young-hoon with a faint smile, his eyes reflecting both admiration and a hint of unease. In his mind, he acknowledged the undeniable truth. Indeed, what stood before him was pure talent. Kim Young-hoon mentioned that he was preparing to travel across the lands to gain real combat experience and asked Seo if he wanted to join him. Seo, however, politely declined, saying he was fine without going. Young-hoon looked at him curiously, puzzled by his response, and asked what he meant. Seo explained that he wanted to focus on stabilizing his comprehension of martial peak rather than traveling. Hearing this, Kim Young-hoon nodded in understanding, noting that Seo was still at the beginning stage of martial peak and had yet to master the use of sword silk. Seo admitted that while stabilizing his martial peak was important, something else had caught his attention. He had begun to develop an interest in the imperial regime. Hearing this, Kim Young-hoon tilted his head slightly, surprised, and repeated the words with curiosity. Imperial regime? Seo explained that if he managed to secure a position within the government, there might come a day when he could lend support to Young-hoon, who would likely be active within the Murim world by then. Hearing this, Director Kim gave a warm smile and thanked Seo with gratitude. After that, Seo and Director Kim chose to part ways for the time being, each setting out on their own path. Yet deep down, Seo admitted to himself that his desire to join the imperial regime wasn't solely out of interest. It was driven by other, more personal reasons he had yet to reveal. From the knowledge Seo had accumulated during his time as the strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance, he knew one crucial truth. The imperial family of Yangguo had deeper ties with cultivators than any other mortal organization. This connection made them uniquely influential, and it was one of the main reasons he set his sights on the imperial regime. According to rumors, it was said that the imperial family of Yangguo was not purely mortal, but in fact a collateral branch tied to a powerful clan of cultivators. With this knowledge in mind, Xiao made his choice. He submitted his application to the Yangguo military, setting his plan into motion. Xiao's reputation as a renowned bounty hunter earned him swift acceptance into the Yangguo military. Once inside, his unmatched skills and combat prowess allowed him to climb the ranks at a remarkable pace, until he eventually secured the position of general. Xiao then set his sights higher, applying for the elite position of Imperial Guard. With his abilities, he passed the selection with ease. Achieving such a prestigious role within just 5 years of his regression was a clear testament to how far he had come. An elder official reminded Xiao of the weight of his new role. His duty as an Imperial Guard was to put his very life on the line to protect His Majesty. With a sharp look, the man added that a martial artist who had reached the peak realm should certainly be capable of fulfilling such a responsibility. Xiao nodded firmly, gripping his weapon with resolve. With steady eyes, he assured the elder official that he would be sure to do so. Xiao entered the imperial family's shadow guards and, after undergoing rigorous training in stealth and hidden breathing techniques, he was soon assigned to duty. After that, the day came when Xiao was finally granted the honor of meeting the emperor. In that moment, Xiao made a startling realization. He had discovered something truly surprising. To his astonishment, he realized the truth. The emperor himself was a cultivator. Xiao could sense it clearly, the consciousness of a cultivator. The emperor was not an ordinary ruler, but a cultivator who had been born with a spiritual root. Although he still could not believe his eyes, his lingering doubts were erased after he encountered several of the emperor's kin. It became clear that the majority of the imperial family were cultivators as well, each possessing the consciousness to match. However, he noticed that the imperial family members did not appear to be higher-ranked cultivators. None of them came anywhere close to the level of that fox he encountered when he came into this world. Even so, Xiao realized that they were cultivators of the qi refining realm. Still, he could not understand why a martial artist who had only just reached martial peak was required to guard them. Although he could sense that the emperor's consciousness was far greater than that of someone at the qi refining stage, first star. With such overwhelming power, the emperor alone was stronger than all of the shadow guards combined. Xiao realized that the shadow guard existed merely as a convenience for the emperor, something he relied on because he was too lazy to personally deal with assassins. The emperor was known as the man who faced the greatest number of assassination attempts in the entire empire. Assassins came after the emperor almost every single night, and whenever they did, Xiao was the one who took care of them. Although it was tough every day, at the very least, facing these assassins gave him the chance to gain more experience. And just like that, 5 years went by as Xiao faithfully served the empire as a member of the Shadow Guard. During that time, Director Kim rose to the position of alliance leader. However, since Xiao was serving as a member of the Shadow Guard, he was unable to officially meet with the alliance leader. So Xiao arranged to meet Director Kim in secret. The two shared drinks together, catching up on each other's lives. And then, not long after, events took a sudden turn. That night, within the lantern-lit building, Director Kim tightly gripped his sword. Dark red energy swirled around the blade, hinting that he was about to break through to another realm. Xiao's sharp eyes caught sight of the red lines. He realized they represented the most optimal trajectories his opponent could use to strike at him. Seeing Director Kim, he could feel the danger radiating from the red lines. If he stepped into that area, Director Kim's attacks would slice through him instantly. Xiao paused as a familiar sensation washed over him. This feeling was unmistakable. It was the consciousness of a cultivator. Xiao thought to himself how unfortunate it was. If he had already reached the stage of 3 flowers, he would have been able to see far more. For now, he decided to carefully examine Director Kim's current condition. Although it was difficult to fully grasp what he was seeing, he believed this sight would serve as an important clue for comprehending Sword Silk. Meanwhile, Director Kim slowly exhaled, releasing a faint blue mist from his mouth, a clear sign of the powerful energy flowing within him. His body erupted with blazing energy as golden flames burst forth, his aura surging wildly while his robes tore apart under the overwhelming power. In the next moment, his physique transformed, brimming with power. A confident smile spread across his face as he declared that his body had changed. Seo, watching this, remarked with a faint smile that Director Kim had grown younger. In response, Director Kim confirmed proudly that he had successfully reached the state of 5 energies converging to the origin. Director Kim noted that it was unfortunate for Seo. Had Seo attained the stage of 3 flowers, he would have gained far more from this experience. Seo agreed with the thought, but humbly admitted that it was his own fault. His skills were still too lacking. But Director Kim told Seo that it should still be of some help, advising him to ponder over it more carefully once he returned. As they walked under the night sky, Seo asked Director Kim if he had met a few cultivators by now. Director Kim replied with a simple nod, confirming that he had. As they continued walking through the quiet forest, Seo remarked that Director Kim's domain felt very similar to the consciousness cultivators possessed. He then asked if Director Kim thought there might be a connection between the two. Director Kim agreed that there might indeed be a connection. Within the region around him, he believed he could face cultivators at the chi refining stage head-on. He added that perhaps those who reached the state of 5 energies converging to the origin could gain a sight similar to what cultivators possessed. Seo quietly acknowledged the insight, realizing that even martial artists could train in a way similar to cultivators once they attained the state of 5 energies converging to the origin. Seo reflected that just as the gap between first rate and martial peak was vast, the difference between martial peak and the state of 5 energies converging to the origin must be even greater. The shift in perception at that level was so immense that it became difficult to even imagine what it could truly be. He thought to himself that the experience he gained today would surely aid him when the time came for him to pursue the state of 5 energies. After receiving guidance from Kim Young-hoon, he made his way back to the palace. A few days later, as he was patrolling, the palace halls suddenly grew quiet under the dim glow of lanterns. From the shadows above, a figure crept along the beams of the grand hall. Seo's sharp eyes caught the movement immediately, and he recognized the threat at once. Another assassin had infiltrated the palace. Seo swiftly drew his blade, his senses sharpening as red energy locked onto him. In that instant, he realized the danger. This assassin was no ordinary foe. They were at the level of martial peak. In a flash, the assassin's blade shot forward, glowing with deadly force as it tore through the air. However, Seo calmly assessed the situation as he deflected the assassin's strike. From the flow of their movements, he could tell that although they had reached martial peak, their control was unrefined. It was clear they had only recently attained that level. The assassin leapt from above with a fierce cry, dagger raised high, aiming to strike Seo down in a single decisive blow. From below, Seo stood firm, his gaze steady as he prepared to counter the attack. Steel clashed against steel as Seo met the assassin's strike head-on. Sparks burst from each impact, the hall echoing with the sharp clangs of their weapons. Both fighters moved with speed and precision, locked in a fierce struggle for dominance. Seo's eyes narrowed as he studied the assassin's movements mid-battle. Something about their technique felt unusual, prompting a sharp thought in his mind. It was peculiar. Seo knew he should be focusing entirely on the battle before him, yet his mind wavered. The vivid image of Kim Young-hoon attaining the state of 5 energies lingered in his thoughts, refusing to fade. As Seo steadied his glowing blade, a thought surfaced in his mind. What exactly was sword energy? He recalled the teachings he had heard. Sword energy was proof that one had become truly united with the sword, a sign of reaching the intermediate stages of first rate. He recalled the principle behind sword energy. Once a martial artist reached martial peak, they could perceive the optimal trajectories of their strikes. As long as the sword followed that perfect pathway, the flow of sword energy would never falter. As Seo clashed blades with the assassin, clarity filled his mind. The lines he saw before him were the most flawless paths his sword arts could ever pursue. Sword energy, he realized, was the essence of becoming one with his sword style, drawing out its full potential to the absolute maximum. Through his training, he came to a realization: sword martial arts and sword energy were, in essence, the same. Yet as the thought settled in his mind, doubt crept in. He paused, questioning himself. Hold on, that couldn't be right. If sword martial arts and sword energy were truly the same, then wouldn't even Jiangshi, mindless corpses controlled by cultivators, be able to wield sword energy as long as they were taught the sword? The idea didn't sit right with him. In the midst of combat, Seo's realization deepened. Sword energy was not merely martial arts. Though born from martial techniques, it was something beyond them, an essence greater than simple swordplay. As the truth dawned on him, clarity flashed in his eyes. Seo came to understand that while sword energy was forged through martial arts, its true source lay deeper. At its core, it was born from the human spirit, the will and intention of the martial artist wielding the blade. Seo's realization deepened as he observed the glowing lines. The red and blue paths before him were not just perfect attack trajectories, they were the manifestation of a martial artist's intent. Each line represented the will behind the sword, the very trajectory of intention itself. The moment he grasped that truth, a strange sensation flowed from the hand gripping his sword. It felt as though living veins had sprouted from the blade itself, weaving into his arm and connecting them as one. Just then, the assassin lunged forward with deadly speed, their blades slicing through the air with precision. Every movement carried lethal intent, the strike aimed straight at Seo without hesitation. However, Seo flipped above his opponent, his sword cutting down in a sweeping arc. The assassin below countered with equal ferocity, their strike rising to meet his. Sparks flew as steel collided, the sound echoing sharply through the grand hall. The assassin's eyes widened in shock as a powerful clash erupted, blasting out a wave of force. The impact sent debris flying, and the masked figure staggered back, struggling to withstand the overwhelming strike. As the force of the clash tore through the hall, the assassin's mask was ripped away, revealing the face of a young woman beneath.
The young woman, battered and bloodied, struggled to push herself up, her eyes filled with both fear and defiance. Seo stepped forward with calm, deliberate steps, the glow of sword silk illuminating his path. His presence was heavy, his gaze sharp as he looked down at her. Recognition flickered in his eyes. A shadowed smile crossed his face as he remarked coldly that her features seemed familiar. In that instant, a memory surfaced. He recalled seeing her before, dressed not as an assassin, but as one of the Emperor's new handmaidens. Seo stood tall, his sword lowered but his presence oppressive as he looked down at the fallen assassin. He remarked coldly that to reach the level of Peak Master at such a young age was no small feat. With such talent, she could have surely advanced further, perhaps even attained the stage of gathering the three flowers. But then his tone sharpened. Struggling on the floor, her voice trembled as she recognized Seo, calling him by the title whispered among warriors, the infinite fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, Seo came closer to her and asked if she truly knew who he was. Seo remembered 10 years ago. His name had spread far and wide. Back then, he was revered as the infinite fighting spirit, a warrior of unmatched willpower. But as time passed, his reputation twisted. Fear replaced respect, and whispers in the Yan Kingdom began to call him something else, the infinite fighting monster. Blood dripped from her lips as she forced out her words, her body trembling with rage and grief. She admitted that her little brother had been far more talented than she ever was, but his brilliance had been cut short, all because of that wretched emperor. Seo's expression remained cold, his voice steady and unyielding. Appealing to his emotions was meaningless. He would not be swayed. The law was clear, and to him, there was no exception. Assassins were to be executed on the spot. Just then, a group of guards stormed in, weapons drawn and eyes blazing with fury. Their leader's voice thundered through the chamber, declaring the alarm. Another assassin attack had begun. The wounded woman fell to her knees, desperation in her eyes as she cried out. She pleaded with Seo, known as the infinite fighting monster, telling him he was making a mistake. Her voice trembled as she revealed the truth. The common people were dying because of the Emperor's cruel orders. But before she could finish her words, a swift slash cut through the air. Blood splattered across the hall, silencing her plea in an instant. Seo's voice was calm, but merciless as he spoke. He admitted he was sorry, yet in his position, allowing himself to be swayed by an assassin's words would be a grave crime. With that resolve, he raised his sword high. The lifeless body lay at his feet as the blade gleamed coldly under the palace lights, the execution carried out without hesitation. However, a faint pang of regret stirred within him for ending such a remarkable talent with his own hands. Yet there was no time to dwell on it. With the help of his fellow guards, he quietly tended to the aftermath, lifting the fallen body and cleaning the traces of what had just transpired. After that, Seo glanced toward the Emperor's chambers, noting how much noise had erupted just moments earlier. Yet, as expected, the Emperor never stirred. The reason soon became clear. A powerful soundproofing spell had been cast around the Emperor's quarters. It was almost as if he had no need to conceal the truth, boldly showing that he was, in fact, a cultivator. Everyone in the Shadow Guard was well aware that the Emperor was a cultivator. For those who had reached the level of Peak Master, it was easy to perceive a cultivator's domain with their own eyes. As the guards moved swiftly, one of them gave a sharp order, demanding that the scene be cleaned up without leaving a single trace behind. Seo knew the shadow guards protected the emperor without question, for it was the duty entrusted to them. None of them dared to complain, no matter the burden. Still, a troubling thought lingered. Assassination attempts on the emperor had been growing more frequent with each passing day. Although the Yan Kingdom had recently entered a time of peace and prosperity under the emperor's rule, poverty still lingered among some. Yet there were no longer cases of commoners falling into ruin and resorting to banditry just to survive. Seo pondered deeply, questioning who could be so relentless in sending assassins after the emperor. Examining the weapon, he noticed it had been coated with a deadly poison. What troubled him even more was the realization that the assassin came from the Yan Kingdom itself, and even knew his title. But he decided not to rush and thought it best to take his time to uncover the truth. As he walked down the dark halls of the imperial palace, his steps echoing, he reminded himself of his true purpose. He had come here not for power or politics, but simply to gather information about cultivators. 10 years passed. During that time, Seo faithfully carried out his duties as a guard. Through his steady service, he gradually earned the emperor's trust. At the same time, Seo made use of the authority he had gained to uncover information from every corner of the imperial palace. Of course, there were limits. Classified knowledge remained beyond his reach. By carefully piecing together documents that were only available in the government offices, Seo managed to uncover something valuable. Through his persistence, he finally found a clue about the elusive cultivator clans. At long last, he had succeeded. He finally discovered the region where the cultivator clans resided. Seo sighed in frustration, realizing just how difficult it was to gather information about cultivators. Still, despite the challenge, he admitted to himself that this was far better than the days he had spent as the strategist of the Murim Alliance. Seo reflected on his progress, realizing that perhaps it was because he gained real combat experience almost every night. At this pace, he believed he could aim to reach the state where the three blossoms converge within this very lifetime. At this pace, he believed he could aim to reach the state where the three blossoms converge within this very lifetime. Just then, he picked up the next document, murmuring to himself that it was the census report. The record stated that in the 33rd year of the Heian calendar, by the grace of His Majesty the Emperor, the number of orphans and beggars had greatly decreased. Because of this, the number of people joining bandit groups had nearly disappeared altogether. Seo flipped through the pages of the report, his brow furrowing. It was supposed to be an official document prepared by the government office, yet the writing and details were surprisingly careless. He couldn't help but wonder why it was so sloppy. The report in Seo's hand seemed incomplete. Though it claimed the number of beggars had decreased, the crucial detail was absent. The most important part was missing. How exactly had the numbers fallen so sharply? That unanswered question lingered in Seo's mind. Seo's eyes narrowed as the thought crossed his mind. Could it be that they had all starved to death? Yet he quickly dismissed the idea. If such a large number of people had truly perished from starvation, his past self would have undoubtedly known about it. It wasn't a simple matter of the poor moving up the social ladder, nor had the emperor provided relief or created new livelihoods for them. To Seo, it felt as though these people had not risen or been saved at all. They had simply been erased quietly, as if wiped from existence. Besides, there had been no famine, nor had any war broken out in the Yan Kingdom. Yet despite the peace, how did they disappear? He also remembered that assassin woman telling him the truth. The common people were dying, and it was all because of the emperor's cruel orders. However, Seo found the situation strange. The current emperor might not have been a saint, but he was at least a capable ruler, average, if nothing more. That alone made it puzzling. If the poor hadn't simply vanished due to neglect or incompetence, then where had all these erased people truly gone? Seo considered the matter carefully. If it was something even the government offices couldn't fully grasp, then there was a strong chance it was connected to the cultivator clans. Time and again, these gaps in information always seemed to lead back to them. Seo turned toward the window, his thoughts firm. From here on, the matter was no longer his to pursue. The investigation beyond this point would have to be left in the hands of Kim Youngi. At the Murim Alliance, a grand ceremony was held to mark the retirement of its first lord, Kim Youngi. Many mourned his departure, unwilling to see such a great leader step down. Yet, in contrast to their sorrow, Kim Youngi himself appeared calm, even relieved, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his shoulders. And there was good reason for his relief. Kim Youngi's retirement from the position of Murim Alliance Lord signified something greater. He had completely mastered the 6 volumes of the Hosewol Mugyong, and was now preparing to set out on a new journey, one that would lead him to seek out the cultivators themselves. Seo stepped into the room quietly, his movements so light that he startled Director Kim inside. At first, Director Kim mistook him for an assassin, only to realize it was Seo. He remarked how refreshed Seo looked, yet noted with unease that his presence carried an aura, one that felt more and more like that of an assassin. Seo relayed the information and conclusions he had gathered from the Imperial Palace to Kim Youngi without delay. As expected, the moment Seo mentioned that the matter seemed tied to the cultivator clans, Kim Young-gi's interest sharpened noticeably. Seo shared that he knew of several places where the cultivator clans resided. He asked Brother Kim to investigate further and dig up information on them. Brother Kim agreed readily, admitting that he too had been curious to uncover what those clans were plotting. And so, with Kim Young-gi's guidance, the decision was made to uncover the hidden schemes of the cultivator clans. And so, with Kim Young-gi's guidance, the decision was made to uncover the hidden schemes of the cultivator clans. After that, Seo went back to the palace. That night, the palace stood silent beneath the starry sky. Guards reported to their vice commander, Seo, that the north gate was clear. Seo nodded. However, he had recently noted how the number of assassin intrusions had decreased. He reasoned that even their enemies couldn't afford to endlessly send peak-level masters into the palace. But just then, chaos erupted as a shout rang out. An assassin had appeared at the east gate. Flames burst forth, engulfing the area, and one of the guards was caught in the fire, screaming in agony as his body burned. Amidst the blaze, a figure stood calmly, holding a talisman glowing with eerie energy. With a cold gaze, he observed the scene and noted that the guards were all peak-level masters. The intruder, with his blue hair tied back and a talisman still glowing faintly at his side, found himself surrounded by palace guards. He muttered in irritation, calling the situation a nuisance. His concealment arts, usually flawless, were being disrupted by the sharp perception of the guards, making it difficult for him to remain hidden. Seo's eyes widened in shock as he realized the truth. The intruder was actually a cultivator. He thought their enemies had run out of peak masters and were now desperate enough to send a cultivator disguised as an assassin. One of the commanders shouted in alarm, confirming that the intruder was indeed a cultivator. His voice rang through the hall as he ordered everyone to stay alert and be on their guard, preparing for the battle ahead. The blue-haired cultivator sneered as he spread a handful of glowing talismans in his hands. With arrogance in his voice, he mocked the guards, asking if they truly believed they could stand against him. He declared that the so-called peak masters they had faced were only cultivators stuck at the first level of the chi refining stage, far weaker than him. The cultivator rose into the air, talismans swirling around him as dark energy gathered. With a voice filled with pride, he revealed his true power, not just a beginner, but one who had already reached the second level of the chi refining stage. Flames ignited in his hands, wrapping around the glowing talismans. With a cruel smile, he vowed that after slaughtering everyone present, he would hunt down and kill the man from the collateral branch of the Mockley clan. The cultivator unleashed his attack, fiery talismans streaking through the air like blazing spears. Explosions erupted as the flames struck, engulfing the hall in a sea of fire. Guards caught in the blast screamed in agony, their bodies consumed by the raging inferno. As the palace echoed with their cries, the cultivator smirked, his arrogant laughter echoing through the burning hall as flames devoured everything around him. He believed no one present could match his strength. But from within the inferno, Seo emerged. He cut through the sea of flames, sword in hand, his presence radiating unshakable resolve. The fire parted around him, as though even the blaze dared not touch his blade. The cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his opponent. Never had he imagined anyone would withstand his blazing strike, yet Seo before him met his gaze with unshaken resolve. The cultivator looked down with a cold, piercing gaze. He remarked that for someone who had only managed to block a single attack, survival would not last long. The cultivator floated above the ground, talismans circling him like predators waiting to strike. His gaze bore down on the warrior below, filled with disdain. With a cold, venomous voice, he spat out his words, calling the man beneath him nothing more than an insect, unworthy of standing in his presence. Meanwhile, outside, a sudden burst of light shook the ground as a powerful barrier formed around the palace, sealing everything inside. The guards outside stumbled back in shock, their weapons trembling in their hands. One of them cursed under his breath, realizing it was a barrier. Confusion spread quickly among the soldiers as they stared at the glowing dome. They muttered to each other, wondering what was happening within the palace walls. The air grew heavy with tension, and unease clouded their faces. The soldiers grew restless as the barrier pulsed with a dark purple glow. Fear spread among them, and one of the guards questioned if a cultivator had launched an attack. Realizing the danger, another guard shouted urgently for reinforcements, ordering his comrades to call for more troops at once. Meanwhile, inside, one of the guards collapsed to his knees, his clothes torn and stained with blood. Around him, the bodies of fallen comrades lay scattered, some burned beyond recognition as flames devoured their remains. His breathing was heavy, every gasp sounding strained as he tried to steady himself with his weapon. But before he could regain his strength, a massive explosion erupted nearby. The palace shook violently as fire burst forth, swallowing everything in a storm of blazing heat and destruction. Through the blazing chaos, Seo pushed forward with determined steps, his body bloodied but his will unshaken. His sword gleamed with a sharp blue light as he gathered all his strength. He thought to himself that even holding on for a single second could turn the tide. If he could evolve his sword silk into sword-enhanced chi, then perhaps he could pierce through the overwhelming power before him. The cultivator laughed arrogantly, his barrier shining brightly as talismans floated in the air around him. He declared that no matter how many times it was attempted, Seo's power would never be enough to break through his defensive techniques. But Seo charged forward without hesitation, blood streaking down his face as his sword burned with fierce blue energy. The clash thundered through the hall, his strike tearing against the glowing barrier with unstoppable force. For the first time, the cultivator's mocking smile twisted into shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted in anger and fear, cursing Seo and calling him a madman. Seo launched himself downward with all the strength he had left, his sword blazing with crackling energy as it tore through the air. The cultivator was struck, his body thrown back violently, blood spraying as the attack ripped into him. But the moment of triumph was short-lived. Seo's sword-enhanced chi, into which he had poured every last bit of his remaining energy, fizzled out almost instantly. Blood poured from his mouth as his body weakened. He realized with bitter clarity that without a deeper understanding, it was nearly impossible to maintain sword-enhanced chi for even a single second. He fell to the ground without even giving a proper fight. The cultivator stood at the center of the hall, his body wrapped in a glowing blue barrier. With a single release of power, he sent shockwaves rippling upward, throwing soldiers off their feet and leaving them sprawled across the ground. The surviving guards, bloodied but still standing, looked on with fury and disbelief. The cultivator roared in fury, his body surging with power as he leapt forward. With a heavy step, he came crashing down, stomping Seo violently into the ground. Seo coughed blood, his body writhing in pain from the brutal strike. Enraged beyond reason, the cultivator's eyes burned with hatred. His voice thundered as he spat out his prideful wrath, demanding how a lowly creature like Seo dared to lay a cut on him. The cultivator clenched his sleeve tightly, his voice dripping with venom. He admitted that at first he had only planned to toy with Seo before turning his attention to the branch family member of the Mockley clan. But now, his rage had shifted his intentions entirely. With fury in his eyes, he declared that he would impale Seo on a pike and crush him bit by bit until death finally claimed him. As he roared, countless talismans scattered into the air, transforming into deadly, spiraling spears that radiated killing intent, all aimed at Seo. The Vice Squad leader and his men tried to intervene, but the golden spears of energy rained down without mercy. Several soldiers were pierced through instantly, blood spraying as their cries echoed through the hall. The blue-haired cultivator didn't even spare them a second glance. His cold voice cut through the chaos as he dismissed their lives with disdain, warning them not to interrupt him. To him, they were nothing more than insects beneath his feet. The blue-haired cultivator stood tall, his gaze cold as he looked down on Seo, who lay bloodied beneath him. His voice rang with arrogance as he declared that no matter how much one struggled, resistance against a cultivator was meaningless. In the end, he said, Seo's fate was nothing more than to be crushed under his foot. The remaining soldiers nearby trembled at the sight, their faces grim and uncertain. Some tried to steady their weapons while others froze, caught between fear and duty, as Seo's pained coughs echoed weakly through the hall. Seo lay sprawled on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth as his body trembled with pain. His breath came out ragged, each cough staining the floor crimson. Inwardly, he cursed himself. He had recklessly pushed too much chi through his body at once. Now his insides were in complete disarray, leaving him barely able to move under the crushing pressure of the cultivator standing over him. The cultivator looked down at Seo in surprise, realizing the man was still clinging to life despite his battered state. With a cruel grin, he raised his foot and stomped down mercilessly, blood splattering across the floor. His voice dripped with contempt as he mocked Seo, eager to see just how long this so-called insect could endure under his torment. Seo lay broken on the ground, blood pooling beneath his face. His weary eyes stared forward as a bitter thought crossed his mind. Yeah, he was no different from an insect. His talent, his skills, even his life, all of it was as insignificant as a bug's. Even in that moment of despair, he accepted this cruel truth about himself. Cultivator looked down at Seo with a mocking smile. His voice dripped with arrogance as he sneered, asking if Seo was begging for his life. Seo's body trembled under the crushing weight of his enemy's foot, blood pooling around him. Yet, even as his vision blurred, his thoughts burned fiercely. The countless hours of training, the endless years of pain and endurance, none of it could simply vanish. With a sudden surge of will, his bloodied hand slammed against the ground, forcing his battered body upward. The cultivator's eyes widened in surprise at Sio's defiance. Inwardly, Sio analyzed the cultivator. He realized from the way the man had used stealth, it was clear this was someone who had never properly trained his body, nor had he learned to fight with awareness of distance. Sio judged that he was nothing more than a man born with raw talent, fortunate enough to step onto the path of cultivation, but lacking the discipline and foundation to stand. Sio's bloodied hand clung tightly to his enemy's robe as his body trembled from pain. His vision blurred, yet his thoughts burned with bitter resolve. He realized he could lose to such a man. He could fall here, facing such a bastard. The weight of that truth pressed down on him, heavier than the cultivator's foot itself. Sio's bloodied hand clenched tighter. Even as pain tore through his body, he refused to accept that all the years he had endured, the endless effort he had poured into training, had been meaningless. His voice, raw and trembling, carried the weight of his resolve. He would not accept that he could never rise to a higher stage. He would not give in. Through blood and defiance, Sio roared that even the struggle of an insect carried meaning. The cultivator roared in fury, calling Sio filthy as talismans ignited into flames around him. He demanded that Sio remove his hands at once. But then, in the heat of his rage, his expression suddenly faltered. Blood trickled from his nose, and shock spread across his face. For the first time, confusion replaced his arrogance. But Sio's sharp gaze burned with grim determination. Inside, Sio knew the truth. The poison was working. The burst of chi he had used earlier, the strike meant to break through the cultivator's defenses, was only a means to an end. The real weapon had always been the poison coating his blade. That was the trap he had set from the very beginning. The cultivator's face twisted in panic as the realization hit him. His body trembled, blood spilling from his mouth and nose while his vision blurred. He stammered in desperation, cursing the poison now coursing through his veins. His hands shook as he tried to muster his strength, muttering frantically that he needed to nullify it before it was too late. For the first time, fear replaced arrogance in his eyes. Sio's eyes burned with cold fury as he pinned the cultivator down. He would never allow him the chance to nullify the poison. He forced the cultivator's jaw shut, silencing any chance of an incantation. At the same time, he clamped down on his arm, preventing him from forming seals. With blood dripping from his mouth and strength still surging in his grip, Sio snarled that now the arrogant cultivator should try casting his spells, if he still could. The guards panicked as they saw the cultivator struggling under Sio's grip. One of them shouted desperately to help Sio, and several men rushed forward with weapons drawn. But before they could reach him, the burning talismans shattered with a deafening crack. The defensive barrier that had protected the hall collapsed in an instant. From outside, soldiers cried out that the defensive technique had broken. With renewed vigor, they charged forward, storming into the palace as their boots thundered against the floor. The cultivator's lifeless body collapsed on the ground, his face twisted in horror. Sio stood over the corpse, his body battered and covered in blood, yet his eyes burned with cold determination. He remembered how his enemy had once mocked him, belittling him as nothing more than an insect. Now, with the cultivator lying lifeless before him, Sio's thoughts carried a bitter edge. That same man who had looked down on him with arrogance was no different in death, proving that all his cruelty and pride had led to nothing. Next day, golden roofs shimmered under the bright blue sky as the grand palace stood tall and silent, surrounded by red walls and towering pillars. Inside one of the rooms, a warm lantern hung from the ceiling, gently swaying as thin smoke filled the air. Sio slowly opened his eyes, blinking in confusion as he stared at the ceiling above him. From nearby, a calm voice asked him, "Are you awake?" He turned his head to see an elderly man sitting beside his bed, calmly smoking a long pipe. Coughing lightly, he spoke weakly, asking, "Is it okay to smoke next to a patient?" The old man gave a small laugh and told him not to talk nonsense. Tobacco is a great herb. Sio, lying in bed, stared blankly at him, stunned by what he just heard. What is he even saying? He thought in disbelief. Then it hit him. He realized that this must be like medieval times. Sio slowly sat up on the bed, feeling the strength return to his body. It was lighter than before, and a calm relief washed over him. The old man sitting nearby spoke with a composed tone, explaining that His Majesty had appointed one of the royal doctors to treat him. He reminded Sio to be grateful, for such a favor from the king was rare. As Sio listened, a faint smile appeared on his face. He finally understood why the royal physicians were so respected. Their skill was beyond ordinary. Deep inside, he began to wonder if he could one day learn from such masters. His gaze then fell upon his right hand, which was tightly wrapped in bandages. The old man noticed and said softly that the doctor had done all he could. Sio would be able to use his hand again, but it would never be quite the same. It was still healing, and he was warned not to move it too much. Sio raised his hand and studied it quietly. The memory of the battle came back to him, how the cultivator had crushed his hand without mercy. Yet, instead of anger, a faint smile touched his lips. Despite everything, he was simply grateful that he could still move it at all. The old man looked at Seo and nodded, saying it was good that he could stay positive despite everything. He then mentioned that the king had decided to reward Seo for his brave service. On the table before them sat a small, ornate blue box trimmed with gold, a royal gift. Since the members of the Shadow Guard could not be officially rewarded in public, the old man had been sent to deliver the gift in secret. He asked if Seo was able to move, and seeing him nod, he stood up and began to read the royal decree aloud. With a steady voice, he announced, "By His Majesty's command, Seo Eunhyun, Vice Captain of the Shadow Guard, for throwing himself into danger to protect the throne, His Majesty bestows upon him the Chukodan, the legendary pill said to be taken by cultivators." Hearing those words, Seo knelt down on the wooden floor, lowering his head in deep respect. His voice echoed through the quiet room as he declared, "Long live His Majesty." Seo carefully opened the ornate blue box, and inside it lay a small, glowing red pill resting on soft black silk. The light from the pill shimmered faintly, filling the room with a quiet sense of awe. The old man beside him began to explain that the pill was a modified version of the Chukidan, the kind of pill cultivators used to advance their chi and reach the foundation stage. This version, however, lacked the pure essence of the original. Seo listened, nodding slowly, though he didn't fully understand what any of it meant. As he gazed at the pill, realization began to dawn on him. He remembered the name Chukidan. It was something he had heard before. His eyes narrowed as a thought crossed his mind. Chukkidan's residue. Memories from his past surfaced. Seo once worked in a medical center, where he had occasionally helped make elixirs. He recalled how, during the process, a thick residue would always remain after refining the ingredients. Looking at the pill again, he understood the truth. What he had received was not the pure Chukkidan, but a pill created from the leftover remains of one, the kind usually sold cheaply to drunks or wandering cultists. It had no real effect. A faint smile appeared on his face, though it carried a trace of bitterness. He understood now. The Emperor's gift was nothing more than a gesture. Inwardly, he couldn't help but think how petty the Emperor was. The old man beside him, unaware of the truth, spoke proudly. He said he had heard that this pill could extend a person's life by 10 years. Seo's eyes widened in shock at the claim. 10 years? He could hardly believe it. Trying to make sense of it, Seo looked back at the pill, puzzled. He could tell that the old man seemed envious, his gaze lingering on the small red sphere. Still, Seo knew there was nothing the man could do. The gift had come directly from the Emperor himself. No one dared question it, even if the truth behind the reward was far less grand than it appeared. Seo gazed at the glowing red pill resting in his hand, its light flickering softly against the walls of the quiet room. After a moment of thought, he decided he would only take it once his internal veins had completely healed. The old man beside him nodded and reminded him to always remember the kindness of His Majesty before taking his leave. Left alone, Seo stood silently, the sunlight spilling across the floor. He looked down at the small pill with a calm expression. Inwardly, he reasoned that it would be best to use it only at the edge of death, when all strength was gone, to test whether it truly possessed the power it claimed. Though he knew its origins were humble, he still couldn't ignore the small hope it offered. A faint smile appeared on Seo's face as he studied the pill once more. The thought of gaining even 10 more years of life filled him with quiet relief. To receive such a thing, even if flawed, felt like a blessing in disguise. As he stood there, light shining through the palace windows, Seo's heart grew steadier. The weight of his journey no longer felt as heavy. Gazing out toward the grand palace rooftops under the bright sky, he felt a renewed sense of purpose, as though this new path, this fourth life, would finally unfold in his favor. Next day, under the bright blue sky, the training ground stood silent, except for the sound of wind brushing against the wooden stands. Suddenly, a loud impact shook the arena's floor as a sword struck the ground, scattering dust into the air. Seo clenched his wounded hand and groaned, his face tightening from the sharp pain that spread through his arm. The skin along his palm was scarred and rough, trembling from the strain. Even though his injuries had healed, the pain refused to fade. Every time he tried to grip his sword tightly, a burning sensation tore through his veins, forcing him to loosen his hold. His once steady hand now betrayed him, and his strikes lacked the precision they once carried. Standing alone in the empty arena, Seo looked down at the sword lying before him. He could no longer perform the severing mountain swordsmanship, a technique that once defined his strength. The thought weighed heavily on his mind. As the breeze carried the sound of silence across the field, a bitter question echoed in his heart. Was this where his martial arts journey would end in this new life? Seo tightened his trembling fist, his knuckles cracking as blood surged through his wounded hand. Pain shot up his arm, but his resolve burned brighter than the ache. He refused to give in. The thought of surrendering was unthinkable. Seo had climbed through endless trials, facing death and despair, to stand where he was. Every scar on his body was proof of his struggle, proof of the countless times he had bled to reach the pinnacle realm. Such pain was nothing new to him. It was a constant companion, one that had followed him like a shadow through every battle and lifetime. He took a firm step forward, the sound of his boots echoing through the silent arena. This suffering would not break him. Seo's eyes blazed with unshakable determination as he gripped his sword once more, blood dripping down his palm. No matter how much it hurt, he swore he would never give up. Even if his hand burned and his veins screamed, he would rise beyond his limits. He would break through once again and reach a realm higher than ever before. Just like that, 10 more years quietly passed beneath the endless sky, and now 3 full decades had gone by since Seo's regression began. Time had carved wisdom into his face and steadiness into his heart. Through those long years, Seo grew accustomed to the constant ache that lingered in his right hand. The pain never truly left him, but it became a familiar companion, one he learned to move with rather than fight against. His swordsmanship evolved, the once imperfect techniques honed into flawless precision. The flowing grace of his sword silk technique reached perfection, and he had long since mastered the elusive shadow techniques. Yet, what mattered most was not the refinement of his blade, but the secret knowledge he had uncovered. Holding an old letter sent by Kim Young-hoon, Seo studied its faded words carefully. Within its cryptic lines, he had nearly unveiled the hidden truth behind the cultivator's existence. It was said that most cultivators concealed their dwellings behind powerful formations, barriers invisible to ordinary eyes. The weaker ones built their homes within the mortal realm, blending in among common folk. But those born with great talent, or heirs of renowned clans, resided within vast spiritual domains, protected and nourished by sacred formations. And now, after 30 years of struggle, Seo stood on the verge of discovering that hidden world. Seo's research led him to a grim truth about the cultivator's hidden territories. Within those sacred lands, even ordinary people lived, not as equals, but as servants or slaves. They worked tirelessly to serve their masters, cleaning courtyards, carrying water, and tending to their needs. Some were treated slightly better, while others were bound by cruel fate, never allowed to leave. According to Kim Young-hoon's most recent letter, Seo finally uncovered a disturbing detail. It was one of the cultivator clans that had been secretly sending powerful assassins, those who had reached the pinnacle realm, into the royal palace. These assassins were not born cultivators, but ordinary people, handpicked for their potential. The clan had been capturing talented commoners, training them in secret, and molding them into deadly warriors. Reading the reports, Seo understood the situation more clearly. Many of the beggars and wanderers who had mysteriously vanished from the royal records were likely taken into these hidden domains. There, they were either forged into assassins or condemned to live out their days as slaves, bound forever to serve their cultivator overlords. As Seo stared into the flickering firelight, a heavy silence filled the room. The truth was cruel, but now he knew what kind of world hid behind those powerful formations, a world where strength dictated fate and weakness meant servitude. As Seo stood deep in thought, his mind filled with the tangled web of cultivator politics, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him, breaking the silence. Someone spoke from the shadows, questioning him with a teasing tone. The unexpected voice startled Seo, making him turn sharply toward the source. His eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the familiar face. It was Kim Hyung, his longtime comrade and trusted ally. Startled yet relieved, Seo exhaled deeply. He told Kim that he had just finished reading the letters and had already burned them to keep their content secret. Kim stepped forward, a faint smile forming as he replied that he had sent those letters a month ago, surprised they had arrived so late. But then, his tone shifted. With a serious expression, Kim explained that he hadn't come merely to exchange words this time. He had discovered something important enough to bring him there in person. Hearing this, Seo's calm expression hardened. The flickering candlelight danced across his face as he braced himself, knowing that whatever Kim had found could change everything. Seo turned toward Kim, confusion flashing in his eyes as he asked what Kim meant. But before Seo could say more, Kim's sword began to move through the air, cutting across invisible currents of energy. He explained that he was dispelling the suspicious formations that surrounded them, removing any hidden eyes or listening spells that might be nearby. Once the air around them stilled, Kim finally spoke with a grave tone. He revealed that there were 2 major cultivator clans in the kingdom of Yangguo. Seo nodded slightly, recalling the contents of the letters he had read earlier. Kim continued, one of the clans belonged to the current emperor, while the other was tied to the previous ruler. As he spoke, the image of 2 emperors came to mind, the present one cloaked in power, and the shadow of the old dynasty that refused to fade. The old emperor's bloodline, known as the Jin clan, once ruled for centuries. However, 100 years ago, the Malki clan rose in rebellion, overthrowing the Jin clan and seizing the throne. Since then, the 2 clans had been locked in a hidden war, fighting relentlessly for control of the nation. After the Malki clan seized control of Yangguo, the influence of the Jin clan began to fade. Once a dominant force that ruled for generations, their power was now only a shadow of what it had been. In a desperate attempt to regain strength, the Jin clan started recruiting ordinary people, men and women with no cultivation background, and turned them into assassins through harsh and secretive training. Seo listened quietly as Kim explained this. He already knew part of the story from the letters he had received, but Kim's expression made it clear that the true revelation was yet to come. The next part, Kim said, was what truly mattered. He then posed a question that sent a chill through the room. How could the Jin clan transform mere mortals into martial artists who stood at the pinnacle realm? How could they produce such powerful warriors in such numbers? The answer, Kim revealed, was horrifying. The Jin clan had discovered a forbidden method. They infused the bodies of their assassins with the spirits of their own families. This cruel act forcefully awakened hidden potential, pushing their talent to inhuman levels. Seo's eyes widened in disbelief as the truth sank in. He asked if the Jin clan truly slaughtered the assassins' families only to use their souls as fuel. Kim shook his head gravely. The reality was even darker. It wasn't the Jin clan who carried out the killings. It was the current emperor himself, the ruler who now sat upon the throne. It was the Malki clan, the ruling cultivators of Yangguo. Seo stared at the scene, his eyes narrowing as Kim continued explaining. For nearly 3 decades, the Malki clan had been committing unspeakable acts. In their pursuit of immortality and power, they had been turning orphans and beggars into ingredients, using human lives as raw material for alchemy. Kim's voice grew grim as he revealed the truth. The Mokli clan had been collecting the blood and life force of ordinary people to forge pills capable of extending the lifespan of cultivators. These cruel experiments were carried out in secret, hidden behind the glory of the imperial court. The poor, the abandoned, the voiceless, they were chosen because their disappearance would go unnoticed. Villages lost entire groups overnight, yet no one dared question the empire. Seo clenched his fists in silent rage as the reality sank in. The powerful Mokli clan, the so-called protectors of Yangguo, had built their strength upon the suffering of innocents. They weren't rulers, they were butchers wearing the robes of immortals. Kim's words struck like thunder. The truth behind the emperor's cultivators left Seo trembling in disbelief. His eyes widened, voice shaking as he muttered in horror, wondering if this was nothing less than cannibalism. Kim's calm yet grim tone confirmed it. They were consuming people. The Mokli clan and the emperor's chosen cultivators had fallen so far that they now fed upon human life to fuel their strength. Seo clutched his face in despair, unable to comprehend the depth of corruption. These were not demons, nor wicked cults. They were supposed to be righteous cultivators, the ones destined to ascend to the heavens. Yet they had become worse than monsters. Overwhelmed by disgust, he could no longer contain his anger. The realization tore through his heart. The emperor's men, whom he had once served and protected, were nothing but cannibals clothed in sacred robes. Innocent people were being slaughtered under imperial orders, all for power and longevity. And the most painful truth of all, he had spent his entire life defending those very butchers. Seo's eyes trembled as he looked down at his bandaged hands. They had once fought for justice, yet now all he could see were the countless sins they had unknowingly committed. His voice cracked with regret as he wondered how many innocent lives had been wronged by these very hands. Kim stood in silence before him, his expression shadowed. He explained how, upon learning of the Mokli clan's crimes, the Jin clan had reached out to him. They wanted his help to strike down the Mokli clan once and for all. Seo accepted without hesitation. To him, those who devoured others for power did not deserve to live. No matter their status or title, such monsters had no right to rule. As clouds gathered above the imperial palace, Seo's resolve burned brighter than ever. The rulers who had built their empire on the suffering of innocents, they would face judgment. Those who fed upon their own people would be erased from this land. Kim's voice carried conviction as he stood before Seo, his blade gleaming under the lamplight. He spoke of gathering martial artists who shared his beliefs, warriors who could no longer turn a blind eye to the corruption that plagued their land. With firm resolve, he reached out his hand and asked Seo to join him. If the Jin clan reclaimed the throne, he said, perhaps the nation would finally begin to heal from the rot festering at its core. As Kim's words echoed through the room, Seo lowered his gaze. Memories of his past lives, of countless failures and betrayals, flickered before his eyes. This moment marked the end of his second regression, a cycle of struggle and loss that had brought him here once again. He realized then why the foundation-building cultivators had once stood against them. Seo's heart trembled as years of guilt and regret weighed upon him. Every battle, every sacrifice, and every scar had led to this very moment. His voice broke, but his eyes burned with determination as he finally declared his choice. He would no longer stand by and watch. With newfound resolve, Seo agreed to join Director Kim. Together, they would bring justice to those who had fed upon the weak and turned the empire into a place of suffering. That night, under the dark sky lit only by the moon, Seo left the palace alongside Kim Young-hoon. They were heading toward the battlefield, ready to stand beside those brave enough to rise against the Mokli clan and end their reign of terror once and for all. Seo and Director Kim traveled through the night and finally reached a grand manor on the border of Sokyung Castle. The atmosphere there was heavy with purpose. The air itself seemed to tremble under the weight of what was to come. manor on the border of Sokyung Castle. The atmosphere there was heavy with purpose. The air itself seemed to tremble under the weight of what was to come. Within its walls, the most powerful martial artists from all across Yangguo had gathered. Warriors, masters, and sect leaders stood side by side, united by a single goal: to end the tyranny of the Mokli clan. Among them were elders from the 4-star 3 demons, as well as representatives from other great sects. More than 10 experts at the summit and pinnacle realms stood in attendance, each one strong enough to shift the fate of a nation. Were it not for the cultivators' overwhelming power, these martial masters alone could have easily changed the tide of any war. Yet even in this alliance, distrust lingered. Some elders eyed Effective warily, their voices sharp with suspicion. They whispered among themselves, questioning why a man who once served the emperor had been brought into their midst. To them, anyone tied to the palace was an enemy waiting to strike. Seo stood silent for a moment, sensing the hostility that lingered in the air. He understood their doubt. After all, he had once served within the very palace they despised. A faint smirk crossed his face as he exhaled slowly, realizing there was only one way to earn their trust. Then, without warning, he raised his voice and unleashed a storm of fury. The courtyard trembled with Seo's furious voice as he hurled one curse after another toward the emperor. His anger echoed through the manor, shocking everyone present. The gathered martial artists exchanged uneasy glances. None had expected such raw hatred from a man once tied to the palace. Soon the elders could no longer bear the noise. Their ears rang from his relentless shouting, and even those who had doubted him now stepped back, waving their hands in surrender. They had seen enough. His rage was real. No spy would dare speak with such venom. Realizing he had proven his loyalty, the crowd finally began to calm. Yet Seo simply exhaled and wiped his mouth, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It almost seemed like a disappointment lingered in his tone as he murmured that he could have gone on much longer. After Seo's furious outburst, the tension within the group faded, and the warriors finally accepted him as one of their own. With their trust earned, they began their march toward the cultivators' hidden base, determined to bring it down. Under the bright sky, their journey led them deep into the misty mountains, where the enemy's stronghold was said to lie. The forest was silent, save for the steady footsteps of countless warriors moving as one. Among them stood Seo, his sharp gaze scanning the horizon, until his eyes caught sight of something familiar. A group of men in dark blue robes stood ahead, their presence commanding attention. The leader, a tall man with long crimson hair, looked over the gathering and smirked, saying that Seo might prove useful. Seo froze. His breath hitched as his eyes locked onto their uniforms. That design, he had seen it before. Memories surged back like a blade to the chest. It was the same attire worn by the assassin from before. A cold realization struck him. Those men, they were from the Jin clan. Then, Director Kim approached the Jin clan leader and told him that he had kept his promise. He arrived with several men who agreed with his cause and stood beside him. He declared that his men were ready to help destroy their enemies. The red-haired man agreed and told them to prepare for the battle ahead. Later, Director Kim walked down a quiet, grassy path, followed closely by Seo. Curious, Seo asked where Director Kim was heading. Without turning back, Kim replied that they had to stop somewhere and told Seo to follow him. As they continued walking, Seo asked again how far they were going, but Kim remained silent, his steps steady and determined. Eventually, they arrived at a solemn clearing filled with rows of small dirt mounds. Kim stopped and looked at the graves before them. In a calm voice, he explained that these were the remains of people killed by the Mokli clan cultivators. He had gathered their bodies and buried them here to give them a proper resting place. Seo stared at the countless graves in shock and asked if Kim had truly buried all these people by himself. Kim didn't answer. He simply pressed his hands together in silent prayer, paying respect to the fallen. Director Kim stood silently with his hands raised, a glowing blue-green light forming between them. His calm eyes reflected the gentle energy as he whispered the words, "Heavenly Tao spell." He explained that the people buried here had turned into vengeful spirits, their souls consumed by rage toward the Mokli clan. To help them find peace, he had gone to the Jin clan and learned the sacred Heavenly Tao spell, a technique meant to purify resentment and guide lost souls. As the spell shone brightly, the energy spread across the graves, releasing small, glowing lights that floated into the night sky. Director Kim's voice carried softly as he reminded Seo, "Not all cultivator spells are born from hatred. What matters is how they are used." Seo watched in silence as the glowing lights drifted upward, filling the dark forest with a calm, sacred glow. For a moment, it felt as though the restless spirits had finally found peace. Director Kim turned his gaze towards Seo, his expression calm yet firm. The soft light from the lingering spell reflected in his eyes as he spoke words of wisdom. He reminded Seo that true strength did not come from endless training or power alone. It came from holding on to one's humanity. Instead of obsessing over becoming stronger, Kim urged him to remember the importance of keeping his mortal spirit intact, for losing that would mean losing himself entirely. Seo stood quietly, unable to respond. The weight of Kim's words sank deep into his heart. He realized that his senior wasn't just teaching him cultivation, but also the meaning of life and restraint. After a moment of silence, Kim turned away, his long hair swaying with the wind. He told Seo to gather himself and follow. Together they left the sacred ground where restless souls had found peace. The night sky glimmered softly above them, carrying the faint glow of the heavenly Tao spell. Meanwhile, far across the valley, the red-haired man began to chant. Power surged through the air as he clasped his hands together, forming a spell that tore open the space before him. A bright portal appeared, swirling with energy, revealing the distant fortress of the Mokli clan. As the portal opened, a powerful shockwave spread through the air, distorting the surroundings. Seo and the others shielded their faces as the once peaceful landscape twisted and reshaped itself before their eyes. In an instant, the terrain changed completely. The ground hardened, the air thickened with dust, and a heavy pressure filled the atmosphere. The stench of decay soon reached them. A foul smell of dried blood and rotting flesh drifted through the wind, hinting at the countless deaths that had taken place within the Mokli clan's domain. It was a grim reminder of the cruelty that awaited them beyond the gate. From within the fortress, alarms were raised. Guards shouted in panic as they spotted the intruders through the swirling mist. Cries echoed across the walls, announcing that enemies had arrived. The Jin clan had come. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from the fortress as a shimmering blue barrier formed, covering the entire structure like a protective dome. It pulsed with power, distorting the air around it. The red-haired man stood at the front, gazing up at the fortress with a cold, calculating expression. He muttered under his breath, acknowledging the strength of the Mokli clan's defense. Their formation was indeed impressive. Amidst the swirling dust and shifting air, Director Kim stepped forward. His posture was calm yet unshakable, and a faint pressure surrounded him as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Standing behind him watched in confusion. Whispers spread among the group as they wondered who this mortal was and why he dared to act without their command. To them, he was just an outsider, someone unworthy of stepping ahead before their elders. However, the red-haired elder's eyes told a different story. He spoke with quiet certainty and told his disciples that the mortal who looked ordinary wasn't like any ordinary being. His strength rivaled even his own. The others turned toward him in disbelief, their faces twisting with shock. The mere thought that a mortal could stand on equal ground with an elder of such power was beyond comprehension. Yet, as they looked again at the calm figure before them, just then, Director Kim stepped forward, his expression sharp with focus as he drew in a deep breath. Blue spiritual energy began to swirl wildly around his body, forming a violent storm that crackled with power. His hands trembled slightly as he gathered the energy, compressing it into a glowing sphere of light that pulsed like a beating heart. The ground beneath him cracked under the force, and his roar echoed through the battlefield. Seo's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized the technique instantly. It was a power that surpassed the realm of the five energies converging to the origin. With a single motion, Director Kim thrust his hand forward. The glowing sphere shot out like a falling star, and his body followed, descending from the sky with immense speed. The blue energy erupted on impact, slamming into the barrier that protected the Mokli clan's fortress. The ground shook violently, dust exploded outward, and the shimmering defensive wall rippled under the force of the strike. Cracks began to appear in its surface. Upon seeing this, the warriors nearby froze in disbelief, their eyes wide as they struggled to process the sheer force unleashed before them. Even the red-haired elder, known for his composure, stood silently for a moment, his expression hardening as realization struck. The barrier protecting the Mokli clan's fortress began to fracture. Bright cracks of blue lightning spread across its surface before shattering completely with a deafening roar. The fortress trembled under the blast, its gates splintering apart as waves of dust and debris rolled outward like a raging tide. But from within the wreckage came a sight more horrifying than anyone expected. Out of the collapsing castle poured countless figures, pale, lifeless, and filled with unnatural rage. Their eyes glowed white, their mouths twisted in grotesque snarls as they let out blood-curdling screams. These were no ordinary soldiers. They were Jiangshi, corpse puppets bound by dark energy. Seeing the swarm rush forward, the red-haired elder's voice thundered across the battlefield. He commanded his warriors to cut through the undead and storm the fortress. With blades drawn and energy flaring, the army charged ahead, following his cry as the real battle for the Mokli clan's stronghold began. The ground split apart as the army surged forward. Blue lightning raged in the sky, tearing through the clouds as the fortress shook beneath the overwhelming clash of power. Waves of dust and energy rolled outward, and the battlefield descended into chaos. The Jin clan warriors charged into the storm, meeting the oncoming tide of Jiangshi head-on. The undead shrieked as they lunged forward, their bodies twisted by dark qi. But the cultivators did not falter. Their blades glimmered in the stormlight, cutting down the monsters one after another. Among them, Seo also revealed himself, a master of martial arts whose strikes carried lethal precision. One of the Mokli clan commanders quickly realized the danger. These enemies weren't ordinary. They were at least at the first or second stage of the chi refining realm. He ordered the lower-ranked disciples to retreat and call for reinforcements, knowing they could no longer stop them. From behind the front lines, Sio's sharp eyes noticed something familiar. The uniforms worn by the Jiangshi, the markings on their sashes, they all belonged to the Mokli clan. A chill crept up his spine as his memories from a previous life surfaced. He had seen that man's face before, the very same man who had killed Sio in his previous regression. And to his shock, that man was a member of the Mokli clan itself. A sudden blur crossed his vision, and unfamiliar images flickered before his eyes. His brow furrowed, confusion spreading across his face. Something about what he saw felt wrong, out of place. The thought echoed quietly within him. Why was he seeing this? He found it strange. Those glowing lines weren't just random patterns. They were meant for deliberate attacks, or so he had thought. But as one of the undead Jiangshi was struck and let out a ghastly cry, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that these dead Jiangshi possessed their own intentions? He wondered if the strange movements of the Jiangshi came from the one controlling them. But almost immediately he dismissed the thought. That couldn't be the case. If they truly were being controlled, then these Jiangshi should also be capable of using Gangshi. And then, realization struck him. As the undead figures moved in unison, a faint red aura shimmered in the distance. Standing at its center was a man cloaked in calm yet sinister energy. At that moment, he understood. The one behind it all, the one controlling the Jiangshi, was that man. By observing the size and power of the formation, it became clear that the man was no ordinary cultivator. He possessed the strength of at least a one-star chi refining cultivator. Gripping his sword tightly, Seo prepared himself for what was to come. He ran towards the cultivator and swung his sword with fierce precision, meeting the other's glowing palm head-on. The impact sent a burst of energy rippling through the battlefield, shaking the ground beneath them. Sparks danced between their strikes. The cultivator's face twisted in terror as lightning flashed around him. His body trembled, and his voice broke into a desperate plea. Tears and sweat mixed on his face as he cried out, begging for mercy. Seo seized the trembling cultivator by the collar, lifting him off the ground with ease. His cold gaze pierced through the other's fear as he turned towards a vast courtyard that lay ahead, littered with countless lifeless bodies. He demanded the cultivator, "What is this?" The terrified cultivator struggled to speak, his body shaking uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to speak, his voice trembling with fear. He shouted desperately, promising to reveal everything if only his life were spared. With panic in his eyes, he confessed that this is the first step for refining. His words hung heavy in the air, echoing amidst the flames and the scent of death. Seo's eyes glowed faintly, his voice low and filled with disbelief as he asked the cultivator what he meant. The first step? The frightened cultivator trembled before him, his words spilling out in fear. He confessed that the process began by extracting the veins and vital energies of mortals to create origin blood. The trembling cultivator continued to speak, his voice filled with dread. He explained that once the origin blood was gathered, it was handed over to the higher authorities. Those in power would then mix all the collected blood in a single place, beginning what they called the second refining. The process did not end with the second refining. It was repeated again and again for the third, fourth, and even fifth stages. Through each refinement, the mixture grew purer and more potent. From the combined essence of 1,000 mortal lives and their vital energies, a crimson pill was finally created. This pill, known as the Revival Pill, was reserved for the core formation elders, used to restore their strength and extend their lives, all at the cost of countless innocent souls. Desperation twisted across the frightened cultivator's face as he tried to bargain for his life. He stammered, promising to hand over the origin blood if it would spare him. He explained quickly that the origin blood held immense energy within it, enough to strengthen anyone who used it. His voice trembled as he spoke, trying to sound convincing, though the fear in his eyes betrayed his crumbling composure. Seo finally spoke, his voice calm yet heavy with finality. A faint, almost grateful smile crossed his face as he thanked the cultivator, saying that now he could kill them all without hesitation. The words sent a chill through the air. The terrified cultivator's face froze in disbelief, his breath catching as a single thought raced through his mind. This was the end. But just then, a spear launched toward Seo. However, Seo moved quickly and dodged the attack. As he turned back, he recognized the man who had just launched the attack toward him. It was the captain of the royal palace where he had once worked. But before he could say more, the older man before him snapped and told him to shut up. The captain's glare hardened as he pointed his spear forward at Seo and told him that he didn't know a man who would betray his own people. Just then, a massive explosion shook the area, sending debris and people flying through the air. The temple walls shattered under the impact, and a cloud of dust rose, covering everything in chaos. Amid the destruction, Seo and his old man stood facing each other. Seo looked at the old man calmly and asked if he was being called a traitor. Gripping his sword tightly, he demanded to know if the leader was aware of what the current imperial family was doing. The old man's eyes narrowed. He gave a cold reply, saying that he already knew. With that, he charged forward, his weapon cutting through the air with force. Seo also moved, leaping down with his sword drawn, and the two clashed fiercely in the middle of the swirling dust and wind. Seo's anger burst out as he charged forward, his sword glowing with bright blue light. His voice echoed through the battlefield as he shouted, demanding to know how the man could still serve the imperial family despite knowing the truth. His expression twisted with fury as he questioned the man's humanity, asking if such blind loyalty was truly what a human should have. The old man blocked Seo's strike with a calm but firm expression. As their weapons clashed, he spoke in a steady voice, saying that before they were human, they were the limbs of His Majesty the Emperor. He continued coldly, explaining that limbs do not think for themselves, they only move as commanded. His words echoed through the battlefield as sparks of energy flared between their blades. Seo gritted his teeth as their weapons clashed again, sparks flying from the force of their blows. His anger boiled over as he shouted that it was unbearable. In the eyes of the Emperor, mortals like them were treated as nothing more than livestock. The clash between them sent a shockwave across the battlefield. Seo was struck back, skidding across the ground as dust and wind swirled violently around them. Seo, with a calm gaze, acknowledged that the old man's skills had improved, realizing that he had reached the threshold of the stage known as Three Flowers Gather at the Summit. The old man looked at Seo with a cold, steady gaze. His voice carried through the settling dust as he questioned Seo's choices, mentioning the Jin clan remnants he was working with. He asked sharply if those former imperial traitors were any different from the ones Seo despised so much. The old man's tone turned sharp as he continued speaking. He said that compared to those demonic beings, the former royal Jin clan that Seo sided with was no different. They too were cultivators. He explained coldly that to people like them, ordinary mortals were nothing more than insects. The only difference between them lay in the extent of their arrogance and power. The old man raised his weapon high, his voice booming with conviction. He declared that in the end, those people Seo trusted would also crush and oppress the citizens of Yon Kingdom. With fierce determination in his eyes, he shouted that they might even turn out worse than the ones currently in power, his weapon glowing with deadly force as he prepared to strike. A violent storm of energy erupted, pulling everything toward its center. Seo struggled to resist, but the force was too strong. Gritting his teeth, he realized he was being dragged in and couldn't stop it. As he was pulled deeper into the swirling chaos, a strange glow appeared amid the storm. His eyes widened in confusion. That mysterious light had appeared again, the same one he had sensed earlier. Purple energy flickered in the distance, cutting through the storm like a living flame. Seo's mind raced as he tried to understand what it was, muttering to himself in shock, wondering what that light could be. The old man roared with defiance, his voice echoing through the storm. He declared that if neither side was any better, then he would not abandon his loyalty. Gripping his weapon tightly, he unleashed his power with full force. Blue energy surged from his halberd as he swung it downward. Seo steadied his stance, his sword glowing with a sharp blue light. He sensed the deadly intent in his opponent's attack, the overwhelming will to kill him in a single strike. With a calm but fierce gaze, he raised his blade and replied that if that was what the old man believed, then he would respond in kind. Channeling his energy, Seo unleashed his ultimate move, the Severing Mountain Sword Technique, Secluded Valley. A towering wave of blue sword energy erupted from his blade, splitting the air and shaking the ground with its immense power. A blinding flash of blue light swallowed the battlefield as Seo's attack tore through the air. The shockwave shattered the ground, sending debris flying in every direction. The old man turned sharply, his eyes widening in shock. For a moment he stood frozen, unable to comprehend the overwhelming power that had just been unleashed before him. Seo's figure stood shrouded in swirling dust and light, his sword glowing with immense energy. His voice was calm yet heavy as he said that he would respect his opponent's resolve as well. He tightened his grip on the blade, feeling the unstable power coursing through it. In his thoughts he admitted that this was the only form capable of blocking Gangqi, but its power was beyond his control. Blood spilled from the old man's side as he staggered back, clutching his wound with a grimace of pain. Through clenched teeth he let out a strained groan. Despite his injury, he managed to speak, admitting that Seo's sword technique was beyond comprehension. No matter how many times he had witnessed it, its depth and mystery remained unfathomable to him. Seo stood calmly with his sword lowered, while the old man, bleeding and unsteady, struggled to keep his balance. With a faint, bitter smile, Seo admitted that swordsmanship was far too grand for someone like him to ever match. The old man stumbled forward, his steps heavy as dust swirled around him. He looked up at Seo in disbelief, asking how such swordsmanship could ever be considered too grand. He then spoke with awe, saying that Seo's last strike carried the enlightenment of 3 flowers gather at the summit. To him it was the most beautiful sword form he had ever witnessed. The old man lay on the ground, his body trembling and sweat dripping from his face. His voice was weak but filled with regret as he spoke. He said that all his life he had devoted himself to mastering martial arts, striving to reach the realm known as Three Flowers Gather at the Summit. But when he finally achieved it, he realized it was only the lowest level among true cultivators. The old man collapsed on the ground, his breath weak but his voice calm as he spoke. He said that he had come to realize something. No matter how far one went with martial arts alone, it was impossible to surpass the cultivators. Seo stood silently, his sword still in hand, looking down at the fallen man. The old man gave a faint smile and said it was a pity that their goals and intentions were not the same. Seo stood silently, his back turned as dust drifted through the air. Looking at his back, he asked the old man's men why they hadn't interfered in their battle, saying that if the man had stepped in while he was fighting the leader, the outcome might have been different. He could have been the one lying dead on the ground instead. One of the guards standing nearby stepped forward and explained that it had been the leader's request. According to him, the leader believed that if anyone interfered, Seo would resort to using poisons and hidden weapons. So the leader insisted that their battle should be a fair test of pure martial skill alone. Seo looked at the group of armed men as one of them addressed him respectfully, still calling him Vice Lord. He seemed surprised by their words, but the men stood firm, their grips tightening on their weapons. They said that once someone was their superior, they would always remain so. Loyalty, once given, would never fade. They then raised their blades in unison, declaring that the emperor to whom they had once sworn allegiance would forever remain their eternal sovereign. Seo stood quietly, with his back turned, his cloak fluttering in the wind. After a brief silence, he spoke, acknowledging that they still held loyalty to the current imperial court. He then turned his head slightly, his eyes calm yet filled with sorrow. With a faint regretful smile, Seo said softly that he was sorry because he might have to kill them today. On the other side, chaos erupted. An enormous blast tore up the ground near the city gate. Bodies flew as soldiers and civilians alike were knocked back. A man in blue screamed as he was hurled into the air, his robe shredded by wind and debris. Dust and shockwaves rippled through the streets. People scrambled, coughing and disoriented. Director Kim raised his hand and shouted with authority, his voice cutting through the chaos. His expression was fierce as he commanded his men to charge forward. He ordered everyone to attack without hesitation and destroy the enemy's refining furnace, determined to turn the tide of battle. Behind him, his subordinates surged ahead, ready to follow his lead into the storm. The battle erupted into chaos as Director Kim's men charged forward. Swords clashed and cries filled the air. One of the soldiers shouted in fury, calling the enemy demonic scum as he struck them down without hesitation. Blood splattered across the ground while bodies fell one after another. The attackers fought fiercely, their momentum overwhelming as they pressed deeper toward the enemy's base. Meanwhile, 7 cultivators of the Jin clan rose into the air, their robes fluttering amid the inferno. Each formed hand seals as golden talismans ignited behind them, releasing torrents of fire that spiraled toward the battlefield. Amid the blazing battlefield, one of the Maki clan commanders shouted in frustration, his face twisted with anger and desperation. Stones and debris flew around him as explosions echoed in the distance. He demanded to know when their reinforcements would arrive, cursing the missing ally he called a collateral bastard. His voice was filled with fury as the situation grew more dire by the second. On the other hand, one of the soldiers gritted his teeth in pain, blood running down his face as he struggled to stay on his feet. Not far from him, Seo knelt on the ground, his body covered in wounds and blood. He breathed heavily, each breath rough and strained, his sharp eyes still burning with determination despite his exhaustion. One of the wounded soldiers looked at Seo with disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked why Seo had chosen such a harsh and painful path. He could feel the effects of the paralysis poison spreading through his body and muttered in frustration, unable to understand why Seo would go this far. All around them, the battlefield had quieted. The soldiers who once fought now lay defeated, breathing heavily. The man continued, saying that Seo could have easily killed them all and ended the fight without suffering a single wound. Instead, Seo had chosen to endure the pain himself, a choice that left everyone around him questioning his reason and resolve. Seo stood wounded and breathing heavily, blood streaking his face as he looked down at the fallen man before him. After a brief silence, he spoke softly, asking if the man had just called him the Vice Lord. The injured man, struggling to lift his head, gave a faint smile and asked again if Seo had gained a new perspective, if he had perhaps reached the legendary state where the 3 flowers gather at the summit. He then admitted that he hadn't seen any red light, yet somehow, Seo had broken through his inner harmony with an overwhelming force. Even in defeat, his tone carried both respect and disbelief at the power Seo had displayed. Seo slowly sheathed his sword, his voice calm but steady despite his injuries. He admitted that he hadn't yet reached that realm of mastery the man spoke of. He explained that he was only beginning to sense its presence, feeling its flow and meaning little by little. His tone carried both humility and quiet determination, showing that even after everything, his pursuit of strength and understanding had not stopped. As Seo stood amidst the fading dust, his sharp eyes glowed faintly beneath the blood streaking his face. In his mind, he reflected on what he had seen. A third color had appeared before him. He realized it wasn't stable, flickering like a flame on the verge of extinguishing. The color was purple, a sign of something new awakening within him. Seo wondered quietly if he needed to experience more life-and-death battles to stabilize this newfound power, sensing that true mastery still lay ahead. As the dust settled, a man in blue robes appeared, calmly sitting atop a rooftop. His tone carried both respect and intrigue as he praised Seo, acknowledging the remarkable level of his skill. He then smiled faintly, his eyes sharp with understanding. Now he realized why his father had sent him there, to face someone like Seo, whose strength and presence were far beyond ordinary. Seo's eyes widened in recognition and disbelief as he realized who stood before him, the crown prince of the Mokli clan. Despite his wounds, he straightened his posture and greeted the prince with respect, saying it had been a long time since they last met. His tone, however, carried a hint of frustration as he questioned why the prince hadn't intervened earlier, knowing he had been watching the battle all along. The man in blue let out a small chuckle, brushing the dust from his robe as he looked down at Seo. With a teasing tone, he reminded Seo that he had already told him not to call him Crown Prince. Then his expression softened into a faint smile. Since Seo kept using the title, he decided to share something. Leaning slightly forward, he asked with quiet confidence if Seo knew the real reason why he had become the Crown Prince in the first place. Seo's eyes widened in shock as the man's words echoed through the air. The Crown Prince revealed the truth with a confident grin. He had reached the Qi refining realm, 4 stars, at a young age the same level as his own father. As a crimson aura burst around him, the pressure in the air grew heavy and overwhelming. He explained that no matter how impressive Seo's 3 flowers gather at the summit might sound, it still only placed him at the level of Qi refining realm, 1 to 3 stars, a stage below his own. The difference in power was clear. The Crown Prince's eyes glowed crimson, his face twisting into a confident, almost mocking smile. His aura burned like fire, filling the air with overwhelming pressure. With a voice that echoed with power and pride, he asked Seo if he truly believed he could defeat someone who had already reached 4 stars, a level of strength far beyond ordinary warriors. The Crown Prince laughed loudly, his voice echoing across the courtyard as he stood proudly atop the rooftop. With unshakable confidence, he mocked the idea of needing guards, declaring that someone of his level had no use for such protection. Seo looked up at him, feeling the immense pressure radiating from the prince's presence. His grip on his sword tightened as a single thought crossed his mind. The man before him was undeniably strong. Seo's eyes hardened as he assessed the overwhelming power before him. He knew that even experts who had fully mastered the 3 flowers gather at the summit would have to risk their lives to stand against the Crown Prince. He himself was only barely touching the edge of that realm, not yet truly within it. The truth was clear. If he fought, he would surely die. Yet, despite that certainty, a strange feeling rose within him. His blood burned, and a faint smile began to form on his lips. Even in the face of death, something deep inside him stirred. The thrill of a true battle. Seo tightened his grip on his sword, his blood-stained hand trembling slightly. A calm realization washed over him. He wouldn't mind dying here. If he could grasp even a single thread of enlightenment, then what did it matter if death followed in the next moment? The thought felt strangely freeing. He recalled an old teaching that echoed in his mind. If one hears the Tao in the morning, it's fine to die by evening. That was what Director Kim had once told him. The memory resurfaced vividly, the time he stood alone against 50 Qi building cultivators, surrounded yet unyielding. Back then too he had fought not to survive but to understand. Seo charged forward, his sword gleaming under the swirling dust. Memories of his past struggles flashed in his mind, the countless times he failed to grasp the essence of that martial art. Back then, no matter how hard he tried, the technique had remained out of reach, a mystery beyond his understanding. But now, as his heart burned with resolve and his body moved with perfect instinct, he finally understood. The Crown Prince looked down at Seo with a calm yet mocking smile. Seeing the wounded man rushing toward him without hesitation, he chuckled softly. He remarked that Seo was charging straight at him, not to win, but to die. With a faint laugh, the prince added that the Vice Lord was far more of a fool than he had imagined. Seo's foot slammed against the ground, the force shattering the earth beneath him as he surged forward. Energy rippled around his body like a storm breaking free. In that instant, he invoked one of his ultimate techniques, Record of Transcending Cultivation. His aura flared violently as his movements grew faster and sharper. The technique seamlessly merged into the next, exhausting martial arts, channeling every last drop of his strength into a single, unstoppable charge toward the enemy. Seo leapt high into the sky, his body cutting through the clouds like a streak of shadow. Dust and wind spiraled beneath him, as his blade gleamed against the dull gray sky. Dark energy surged from his body, wrapping around him like smoke. His aura twisted violently as he gathered all his strength into a single decisive strike, darkened as the black energy exploded outward, swallowing the clouds in a violent swirl. The prince's eyes widened in shock as the air trembled around him. He looked up, startled, unable to sense Salo's presence anymore. Panic flickered across his face as he shouted in disbelief, wondering where Salo had disappeared to. Seo's eyes lit up with sudden realization as his body surged forward once more. He finally understood it, the essence behind the technique that transcended normal cultivation. It was the record of martial arts, a scripture that spoke of surpassing limits through enlightenment and leaps of mastery. He recalled how he had memorized the sacred text countless times before but had never grasped its true meaning. Even though he possessed the divine art, it had always felt beyond his comprehension. But now, in the heat of battle, with death looming before him, Seo finally understood. As Seo looked up, his eyes locked onto the glowing purple energy swirling around his opponent. In that instant, something within him resonated. He realized that the moment he saw that purple path, a strange clarity filled his mind, as if he could finally comprehend the record of transcendent and ultimate martial arts. Fragments of the scripture he once memorized but never understood echoed in his thoughts. In a contest of martial arts, if the clash of hues is the technique, is it not possible to attack the hue itself? For the first time, the words made sense, and Seo's aura began to shift, rising toward enlightenment. Seo's eyes glowed with fierce clarity as understanding dawned upon him. Before entering the Three Blossoms Crown Peak, there had been a passage in the scripture that he could never comprehend. But now, everything became clear. He realized that a hue represented one's will, the manifestation of inner strength and conviction. To attack a hue meant to strike directly at that will itself. The clash between two martial artists was not merely an exchange of strength or energy, it was a battle of spirit, a collision of intent. So finally grasped the essence, to go beyond trading blows of will, and instead to sever the opponent's very perception, the extension of their will itself. The prince's eyes widened in confusion as the air around him twisted violently. The dark smoke cleared, but Seo had completely vanished from sight. Startled, the prince stepped back and looked around, his voice trembling as he shouted, unable to sense Seo's presence anywhere. Meanwhile, Seo recalled the divine technique once used by Kim Young-hoon, a skill so profound it allowed one to vanish like a phantom. It was a secret art that severed perception itself, cutting the opponent's awareness and making it impossible for them to even recognize the user's existence. Seo appeared high above, his body glowing with fierce determination as he raised his sword. His aura surged, defying the laws of nature itself. The prince looked up in disbelief, sensing the overwhelming force descending upon him. This technique was unlike anything he had ever seen, a martial art so profound that it allowed a mortal martial artist to stand equal to a cultivator, even if only for a fleeting moment. The prince's eyes widened, lightning flashing across his face as he clenched his jaw in anger. Sparks of blue energy crackled along his sword as he glared at Seo. Furious, he shouted through gritted teeth, demanding to know what kind of trick Seo had just used. His pride burned, unable to accept that the man before him had forced him into confusion so easily. Seo's body glowed faintly as he descended, his sword clashing against the prince's with a sharp, echoing strike. Sparks of blue light scattered around them, filling the air with tension. Seo's eyes narrowed in confusion as he watched, unable to understand why his attack didn't work, until he realized the prince was wrapping himself in some kind of defensive spell. But before he could react, Seo was sent flying through the air, crashing violently into the ground below. The impact shook the entire courtyard, creating a massive shockwave that shattered tiles and filled the air with dust and debris. The prince extended his hand, eyes cold and voice filled with disdain. He admitted that Seo's earlier trick had been amusing, but nothing more. As he gathered his energy, a powerful storm of spiritual force erupted around him, twisting the air into violent spirals. With confidence in his voice, he declared that such tricks would never work against a true cultivator. Seo looked up as the violent storm of energy twisted toward him like a raging tornado. The ground trembled beneath his feet and debris flew in every direction. Realizing the sheer power behind the attack, he quickly rolled to the side, gripping his sword tightly. The next instant, the force exploded where he had stood, sending shockwaves across the courtyard as dust and rubble filled the air. Seo gritted his teeth, blood running down the side of his face as he steadied his breathing. He considered charging in again using the record of transcendent and ultimate martial arts, but quickly dismissed the thought. His sharp eyes focused on the raging storm ahead. Every gust of wind swirling around the cultivator wasn't just air, it was a deadly blade waiting to tear him apart. Seo narrowed his eyes at the raging storm before him. The violent wind currents were filled with countless invisible blades, each one sharp enough to slice through flesh and bone. He clenched his sword, realizing that if he moved any closer, he'd be torn apart instantly. Even if he somehow managed to break through the storm, he would still have to face the powerful defensive spell the Crown Prince had cast around himself. Explosions tore through the ground as Seo leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the raging blasts. The entire courtyard trembled under the cultivator's power. He analyzed the situation quickly. As long as he stayed outside the cultivator's conscious domain and paid close attention to his movements, dodging was still possible. But even then, one wrong step could mean instant death. Seo tightened his grip on his sword, feeling the strain in his body growing heavier with each breath. He knew the harsh truth. A martial artist's internal energy was far less refined than a cultivator's spiritual power. No matter how much strength he gathered, his energy would always burn out faster. Against someone like the Crown Prince, who drew power from pure spiritual essence, Seo's stamina was already being pushed to its limit. He knew he couldn't let the fight drag on any longer. His strength would give out before the cultivators. To win, he had to end it quickly. His eyes burned with determination as he gathered his remaining energy. The only way to stand a chance now was to ascend, to break his limits and reach the Three Blossoms crown peak. Just then, the Crown Prince looked at Seo in confusion. His eyes narrowed as he sensed something strange. He mockingly asked Seo, who was standing tall with his sword in hand, if he was already exhausted. The air roared as a massive vortex formed before Se, its violent force pulling at everything around it. Dust and debris spiraled into the sky as the storm of energy grew stronger. Se's eyes burned with resolve. He tightened his grip on his sword, blood dripping from his knuckles. Channeling every ounce of power he had left, he raised his blade and shouted, severing mountain sword technique, sealing the ridge. Seo leapt high into the air, his sword glowing with blinding force as he swung down with all his might. The blade unleashed a massive wave of energy that tore through the raging storm, splitting the violent winds apart. The Crown Prince's eyes widened in shock as the destructive power rushed toward him. Seo gritted his teeth as pain shot through his arm. Blood ran down his wrist, and his fingers trembled while gripping the sword. The pressure from the enemy's attack was immense, and his hand felt as if it would tear apart at any moment. But despite the agony, he refused to step back. Gathering his strength, he raised his blade once more. The air trembled around him as he shouted the name of his technique, Severing Mountain Sword Technique. In an instant, countless arcs of sword light erupted, intertwining like streams of lightning. The attack shifted into its next form, Flowing Dragon Sword Dance, unleashing a dazzling storm of slashes that filled the battlefield with blinding energy. Blood splattered across Seo's face as deep wounds tore through his body, yet his eyes burned with unyielding determination. His muscles screamed in pain, but he refused to falter. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword again, ignoring the agony that racked his limbs. Even as his body bled and trembled, his mind roared with one thought, not to stop. He didn't care if his flesh was shredded or his body broke apart. All that mattered was victory. The Crown Prince's eyes blazed with fury as he pressed his palms together, spiritual energy surging wildly around him. His voice trembled with rage as he shouted, veins pulsing on his forehead. He pointed forward, his expression twisted with wrath. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Storm Dragon, to kill Seo that very day. Blood streamed down to Seo's face, blurring his vision as he stared at the monstrous storm rushing toward him. His instincts screamed louder than thought. There was no way to block it, no space to dodge. His breathing grew heavy, and his grip tightened on his sword. Deep down, he knew the truth. The moment that attack reached him, he would die. However, despite the looming threat of death, Seo felt no fear. His body was torn and bleeding, yet his mind was strangely calm. As he fell through the storm of energy, his eyes caught a faint, shimmering light, a trace of purple wool dancing in the air. Without understanding why, he found himself chasing it, drawn to it as if it held the answer to something greater. He wondered quietly to himself, what does the color purple signify? Just then, Seo's thoughts became clear amid the swirling chaos of colors before him. The blue aura flowed gently, the will of self-protection, the instinct to survive. It extended from his own body, calm yet firm. The red light, fierce and violent, was the will of killing intent, the malice radiating from his enemy. As the two forces clashed, their edges intertwined and blended into a single hue, purple. It was the point where both wills met, where self-protection and killing intent, the enemy's resolve and his own determination fused together into one. Just as he was thinking, a massive golden serpent-like creature formed within the roaring storm, its body twisting with terrifying force. The air trembled as its jaws opened wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs that could swallow a man whole. The beast let out a deafening roar, its power tearing through the battlefield like a raging tempest, ready to consume everything in its path. Seo's thoughts deepened as he grasped the meaning behind the swirling lights. Until now, he had always believed that the will of others was painted red, the color of hostility and killing intent. But as he shifted his perspective, realization struck him. From the enemy's point of view, their own will was blue, the will of protection, while his must appear red to them. He raised his sword, battered but unyielding. The winds howled around him as his understanding grew clearer. The will of another and his own. They were not opposites, merely reflections of each other. They are all the same color. Seo's realization deepened. True martial arts could never be mastered in isolation. One had to connect with the opponent. Only through that connection could one truly grow. In that moment, he entered a state where his opponent's will reflected his own, their movements resonating as if they were mirrors of each other. Understanding dawned upon him. This was the state of the Three Blossoms crown peak, where two wills became one in perfect harmony. By aligning his consciousness with the Crown Prince's will, he began to see the flow of energy more clearly than ever before. Every movement, every strike, resonated between them, no longer in opposition, but in reflection. In that moment of harmony, Seo understood how much power he had wasted all along, energy lost in resistance when it could have been focused through perfect awareness. A blinding light burst from Seo's sword as the blade ignited with radiant energy, sword aura. He felt the power flow through him, steady and controlled, unlike before. In the past, no matter how much strength or internal energy he poured into his strikes, the aura always vanished within a second. Now he understood why. Martial arts were never meant to rely on one's power alone. True strength was born from harmony, the merging of his will with the opponent's, the balance between intent and understanding. Only by connecting with his opponent's will and aligning with the very will of the world itself could one attain the true essence of martial arts. Seo raised his sword high as golden energy surged around him, splitting the air with blinding force. Channeling his will into the blade, he unleashed a devastating strike. Fifth form, severing mountain sword technique. The power of the slash tore through the sky like a golden arc, carrying the weight of his perfected martial understanding, a strike capable of cleaving through both steel and fate itself. Seo's blade cleaved straight into the creature's massive jaws, cutting through layers of flesh and bone with blinding force. The impact unleashed a deafening explosion, shaking the ground and sending shockwaves through the air. Dust and debris erupted skyward as the monster's colossal body crashed down, torn apart by the full power of the severing mountain sword technique. At that moment, the members of the Shadow Guard unit lay scattered across the ground, their bodies numb and unresponsive. Seo Yunyun's paralysis powder had taken full effect, leaving them helpless as they watched the battle unfold before their eyes. Dust swirled through the air, carrying the echo of Seo's strike. None of them dared to move. They already knew how this fight would end. Every man understood that their struggle had been meaningless. The outcome had been decided long before the first strike was made. The man Seo faced wasn't just a martial artist. He was a cultivator, a being on an entirely different level of existence. But then, the ground trembled. A single step shattered the silence, shaking the earth beneath them. The paralyzed guards turned their eyes toward the battlefield, their faces filled with disbelief. From the dust and light emerged Seo Yunyun, his body surrounded by golden energy. 3 radiant lotus blossoms floated behind him, glowing with divine brilliance. Their eyes widened in shock as one of them stammered,